I'm 13, and he's like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, oh, we were hunting over here. I'm just walking back to the house. He's like, oh, hunting by yourself? I was like, no. My uncle and my dad are up here. I had to take a poop like in the woods or whatever. I was like, hey,
I shit my pants back here. HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Deer Grow.
Man, we've been using Deer Grow products for a long time. The Plot Start and Plot Boost, more recently Plot Till. Now we've got 3 new liquid fertilizers that have been put in the mix that will cover everything we could want for a food plot program.
It's huge, man. The more food plotting we do, it's like, man, the liquids just make sense. Like whether it's herbicides or the Plot Start and Plot Boost, and now the fertilizers getting mixed in. It's like, man, I can combine all of those in certain cases and do less passes for more results.
I mean, it's all about efficiency. I mean, like you said, less passes. If you're out there treating your beans with glyphosate in the summertime, you can mix in this fertilizer, do that all at once. You have the boost in there to help some metabolism. It's all about efficiency when we're talking about food plots. And really the big difference on these liquid fertilizers is you're bypassing some of these soil limitations, pH limitations, the soil type. In a lot of cases, we talk about dry fertilizers only being available for 17% of what you put down in the first year. These liquid fertilizers straight into the plant are 90% available in the first year. Huge difference in what you're going to see in growth.
It's huge. And so right now you can use code HUNTR15 for 15% off any of the Deer Grow products on their website. And as always,
better food plots, bigger deer. And we're back.
Hey-o.
HUNTR Podcast, episode 198. Nick's here, but he's out there.
Yeah,
he's here.
Little break.
Yeah, he's doing a little editing. We're starting to dabble in some of the old from the field stuff.
Oh, dude, I'm having a hard time today. Even like getting my. We'll get there. Give me a little bit. Get my mind straight. Back into reality from the past couple days.
Yeah, I just got back like 30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. From Kentucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you weren't at Ohio when you were getting those pictures of the dude.
No, we can talk about that, though.
Yeah, I want to hear about it. So, well, hey, wherever you're listening to us from, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or YouTube, those are the 3 places we have it. We appreciate you guys being here. Give us a like, follow, or subscribe, whatever's appropriate for the channel. One of those, I'm not sure what it is. We'll give you a notification whenever these episodes drop, but it's Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern every week.
190 something.
197 weeks in a row. That's right. Yeah. So, and if you've written us on the website or shot us an email or on Instagram DM. Those are the messages we try to check. I know we've missed a few, so apologize for that, but appreciate your patience for those, and thanks for being here, and here we go.
There we go. It is August 8th.
And we've got some in-studio guests with us today again.
Yeah, Colton and Tyler.
Colton and Tyler.
PA boys.
My gym buddy. Yeah, you guys can talk now. It's cool.
You're allowed to talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
Wait,
take it away.
Let's unmute you. Okay, yeah, you can talk now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colton,
welcome.
Yeah,
welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having us.
I'm not sure what marketability we offer.
Sure.
We're here.
Sure. Basically, what it came down to, I told Jeremy, I was like, this freaking dude Colton. I said, he's a talker, so we got to have him on. And then he's like, well, can I bring my buddy Tyler? I was like, yeah, dude.
Sure.
We got 4 mics. Let's rip.
Load them up. Yeah. No, it'll be perfect, man. It's for us, it's always like, we just want to get people on, have the same passion, and then who knows where we rabbit hole down.
Yeah, that's what I'm ready for it.
Well, so you guys are you're both PA. You live here too, right, Tyler? Mm-hmm. Not far from here. Also?
Yeah, I live in a mountain, so 15 minutes
down this way.
That way.
That's where
direct south.
Yeah, south.
This is from the way I'm oriented at the table. This is south. Yeah, south for me.
South. Yep.
So you live in the mountain, and you also hunt down there.
Yeah, born and raised.
Born and raised in the mountain.
Yes, sir.
This buck behind me, while I'm pointing back there, that's a PA mountain buck from the mountain down there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. We'll talk about that offline.
Mm-hmm. And you hunt the ANF a lot. That's what we talked about originally.
I would say since 2015, predominantly have been hunting the ANF.
Which is a hike,
whitetails.
because you're from around here, right?
I born and raised in central PA,
okay.
Probably 35 minutes north of Harrisburg.
Okay.
So I grew up hunting the Tuscarora mountain range.
Yep.
And then I came to college, went to Cal U. That's where I actually met Tyler.
Gotcha.
Graduated in 13 and never went back. So shortly after, other friends that I knew in college, that's how we kind of got paired up, and that's how I was introduced to the ANF, and no going back.
Yeah.
Tyler introduced you to the ANF? Or?
No, Tyler and I met in college, but other college friends.
Gotcha.
That Tyler's friends with as well.
Yeah.
His family and parents own a camp, and
and do you guys hunt together?
Who? Tyler and I?
You and Tyler?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Mostly around southwestern PA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Greene County on occasion, a lot around Washington County, which that's a little different style there.
Different.
But yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah. I mean, I think when you talk about hunting Tuscarora and stuff growing up, like, you know, when you come over here, you kind of have to go to A&F, or you could come down here on the mountain to get that similar feel, right? Those are really the two areas you've got for escape. Everything else in between looks a lot different.
Yes.
You know, and gets hammered, to be honest.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's cool. Well, so, you know, Tyler, you grew up on the mountain. You know, so Jared and I both grew up in Westmore.
You're not having
No,
one
I'm
of these,
clean still.
All right.
Well, I had wine with your parents, but that doesn't count.
That doesn't count. Jesus drank wine.
So Jared and I both grew up in Westmoreland County. All right, so that's our style was more suburban Pittsburgh, really. Like that's kind of how we grew up hunting and whatnot. So like, but I hunted like Indiana, Clearfield. So like, you know, old strip mine type ground mainly, but I would come down here to fish, right? So that was kind of like if I went north or went south for different reasons. But when I was in Penn State, that's when I started hunting more mountain type ground.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
To go around. So like that, I think, you know, at some point, you know, whether you're kind of born into it and that's what you know, or you kind of catch a bug because you get that first experience and then you're kind of married into it for your style of hunting. Not meaning that you can't, you know, like us go out to the Midwest and hunt, but
Sure.
you know, you have your go-to that you feel kind of more comfortable into.
Yeah, well, give us a rundown if you can. I mean, a little bit of background, like if people want to get to know you. So maybe go one at a time here. Like you kind of started with it originally, but if you want to restart, like where are you from originally? How did you get into hunting?
I apologize because I'm still coming off a cold, so you might have to work through some coughs and sneezes. But
tell us kind of where you've come from and where you're at now, like just with your hunting.
Okay, so born and raised in Newport, Pennsylvania. Diagonally, it's between Harrisburg and State College, probably about an hour and 15 minutes south of State College. And my mom's side of my family was born and raised in Huntington.
Yep.
So I grew up, and that's where I kind of fell in love with hunting and fishing, was up there. Every time I went to visit my grandparents, that's all I wanted to do. Take me to camp. Let me shoot guns. Let me do stuff outside. Grew up, you know, spending time on Racetown Lake. But my home, where with my parents, was situated between the confluence of the Juniata and the Susquehanna River too. So I don't know how familiar you are with that fishery, but it's
good.
pretty wild to catch smallies.
Yeah, giants.
Yep. So I grew up doing that in Perry County. I mean, there's a lot of jokes about it. Great place, but right now we finally have a red light in the county.
Wow.
So everybody
I've never heard a Perry County joke.
Yeah, everybody that you know.
So it's rural.
Yes, everyone you know, and I've grown up with hunts and fishes, no matter what. So it just runs
No
deep.
matter what.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I don't like it. Tough shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then I just kind of had a family farm. Didn't have to really leave my house to hunt. I'd walk out the back door. Had access to hundreds of acres, all private. My grandparents owned about 50-ish that I was the only one hunting. Apple trees, always tillable acres. You know, it was looking back at it. Yeah, it was like a golden nugget. That
is your grandparents' place?
Yeah,
yeah.
They've since passed, but yeah. So I didn't even.
You didn't realize it.
Yeah, I didn't even know what I had.
What happened with that farm? Did it get sold, or do you still hunt it?
Still can hunt it, but my grandparents, my parents didn't want it, so it did get sold to a select couple. And we're really, well, my parents and everything, they're very close to them, babysit their children, you know.
Yeah.
So it was selected that because it's a shared driveway too.
Gotcha.
So,
that's tough, man. You know, those are the kind of things you reflect back on, and it's like, it's kind of the same way. Like I hunted right outside my grandparents' house, and, you know, that's all I knew.
Yeah.
Right. And like, once you don't have that, then you reflect back and you're like, whoa, shit.
Yeah.
That was that was pretty cool to have. You
Yep.
know, and probably took it for granted.
Oh, for sure. And as I got older, I would say I continued to have success. Everyone would kind of make jokes, and they'd be like, man, Colton kills a buck every single year. And was it easier? Yeah, because the properties that bordered it were heavily posted and patrolled. It was all the tillable ground. Well, the whole property was secluded. Couldn't see anything from road. You know, I had no idea when I was 12 years old. But then I started having more success, like I was saying, and I wanted to hunt with high school friends. I wanted to travel a little bit, started hunting their properties, going to state property, getting my first taste of hunting state land around Perry County, obviously. Mm-hmm. And then going to school kind of pushed me out of the nest, per se. Was a whole different dynamic. Mm-hmm. Tuscarora Mountains are wildly different than southwestern PA. Deer density, wildly different. Yeah. There are some areas, I mean, Tyler has been to my house, and there's a landowner that is probably 2 miles from where I grew up. He owns 1,500-ish acres. Deer are his pets. Mm-hmm. Nobody hunts it. Only even a select few of his family members are allowed to hunt it. He goes so far that he'll grow sunflowers next to the road. So screens it. You can't spotlight it. But back in the day, everyone in the county used to come out there and spotlight deer. And within a mile or two stretch, it was nothing to see a couple hundred deer, half of which are buck, and every year there would at least be 2 or 3 that are 150 something. And as a kid, I mean,
back then
you couldn't stop going to
for.
Look at them. Yeah, it's like every night, it's like, I want to go see that thing.
Wow,
again.
That's crazy, man. Well, what brought you out here? What brought you to Cal U?
Selection of degree. Mm-hmm. So I was looking to pursue something in the outdoors, and I was like, well, I'll go get a wildlife biology degree. Mm-hmm. So I looked at a few different state colleges and selected Cal U. Yep. It was kind of because I had a desire to play baseball at the time, but once I got a little taste of it, it was a little different, I guess. Yeah. I always tell people it seemed like you joined the track team. Yeah. So it was a different wake-up call, plus I knew I wasn't going to the MLB, so it wasn't really.
So you did play, though, at Cal U?
For a little bit, yeah.
This dude's constantly injured. Like, I'll be at the gym, and he's like, this time it's my hamstring, or it's my, whatever. I'm like, you got to freaking take care of yourself. Well, you're only, 34?
33.
33? Freaking walks around like he's 62.
Honestly, though, I was never really like that.
Threw out my arm, twisted my wrist. He's like still working out, though.
Yeah. I was never injury prone. I think late 20s, 28, 29. It started catching up. Yep, started catching up. For sure.
In what way? You're like just pain? Just like
it's probably just all the sports stress from as we're kids. Like, it's still there.
Dude,
we're young.
Sports must be, because like I'm not like rubbing it in, but like I'm 31 and I've been seriously injured like in a lot of different ways. And I played sports up until I was like freshman in high school. It's kind of like where I stopped playing organized sports.
Sure.
And I feel great.
Yeah.
I'm missing a finger and I've got lots of scars, but there's nothing.
I got a fake nose and I'm missing a finger, but I feel pretty good overall.
Truthfully, if I were to do like maybe I just live with some of it. And
sure.
I've got Lyme disease too, but and maybe your reality is your reality. Like maybe I am in pain. I just don't know it. The only thing that I would say notably is like my right ankle clicks like pretty bad from like.
Hear that? Oh yeah.
So, because when I broke my growth plate on my dirt bike, I was like 15, younger. I was like 13. But that's from all the scars and all the damage. That's the only thing to this day that I'm like, it's caught up with me.
Yeah,
a little click in my ankle.
Honestly, and I don't even know if it is from sports. I played football, baseball, wrestled.
I think it is. Everybody I know that has ever played football is like, I've had 3 knee surgeries and it's been dislocated 7 times.
Yeah, I never tore a ligament. Mm-hmm. I broke my right thumb 3 times, pinky. I had a pretty bad back injury in wrestling, which that's a whole nother story. But other than that, really didn't get injured that much. But I'm telling you, once I hit late 20s,
So what are you
early
feeling?
30s.
What are you feeling? What's catching up with
Well,
you?
I partially tore my LCL not too long ago.
So you
rolling
did
around.
tear.
Yeah,
Recently you tore it.
That was a year ago.
How'd you do that?
Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I
Professionally.
then I proceeded to ski on it
Yeah, that
the
didn't
next
help.
morning for probably
Oh.
5-6 hours. And we took a break and I sat down and locked up. I'm like, I'm done, boys.
That's not
I am
good.
done. Yeah.
That's not good. That's tough, man. I mean, you know, if you're an active person, you're tough on the body.
Yeah.
You know, but you could be the other way too. You could be a completely sedentary person and fat and also be rough on your body.
True.
Yeah, no, he gets
Very
out.
true.
I still see him at the gym every once in a while.
Well,
Well, that's because you're not going to the same gym anymore. He's there
Yeah.
every day. You're
Yeah,
just
well,
not.
I was going there religiously for a long time, and he's
I actually told Tyler about that because I was like, sometimes I got to tell Jared, it's like, you come in here, you come in to actually lift. I'm coming in to exercise. I'm
Yeah.
of that age where just let me go
We're
through
the
the
same
motions.
age, bro.
Jared's always covered in sweat. It's like, nah, I just want to chit chat. Let me do a couple exercises. Let me chit chat.
when I see Colton at the gym, I know the workout's over.
I mean,
Yeah.
but you're,
There we go.
you're not like the most serious person in that gym, though.
If I can be in as at that gym, definitely.
Which at
Planet Fitness?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, there's nobody.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish I had video proof to show.
Wow.
You're trying to set the alarm off.
Well,
They don't do it there anymore. Yeah,
I just
they left
because
that behind.
You're I don't know. Like some of these gyms, and maybe it's like, you know, at Crunch or something else. But like, I mean, these dudes walk in just straight meatheading and like ready to.
I'm
just,
definitely not the biggest dude at Crunch.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's a couple
but
meatheads
like,
in there.
You know, you'll be on the stair stepper with your Kuyu pack for probably
Nobody else
30
does
minutes.
that.
You know?
Nobody else does that.
So it's not like you're just sitting there pumping iron the whole time.
I think people are just you have to have like a pack and you have to have bought the thing. So it's like kind of a weird thought process to get you to that point.
Yeah.
But there's people in there, I mean, working hard. At Crunch,
yeah.
they have a thing. It's a stepper, and it's got a thing that hooks onto you, so it gives you some resistance,
Interesting.
like a band.
yeah.
You know, it's
On a stepper.
yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen
Kind
that.
of gives you, you're just your resistance as you're trying to
Yeah.
lunge forward.
Like hooks to a little belt. Dude, Crunch has got some interesting stuff. I've been trying to open my horizons to different machines and stuff. There's one. You ever see the hip thruster one? It's like you sit in it, you put your
I
back.
don't think that's how it works.
I told you.
Oh no! I watched a lot of people
the
before I
machine
decided.
might let you do that.
I
But I
just-
don't think that's what it's for.
It's nice. Imagine you're basically like in a crab position, or you're leaning back, and then there's a belt that goes over it, and then the objective is it's thrust, like a hip thruster machine.
Interesting. Instead
For
of
glutes,
using
I
your
think.
traditional
Yeah, glutes and
bar.
abduct. Probably
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what it would be in lieu of.
Yeah.
Yeah, glutes and
Yeah.
abductor type stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. They're short on a few pieces of equipment, like
So many bad visuals from people just seeing Jared thrust and like.
Oh, dude,
yeah.
I'm far from the last person you want to see doing that machine. I've seen a few that I'm like, you don't need to be. You don't need to be on that
Listen,
machine.
You're not going to put that to use.
I
Let
know
me
it
just
looks
tell you right
exciting,
now.
but yeah. You're on the wrong side of it, the wrong spectrum.
Oh shit.
But yeah. Anyways, so that's why I haven't seen you lately. I've been at the Crunch, same distance. Well, and honestly, I replaced there's the Planet Fitness in West Mifflin that I was going to when I'm down that way.
That seems sketchy.
Yeah, it's
Sketchier than
no, West
Uniontown?
Miflin's not too bad. Uniontown's fine.
Yeah.
honestly. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
The one by the sheets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, across from Sheets.
Yeah. I've never
By-
been.
it's
But
right
by
there.
the by the
Yeah.
giant eagle. By
right
the
there.
eagle.
yeah.
Right down there. But yeah. Well, anyways, what we were talking about as you're progressing through like the properties that you were in, you hunted your grandma's place. It got sold at
Yeah.
a certain point.
You came here.
Yep. Came to college.
Feel free to
The-
interject too, Tyler. I mean to be
Yeah. The
like
biggest.
interviewing him.
I guess the biggest.
Correct him. I'm sure he's gonna have to.
The biggest difference that I instantly noticed when I moved out here for college was the deer density and even the turkey population, because I love turkey hunting. And
It's pretty wild.
Especially in 2009 through probably like 15, I swear it was a lot better than it seems like it went through a little dive there for a couple years, and now it's starting to pick back up, but no exaggeration at all. I would tell my hometown buddies and my dad, I'm like, you have to come out and experience this. it's going to sound like I'm lying, but I'm not. I said there's certain farms that only have for a 200-acre piece of property, it might have 15 acres of woods, and there's half a dozen longbeards in each little patch.
Yeah.
And I said it's like the wave. One will gobble here, and it'll just go through the whole.
I think that's why Jared and I are a little bit numb to it, because like we grew up in this, and like this is what we. So like when we go somewhere and people are like, yeah, you know, like even in the Midwest, it's like turkey populations are like decimated out there, and they're like, oh man, we saw strutters out in the field. I'm like, yeah, so like they're all over the place. Like any morning from March 1st to May 31st, past like every field, I'm like, there's 5, there's 4, there's 2. Like they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're looking for a comment from me.
I was looking for an affirmation.
Like, that's why you're No, we definitely see a lot of turkey. I mean, my whole growing up on the school bus and stuff, and just like in the mornings, we would see a lot of birds always.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess I don't know. I wouldn't say that's why.
Did you hunt turkeys?
I'm numb to it, but yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, we hunted some turkeys.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just we've had that discussion. I think
it's a lot, and I understand.
It's cool, you know. I don't know. I get
it.
It's fine. I'm glad that people like it, and it's fine, and it is cool. I've had exciting hunts and stuff. It's just I don't know. At a certain point, you just you know what you like,
sure,
and you go that way.
Sure,
it's just what you do.
Have
you decided yet? Oh,
so, I've told several of my close friends. I used to be. If you asked me, I would have picked turkey hunting hands down every single time.
Wow.
And maybe it's because of me growing up, in deer hunting to me was almost similar
Pretty easy.
Yeah, it was easy.
Yeah.
Turkey hunting was not that case in Perry County, and the tradition runs really, really deep. The Rom brothers are there. They used to make
Terry.
Yep. So it was just embedded in me, and then once I got to come out, embedded. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
It could have been embedded in you, but we'll keep that for another
embedded was what Jeremy got on his camera.
Edit that out, please.
Yeah.
But when I came out here, it was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. The numbers are just so vast. It's so much more fun. You could just move from property to property, get on bird, strike them, work them, and success rate obviously went through the roof. So I really enjoyed it.
You don't have to choose, by the way. I'm not going to force you into one box or another.
After what I'm getting at is after I shot the buck last year, my perspective changed a little bit. That was the biggest buck I've ever killed.
Why don't you pull up a picture? He shot a giant up in the A&F last year.
Yeah, it's the first one ever. Depending on, I guess, who tapes it, and it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest.
It does.
We could have that conversation for sure.
It's the only thing that matters.
My buddy and I taped it, and it was 149 3/8. And then for the buck pool, and you'll see why we scored it a little differently, because it's one side. If you laid it down, it's almost backwards. It's pretty unique. So
like a big flyer type back.
Kind of. You'll see. And for the buck pool, I didn't want to have any influence on the person that was scoring it. I said, you do what you, and he even asked, he's like, hey, what do you think? I said, I'm not wanting to influence at all, because I want you to be comfortable and be able to defend your decision in case something happens. So it came back 146 and a couple 8s. So realistically, mid-upper 140s for public land.
You had them at 149. They got them at 146.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
Did you figure out where the discrepancy was at?
I would say
you measure outside spread.
Circumference, and here, let me show you the picture.
All right.
Okay, while you're digging that up, because we're gonna go into more A&F stuff as well.
Okay.
Tyler, let's jump on your background. So we say the mountain just because we're trying to be general, but we'll call it the southern part of Southwest Pennsylvania.
Right. So outside of Ohio State Park, everyone knows.
Yep.
Largest
Everyone
state park
knows.
in the state. Yeah.
Yep.
A little different from Colton. I didn't have a family farm or like a camp or anything. It was just my dad and I. And then I had an uncle and a cousin that would come in during the rifle season and hunt with them. And there's I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years old. Like I was ready to go.
Yeah.
I think the best thing for me, and you guys have talked about this, having to wait until I was 12 just started that fire.
I mean, it ate you up.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would, we would get Mondays off, right? So I would sit in the house with TV off and just like listen for shots. I'm like, oh, there's one. Was that close enough? Was that dad or my uncle or whatever?
You can move to the right and see some other ones, but
that's awesome, dude.
The adrenaline hit me. I'm sorry, Tyler.
You're good. You're good.
The adrenaline hit me so hard that I had to turn around in my tree stand, put my hand against it, and I dry heaved after I aired that.
You
deer.
called me right after you
Yes.
shot him, like losing your mind.
Yes.
How old do you think that deer was?
So
11 and a half.
yeah,
11.3.
I have him on trail camera. And we can get into
Let's come
this.
back to it.
Let's go back.
Let's come back.
No,
to
you're
it.
good. Go
That's
ahead.
awesome. No.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Let's keep down this path.
Yeah.
We're going to dive into A&F and all that stuff, and it's going to just...
We're going to get to know you, because I know this guy.
Tyler
He's
has
funny.
tons of success stories as well.
So, Tyler, when you grew up when you had those hunting experience, your dad, your uncle going out, was that all up here on the mountain?
Yeah,
like
so everything,
local hunting?
Yeah, the only time I ever got off the mountain was when he pulled me off the mountain in college. Everything else has been on the mountain
Wow.
for me. And then we went, West Virginia was the first time I'd hunt out of state last year.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the time, didn't have the opportunity to do it.
Yep.
But no, I was ready to go at like 8, 9 years old. And my parents bought me, I can remember getting it for my birthday. It was like a little Brave bow from Walmart with like the white fiberglass arrows. And my dad would stick me in the front yard with, he had an old sweeper box, like a Eureka sweeper box. He's like, aim at the letters and try and hit one. I'd hit the box half the time.
All night,
Yeah, and then I'd hit a letter that I thought I was aiming at, and I'd go up and tell him. He'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, good job, buddy. There's writing all over the box. I'm sure you hit that. But thankfully, I think he saw how obsessed I was with it at a young age, because he was, and I don't want this to sound wrong, I love my dad, but he was your traditional Pennsylvania gun hunter. He had the black and red plaid wool with the sewn on orange on it. And I think for
That
him,
doesn't sound wrong at all. That's the kind of dad you want.
yeah,
That's a Fox News dad.
No, but he was. We were a single income family. I think hunting for him was just the opportunity to go sit in the woods and take a deep breath.
Yeah,
go sit on a log, and what if you kill one?
You did. Yeah,
if
kill
you
one.
don't, whatever. It's relaxing for him. But he saw how much I loved it, and then he bought a bow a couple years, like when I was 10, and that gave me the opportunity, because he realized I was only going to get to hunt 3 days a year.
Right.
The first day and 2 Saturdays, that was it.
That was it.
So with archery season being 6 weeks, we had the opportunity to go out. He would get home from work early, and he would take me. And then it
Did
exploded
that
from
light
there.
in him a little bit? Like, did he enjoy bow hunting as well?
He still gun hunted with the bow.
Yeah.
He would put me somewhere,
Same
and he would
style.
just go walk around.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
And then they bought me a climber when I was 12, and that was the end of it. I
That
took
was it.
off. I still have it. Yeah, it was an old API Grand Slam bow hunter. Still got it.
Great stand.
And he would put me up in a tree, and he probably hurt me more than he'd help me, because he put me in a tree, and then he'd walk around a little bit, and I would see deer, and then he'd come back on the other.
I'm going to push him to you.
Yeah, that's what it was. But it was for
I'm
me.
up
it was,
around here.
My dad really loved doing that as
Yeah,
well.
Oh, yeah.
And it's I mean, it's great memories. Like, I'll always cherish them. But once I could drive, that was the game changer for me. I shot my first buck when I was 17 with the bow.
Drive a vehicle or
And
drive
then-
deer?
Drive a vehicle.
Okay.
He was driving deer
Once I
probably
was-
like 8 years old.
When I started
dude.
driving, it changed everything.
Some of the experiences I had as a kid, we hunted a farm right by my parents' house, and my dad would be afraid to take me. First, there was this group of guys that would come, and it didn't matter, posted, not posted. There's 30 of them, they're going. And I could remember the first day of the first year that I went out, I shot a doe in the morning. That was the first year that we could shoot buck and doe
Yeah,
concurrently, in 2000. And we went back out in the afternoon, and these guys got this, I think it was a spike or a 6-point. It was running across the field. We were on the inside of the wood line, and you could hear the bullets cracking over your head. It was wild stuff.
just wailing.
Yeah. And then I took off from there. I got into, I had a neighbor that moved in later on when I was like 14, 15, and my dad had taken me to shoot 3D, and I really fell in love with it. And then we used to go to a place, and I don't know if you guys have been to Somerset, to the outlets. The place that used to be called Colonial Outdoors.
Oh, yeah.
They had an indoor range. He went to that, loved it. Then a neighbor moved in. He saw me out shooting and said, hey, he was into IBO. And then he got me into IBO, and then I just took off with archery from there.
Very cool, man.
I didn't do real well. I could shoot well locally, but once I got into like a national level, my brain would just implode on itself. When I would start writing scores down, I just didn't have the game mentally to
There's
do
a
it.
ton of really good shooters. I mean, obviously Levi is on the mountain, right? Ryan Fuhrer was a A really good shooter.
I worked at his shop. Well, I say worked. I was probably just a huge inconvenience to him, but I worked
at Ryan's shop.
I worked at Ryan's shop when I was in high school. Yeah, he was a big help to me.
Yeah, and I know Ryan, he's like chasing that back. Like he misses that stuff a lot. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird because I think we talked about this maybe it wasn't with Cody. I can't remember who it was. Jacob, I think. We kind of went through like narrowing down like these changes in hunting, particularly since like early 90s, right? Like let's say like early 90s, which I started hunting. 94 would have been the first year I hunted. I was 12. Everybody was a gun hunter basically, right? There were some people that bow hunted, but they were like you didn't even talk to them. Like, they were, so like, I remember watching like I would sit on like bleachers and like, from this high school and watch my dad like sitting over bean fields and stuff while he was bow hunting when I couldn't hunt. But the majority of everybody was gun hunters. Like everybody was just a deer hunter. And then somewhere around that 2000 to 2004, 5 time period, it switched. Like all of a sudden, like there was a ton of people that started to bow hunt, and bow hunting started to become more popular, and people started to think about killing bigger bucks. And especially in Pennsylvania, for the first time ever, people were like, you had to pass deer because of antler restrictions, right? So all these changes happen, and it's really kind of changed the trajectory of like where hunting has gone in this state. But I think even you could make that assumption for most of the country at this point.
Yeah.
How people feel about, age of deer or score of deer or whatever. And I think there's some really good things that come with that. I think there's also some really bad things that come with that. And particularly from like a camaraderie standpoint and how deer hunting used to be to a local community, it's nowhere close to what that is, in today. So anyways, not to interrupt you, but,
you're good.
But I think that's really cool. So you got into bow hunting at that point, can drive, you take off, you meet this dude in college, right? So you're Cayuse, so you're not far, like an hour and change from your house?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
Straight up 43.
Yeah, straight up 43.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
So not far from home, meet this dude from Central PA. He's all like, there's turkeys everywhere, and you're like, okay, dude.
Pretty much, yeah.
And deer, though. I was like, you have to come out here.
Yeah.
I said, we'll sit for 40 minutes and see 20, 30 deer. And it was on a good evening.
Yeah.
It was true.
It's crazy.
Sometimes it was true.
Yeah.
Most of your stories, I put an asterisk by it. I'm like, all right, this is going to be almost this good, right?
So when you guys started hunting in college, where were you going? Was he coming back here with you? Were you guys hunting up towards Cal?
You had spots at Cal that we would hunt.
I just door knocked.
Yeah.
Because I had no choice.
Yep.
I was taken out of my element. I became
the salesman.
Too poor to travel home every time. So I'm like, I'm gonna have to go find new spots. And public, there wasn't any.
There's not a lot.
No, not close. And I just didn't have the equipment to really do. I had a car, and I potentially figured it out? Yes, but it was obviously easier to just go knock on doors, drive around, and find some farms. And I still hunt the farms that I got permission in 2009.
Yep.
Jared, you know him. You know how easy it is for him to talk to someone. You know the access he can get.
Yeah, I gotta believe I'd probably let you on. Yeah, he's a talker.
He comes up with a gimpy knee. He's like, it's been a rough one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of public land down around Ohio Pile, right? I mean,
right. Yeah.
Tons.
So I hopped onto that. I didn't do when it was the trendy thing to do. I kind of got forced onto it. I had one farm that I sold, and then I still hunt 2 of the primary parcels I've shot most of my deer on when I was 12. But one of those got leased, so I got really shrunk down to not a whole lot. Plus, I got to a point where, like, my soul wanted the adventure. I wanted to get away from, like, because the parcels were small. There's some houses around. You're listening to dogs barking, and leaf blowers primarily would drive you nuts. And I want to get 3 miles in.
Yeah, I want to get away.
That was the main thing was leaf blowers.
Honestly, have you ever hunted around areas that have leaf people? I mean,
I don't know.
It's not good.
8:30
I know what they
morning.
sound like. I have a leaf blower. Yeah.
But I mean, think of it. 8:30 in the morning. It's like when they go off at right before dark. You're like, wow, that thing was fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Right. So
That's
I
exactly
just wanted to
what it
get away, and I felt like I also got capped on those properties in my ability to learn.
How big were they? Like parcels?
So the 2 main parcels, one was 90 acres, and then the other 2, which were one was the family farm, and then a sibling of that family bought the adjoining parcel. So together they were like another 100 acres. So 200 acres. And then the one farm that just sold was 460, and the one next to it was 220. But those ones, I shared all of them with people. I didn't get any of them for myself. Yeah. But I just wanted to get away. I wanted to get into the woods and get in really into the mountains instead of hunting what I felt like was my backyard.
Well, and yeah, unlike Cal, you like plethora, like up here between Game Lanes 51 and the state forest. Like, I mean, go, man. Like, you can roam for a long time up here.
Yeah. I get that feeling too of like, you know, public, especially that much of it, is kind of like open ocean. And there's probably, around here anywhere, there's probably not that big of a difference between some of the smaller privates, like, you know, 100 or less acreage, and the public when you consider how much there is to go and roam. So I can understand the feeling of just being like, oh, you know, I'm hunting this private, it's cool, I'm killing deer here, but like, I assume nothing like world class. Like, there's probably these bucks are on public too, and there's, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres that I could go and explore and reintroduce like that adventure element to it.
Yeah, we can talk about this deer. We'll appreciate it. In 2016, I got to hunt, and it was awesome to hunt him on property I grew up on. He would have been, if he wouldn't have broken himself off, he would have been probably low 170s as a gross. He would have netted close to 170. I killed him the first Friday of the firearm season. He was 164 and 5/8. And like after I like
big deer,
I was like, that was like my goal was I want to kill a giant in Pennsylvania. You know, because you hear it, and it's not right to hear it, but you hear it. Where'd you kill that 160? Kansas. When people are like, oh, you know, not to discredit it, but when you say the state, people look at it.
Yeah, they
like,
they immediately put it in check with what's the common theme out there.
Right. So when you say 170 in Pennsylvania, you're like, yeah. So after I killed that deer, like my whole mentality of what I wanted to hunt and how I wanted to hunt.
You did kill it?
Yeah, I killed it.
And what did he ended up going what?
164 and 5/8.
And he was broke off.
Yeah, he broke off his right. Well, I got a picture. He broke off his right brow tine, both brow tines, one full, one half, and then he broke off his left G5.
Wow. And you killed him on one of those farms you had permission on?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a mega.
Were you like managing the property at all? Were you guys doing food plots, or you just were hunting it for what it was?
So the one, he lived on the 90-acre piece and the 100-acre piece. They were adjacent. He lived on both of them during the rut. And then late season, what helped me was the 90-acre piece they planted agriculture on it the year prior. And it had standing corn on it until Thanksgiving. And then they cut it. So he lived there late season. He wasn't there any other time. But I put in like a half-acre plot on one of the small parcels because I found where I thought he would bed, like a general area. And I wanted a reason for him to get up out of that bed and walk west. So that's what I put this plot in for him. Out of a north-northwest wind, he would bed on that east side of that ridge above this ditch. And it worked. The second sit I did for him, he came up, and I looked at my watch, and the last minute of daylight was like 6:50. It was legal shooting time. It ended. I looked at my watch, and it said 6:50. I looked up, and he stepped out of the goldenrod and into that food plot, and I was like, son of a bitch. So I watched him, and he came, and he was 12 yards, and I mean, you could have shot him. It was in the field, like it was clearly the opportunity was there.
There's the bend roll opportunity.
Yeah, but I knew because like sitting here, if I would have shot him, I'm sitting here lying to you about it. Like I didn't kill that deer legally.
That's hard.
So I let him go and hunted him the rest of the season. I saw him a bunch more times. I had him 23 yards the middle of the first week of November, and it was like 8 minutes before legal. He walked past me in the morning. It was cool. I wrote an article about it. It's in Pennsylvania Game News. I think they published it in their 2017.
Dang, that's awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
it was that was like a whole that like changed my entire.
That was 2016.
Yeah, I killed him in 16.
I killed that one in 17 up there. That was 162.
There was 170 up there that year, or was it the following year?
No, it was 2 years. Because then the following year is when we killed that one on the mountain. And then 2 years later, actually it was 2 years in a row, I hunted a 170 up there.
There's bears up there. There's one right.
Was it the one that was controversial?
Which one?
Wasn't there one that was shot up there that
there was
potentially someone hit it with a bow and didn't find it till the first day of gun season? Or
I don't know.
Damn, dude,
Jeremy
that is a freaking beautiful deer.
If it had any mass to it at all,
know.
He only had 3 measurements over 4 inches, and I think they were all like 4 1/8.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. Yeah, with that kind of time length.
4 of them are over 12.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how old he is?
4.5. He went from, I passed him as a 2-year-old, he was like 100 inches. And then as a 3-year-old, he did that big blow up where he went from like 100 to like I have a picture of like low 140s, maybe close to 150.
Wow.
And then he went to that the next year. And he was so visible, I don't even know how he lived.
Yeah, isn't that
as long as
crazy?
he did, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Back on that controversial, I know which one you're talking about, and it was the year that I was hunting a deer. I'll find a picture of him. He was probably 70, 72, something like that. And I don't ever know. There's a chance the landowner shot him like the second Saturday of rifle. He said that, and he's a good shot. Basically, a doe came running by, took a crack at that, thought he missed, but wasn't sure. Then a buck came over, was pushing her, took a crack at him, couldn't find blood, and he was in the area where that deer, and I never saw that deer again. But I also, I kind of roamed that area a lot, and I never did find him dead. So, you don't know, but I heard of one. I never saw the pictures of it, so I never knew which deer it was.
I have some pictures. I'm just curious if it's the same
Was
one.
he pretty typical?
No.
Okay, then it's not that deer. I hunted. Actually, you know what? There were two booners. Remember the one that that the other guy killed that I was hunting early season?
I think that's the one I'm talking about.
That's the one you're talking about? I'll find some pictures. But the reality is, and maybe this is where our conversation goes, is like, that area, A&F, are areas that commonly people thought were where small deer were, right? Because it's mountain ground. There's not really any ag. They're eating acorns and ferns and but you start to get some age on these deer, and it's like there's some megas in there for sure.
Oh yeah,
like absolute studs.
Well, dude, there are times where I'm kind of like, what am I doing? Like, I know they're down there. You know what I mean? It's just,
it's not easy to find them is the first part.
Yeah, well, it's just, you kind of just like, what, I don't know if there's a phrase, but you eat the plate that's in front of you or whatever. You're like, this is the opportunity. So, but it's here. It's kind of like, there's been times, well, this year, I mean, whether we're going to make it up or not, I know we're going to try, but Johnny wants us to come hunt the first opening weekend in Ohio or in Pennsylvania in the A&F.
Yep.
Johnny Stewart.
Okay.
He's like, come up. He's like, dude, I got some tied down. And we're like, and we're, admittedly, like we're spoiled because it's like, well, are we going to be in Ohio or Iowa or Illinois or Pennsylvania for that weekend? Because come season, dude, time's precious.
Understood.
And honestly, if we were going to go do that, it would be purely out of wanting to spend time with those guys, and maybe we kill something. And the HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt.
What can we say, man? Another year back with Hoyt. We're both shooting RX8s. I'm shooting 70 pounds in the bourbon, which I love bourbon.
It's great.
And you're shooting 80 pounds in the straight black.
Blacked out as always, man. I got so I'm shooting the 500 grain Easton Arrow this year. And at 80 pounds, I'm flinging that thing at like 300 feet per second. I mean, it's deadly. Put a water buffalo in front of me and he's done.
I mean, we shot it earlier. You literally put an arrow through a brand new target, like never been shot before.
I know. So one other thing that Hoyt is doing this year is they're making all their own strings in-house. And so the quality is top notch, and it just really is something that is setting them apart from their competitors.
Well, what we always try to do when we go to our bow shop, Ultimate Outdoors, is we try to shoot other bows just to make sure that we are really giving everybody a fair chance.
Sure.
The reality is it's a no-brainer. Hoyt, it stands above all of them every single time.
Definitely. And so right now you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, for 20% off any apparel on the Hoyt website. And as always,
get serious, get Hoyt.
Dude, what are you doing?
Huh?
Why don't you have more cameras running down there?
Because I've got kids now.
Yeah, they'll go with you.
No, it's a different type.
I mean, I know what's going on, like with the farm.
I'm done with that. I'm out. I've pulled myself out of that situation.
Did you effectively?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just done. And that's where I've killed a lot of these deer up on the mountain. Was big property. It was like a trade-off of like, I'll help out with food plots and I'll put cameras out, which they didn't really do in exchange to hunt there. And at first it was just me and the landowner for bow season. Once gun season happened, the camaraderie aspect, bunch of guys, whatever, which is fine. I didn't care. And so, the first year I hunted it, I killed that deer, which I thought I might get my ass kicked off after that, right? You like walk straight in and then you kill that deer, and then it's like, and then the next year the landowner killed a big one, and then I killed that one on the mountain. That was a deer I actually passed that deer the year before, and he was bigger than that. He dropped a lot, but that deer was ancient. He was like, his head's up there. That deer was a freaking mountain monster. But it got slowly but surely, as a lot of the guys, especially the gun hunters, aged and crossbows were introduced, they all started to want to archery hunt. And so what was like, hey, we've got 3 or 4 4-year-old plus bucks, quickly was like, we have 1, we have none, and honestly, a lot of it was the way that I was setting up food plots and stuff. These guys were getting super successful in gun season. They were killing 5-6 bucks in gun season. Most of those were great PA deer, but 3-year-olds, so all of the deer that could have made it through to be our 4-year-olds to hunt next year were done.
Yeah, $5-6 you're killing a year class or 2.
Yes. Yeah. So frankly, the last 2 years, I mean, I turkey hunted up there with the kids, but other than that, I haven't deer hunted that property in, I think, 3 years now. And pulled back, and I've got a small 28-acre piece that I hunt with the kids up here, and I've hunted it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm teetering on it this year. I probably will.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? What keeps us out of there? I mean, I'm sure it's opportunity elsewhere, but it's like...
Well, I mean, unlike, I know Colton's talking about generally in this area, like the deer densities are lower up there for sure.
Yeah.
And, even though there is a lot of that public gets pounded.
Do you find that, Tyler? I mean, are you still hunting around there? Yeah, there's a lot of guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's you can get away. Archery season, I've been really fortunate in the 5 years now. I haven't had maybe one person mess up a hunt. Firearm season's like the Wild West.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I mean,
it's toast.
That's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more pressure. I mean, I've shared. That's why I got away from some of the farmers. You start seeing share with more and more people, and it's at that point, you might as well just go out public and have a way to get away from it instead of being trapped on 200 acres.
So I think it comes down to, like, if you're archery hunting, you're in good shape. You still got to work at it, and then it's because it's Pennsylvania, it's also figuring out, like, what's your goal, right? Like, if you want to go up there and find a 3-year-old, it's still going to be a little bit of a challenge, but you're going to find one, right? And if that's what you want to hunt, there you go, right? But if you want to find a 4 or 5-year-old buck, I mean, that deer's been trained up there pretty good. He knows where to be, and, you're going to have to venture into some spaces that either consistently you could kill deer out of, and you have killed deer out of, or you're going to have to venture in places that nobody's been into.
Man, they're just such different animals too. Like maybe it's like I'm taking the easy way out, but it's genuinely what I prefer for the time being. But like in ag country, which is predominantly where I hunt, my family farm in Ohio is ag country. Our farm in Illinois is ag country. Where we hunt in Kansas is, well, I mean, we hunt public out there and stuff, but I wouldn't call it big woods by any means. It's river bottom timber corridors and stuff. So like, I would say I'm most comfortable in those types of formats. Literally, I was kind of like chuckling to myself the other day. I was driving the tractor at my family farm in Ohio. I was like, there's 160. He's right there right now. I was driving down the road. I was like, he's right in there. We found Lebrowski back. Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
I think he's 8.
Yeah.
8 or 9. Like, just ancient. He might score 120. He's like, he never really amounted. At his biggest, he was like 140, maybe like an 8-point. And he's like 120-inch 6-point now. Just like gross. Just wide. Super heavy. Like, their antlers almost change color in velvet. You can just look at his antler color and be like, that's an ancient deer. That's, that's an old deer. But he was right there. I was like, he's laying right in there right now. There's a really good deer I know of, probably pushing 180 right now. I was like, he's just laying right there.
That's the difference, right?
That's
there.
what I'm saying. Like, and I just feel like, not that it's easy to kill them by any means. Like, it's kind of like a fly fishing approach where it's like, where they're at. Can you get behind the rock and cast it in there? Whereas big woods, it's just, it is similar in certain ways. Like, if you understand what's there enough, like, you can't see it from a topo necessarily, but if some contours, some LiDAR type stuff, you can, here's the terrain features that are going to allow for that.
It's still finding them.
Like, I guess it does turn a lot of big woods into like fairly finite areas as well, but it's just
probably spend more time in ag country hunting those deer because you're like, they're there. I just gotta. It's a chess match. I just gotta figure. I'd say in the big woods, you spend more time finding the deer.
Yeah.
Then it's like then the hunt starts, right? So and especially from a seasonality standpoint, like right now, if you go find a buck up there, like there was one spot every year I would have a giant in velvet on camera, but by the time the season came, gone.
Yeah.
Like just vanish, right? And so, you know, and even with satellite cameras around there covering like hundreds of acres,
dude,
he's not there.
It's kind of a mad dash. Like September is fairly stressful for me. It's awesome. It's my favorite month probably out of the entire year, but it is kind of like, okay, I learned so much, and it's like I would say right now, it's like I know almost every deer that I'll have to hunt on the home farm in Ohio. Where will they be in October? It's like some of them I have an idea because I have history with them from years past and stuff, but it's going to definitely change from where it is now. Mainly the food sources too, because they're all on green beans and alfalfa right now, basically. Those, it's kind of like it's like a countdown, or it's like is it still going to be green enough? Are they still going to be on that? Or is it, and it's right around the time where it changes into season, where it's like, is that going to be a viable thing? Or am I going to have to like, there's just so much, there's so many changes happening that it's like, it's hard to know where to be opening day. I couldn't tell you right now. I couldn't tell you if I'm going to be hunting that bean field, if there's still going to be like a green patch in there. If so, then yes, that's where I'll be.
And it's funny because those changes are very impactful to your success.
Oh, it changes everything.
Versus when you hunt big woods, this ridge looks like that ridge, looks like that ridge. They may not be there, and it's identical.
Yeah.
Same food source, same habitat type, amount of edge, water, whatever, seclusion.
Yeah, just a preference.
It's,
Well, here, you'll get a kick out of this. I'll give you like an anecdotal. So we hunted with Shirk 2 years ago, Steve Shirk.
Yep.
And for those wondering, like it's not like a hand holding, like, hey, I'm going to take you out here.
Sure.
Thing. It's like a, hey, I have pictures of this buck. He's like in this general area. Cool. You've got your stand. Go, figure him out. I've got a camera on a scrape there. He's been there. And so we went in and I basically hunted right over the scrape. I was like, this is probably the best spot that I could find in the short distance that I walked here. After that didn't pan out the first night, I got down and walked. I don't know what the mileage was.
5 or 6 miles.
5 to 6 miles or something. Like big giant loop through the whole day. And like what I'm used to is like, well, you're gonna find something. You're gonna find something better. I walked that entire distance and I was like, I didn't find anything. I didn't find anything notable. I was like, I just ended up back at the exact same spot. I was like, I guess this is it. It's this or nothing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough, man. Yeah. I mean, I did that same thing. I think I got down in the morning and I was like, all right, I'm going to walk. I didn't see anything. Walked this huge loop, saw a few deer and got in and pulled, I found a camera of Shirk's, checked it. And I had a great buck on there. And I'm like, okay, like he's in this area. And so I'm looking at my map and I'm like, I'm going to cut down through here. I'm going to go, get the rest of my stuff. And I'm going to come in and sit this tonight. And I get to the edge and it's a clear cut, which was not on my map, of course. And I took like 2 steps and he was down there with a bunch of does and they just, pushed off and it's like, shit.
Yep.
And
it's like, maybe bump and dump it, but that time I'm just frazzled and I'm sweating like crazy and I'm just like, this sucks, So, but yeah, it is that similar thing. I do think, and it is, Cole, maybe this is tying into what you were kind of saying. I think in those big woods, minus like the major shifts of like summer into fall and stuff, like the majority of bow season in Pennsylvania, at least, and kind of look at that across, the rest of the whitetail space with this, but it's pretty consistent. Like you might have some new deer show up during, that end of pre-rut, right before rut, chase time. But like the deer just kind of, they're there. Like acorns start falling, they're browsing on the same stuff. Like until gun pressure really comes in, like it's a fairly consistent time frame if you get on them.
I agree with that.
I don't.
The one,
I'm saying in big woods.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the big difference, well, I guess it's not a difference, but something that I've picked up and realized through the years, because we used to, when I started, one of my best friends, he grew up there, his grandparents grew up there, and him and my other buddy I hunt with all the time, they've been hunting it since kids. And they have a lot of knowledge on it. Some of it is as a kid, so we're walking around doing stuff that we wouldn't do now.
Yeah.
But in 15, 16, 17, I would say we would go up there and hang cameras middle of the summer, June, July, get velvet bucks, watch them grow. It was awesome. But what we've learned is it has not helped us one bit. Those deer are not in those areas. They may be in the same 2-mile radius, or if it's a big drainage, like there's a stream that runs down for a couple miles, they may still be in there, but the likelihood of them being there when it's mid-October, like first cold snap, when they start hitting scrapes up there, they're
gone.
So now we'll hang cameras September, August, September.
Yep.
And to be totally honest, sometimes we wait. I haven't hung a single one yet. I'll probably wait until I go in. I don't hang a ton of presets, but I'll hang a couple, even if they're just observation stands. You have to wait till it's 2 weeks prior to season.
Yeah.
And I'll go up and hang my cameras because it doesn't do me any good. Though all those deer will roll in
right around
beginning of October, mid-October. When it cold snaps, they'll show up. And they'll stay there.
I think one of the things that makes it more challenging than ag country is a defined food source.
Yeah.
Like it changes more rapidly than in ag country. Like in ag, it's ag. It's like, hey, the beans are green, they're on beans. There's acorns to account for, and that's really challenging. It's one of the more challenging aspects of it. But it's like, other than that, it's like, what food plot are they hitting? Where's the destination? Is there a standing cornfield or whatever it is? Where I've struggled stepping into big woods is I'm like, okay, so you're trying to connect dots. You're on, okay, here's bedding. We can figure that out, sometimes. And where are they going? And you're like, I don't know. Like there's some oaks dropping over here. There's some locust pods that, in a given time of year. There's just a clear cut here. And maybe guys that are more versed or have spent more time in the big, I'm sure they would be. They're like, here's where they're going to be. Here's where they're going. That's where I struggled with it.
Sure. If you'd use the KISS method, from what
you got a method?
Well, keep it stupid simple.
Okay.
Simple, stupid.
Simple, stupid. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. It's just double S.
Yeah. I would say it's easier to figure out what the doe in that area are doing and where they like to stay, because they don't seem to travel as much, and just
park on them.
Yep. And
Shirk's method is that he finds those doe groups, mid to late
easy.
October.
My does don't move either,
and then
they're there.
Yep.
But I mean, I think
I've never. Well, for whatever reason, I haven't employed the strategy. I've never been like a hunt the does kind of a guy. I'll hunt bedding areas.
I think that might be because you have too many does.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hunt the does.
That could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
You think so?
I don't know. I mean,
you're hunting doe groups.
Yeah, and there's not many. It's probably 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And then maybe
maybe
they converge and they're in a 500-acre clear cut that's multi-generational. And those buck like those edges. And then you mix it with topography. They know those doe are in there.
Yeah.
Feeding on the edges, inside the cuts, because they leave big oak trees still standing. There's beech everywhere. They eat whatever.
Yep.
Beech?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and I couldn't say that I have specifically targeted one deer up there and have been successful. I've tried. I had a couple. That deer that I killed last year, I've had him on camera. That was the 3rd year. And he moved, I think it was about a mile.
Wow.
And what was weird was the year before, I pretty much committed to a big 8-point, and that's what we call them. I first saw him I think it was 2020. And he was like, I found his one shed a year later. We measured it, assumed it was 18 inches inside. He's probably 20. I'll show you pictures of him later. And I think we got him at like 144. Just a clean 8, huge deer. And he's still alive up there. Saw him last year. We have videos of him walking past cameras, grunting. But what was weird when I killed mine, that buck lived in this certain area for 2 years as what I think a two-year-old, a 3-year-old, and I think I got him when he was 4. That 8-point predominantly lived down there. I don't know
I think he got pushed off.
Somebody clashed heads, and he got pushed out because the year before that big 8 was MIA. We thought he got killed.
Yeah. But
then I saw him in a snowstorm, climbed down out of my tree stand, and I turned around, and lo and behold, he's staring at me 20-some yards in front of me. So he was there, and then, like I said, last year, my buddy Saul had, I think, 2 encounters with him.
Wow.
In the stand. So
like in that case, I mean, are you hunting that particular 8? Like, I'm in this area for this 8, or are there other deer that you're like, I mean, any of these deer could be in here?
There are other deer. Usually you have like a hit list, just like everybody else. I have a deer that I call Goofy. He shrunk last year, but his best year, I'm not even sure how to score him. I've showed you. You remember, he just comes straight out. Tyler, you know which deer I'm talking about. Probably has 12, 13, 14 scoreable points. His brows are 10 inches, split bladed, huge. But he just like goes out and just turns at the end. It's a very odd looking deer. But I'm pretty convinced. I put a pretty big effort in trying to figure out like where is he bedding and everything. But long story short, I couldn't figure it out.
And that's I think the craziest part there on the Bigwood side is like you have to cover a lot of ground, right? Especially I like the postseason more than the preseason, mainly for what you can see and temperature, everything about it. But like you get in these areas, you're like, okay, he's bedded here. This is his spot, right? Not always the case.
No, but he will hit the same 2 scrapes every year that I've gotten him on camera. And I've seen him in person 3 hunts 2 years in a row. I didn't see him last year, but once again, that deer that I killed was new to the area, and he was running all over the place, daylighting everywhere. I have so many videos of him raking scrapes open. He was visual, and I don't know if he went in there and said, I'm king of the hill now. And maybe the deer that I call Goofy, he's definitely older than him. Yeah, he might be more of have a timid personality. I don't know.
I mean, that's where, we've talked about before where it's like, man, if you could find look at the 10 mature bucks that you can have on camera, put a collar on those deer and like, what do they do? I bet you see a lot of overlapping ranges.
Yeah.
Probably not very often at the same time.
Sure.
Right? But there's a lot of overlapping opportunities, and you get into some of those areas where they do overlap, and that's where you can be, pretty open to what you're going to shoot, because there could be multiple bucks, mature bucks moving through there. But, those 2 scrapes clearly are in this deer's, range, but where does it go from there? Is that the center of his range? Is that the edge of his range? Is it the north part or the south part?
He doesn't show up till, and this is similar to other ones, but he's only in there for a couple days. It seems like he comes for maybe 2 days, 3 days, and he disappears. Say that's October 18th, 20th, and then he will circle back maybe right around Halloween or the single digits in November, and then he's gone again. And then he's like a ghost.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
I bet he's in there a lot more than you think.
Probably.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, that's the over-reliance we have on cameras, right? It's like we assume the camera's there, it's on the scrape. Like, if he comes through, we're going to get a picture of him.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, dude, you have to, it's a lot of fun to, mystify him and be like, oh, he's a ghost, or he's a,
Yeah.
Because that's what makes it cool. That's what makes it but I think if you can get to a place where you're like, you just dumb it down and be like, you have to almost tell yourself, like, they're just, they're just like goats. You know what I mean? It's just like an animal. They just live out here, and it's an animal. Like I could figure them out. It's a hard thing to express or for people to understand without a specific scenario or whatever. But it's just like, dude, if you're getting a picture of if he's there, you can figure him out. Yeah. People are afraid to whatever it is, go in after the woods or read sign and stuff. And I am to a degree. I'm like, oh, I don't want to mess this up or mess that up. And it should be done, thoughtfully. But I think some of the best big deer hunters that we know have like a confidence level that's off the charts just in general. And it applies directly. They're just like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to see where it's at. I'm going to hunt them. I'm going to kill them. And you can really, it's not like they aren't actually ghosts. You can go in and be like, here's a giant bed. Here's a giant rub. Here's clearly a community scrape that's like, there's no way he's not going to leave. That's his biggest weakness, is that he's a dominant animal. He's going to leave sign. He's going to rat it up. So you just have to go in there. You just have to find him. And maybe you do it with cameras. You do it tactfully. You do, drive-bys, try to see him from your truck, in ag country or whatever. But freaking just go in and find him. Just get guerrilla with it.
I think,
Go bump them.
They are goats to a point, but because of
they are goats.
They have to survive. A goat gets fed and it's
a domesticated.
Its brain is domesticated. That thing just survives.
Yeah,
breeds, survives. That's it.
But it doesn't reason is the thing. You know what I mean, guys?
To a point, man. I don't know. I mean,
they don't reason.
I think
they remember and they survive.
Yeah. There's habits that are built in, whether that's defense.
They are not dumb.
There's a
that is a reasoning to
Yeah.
them. It might be inherent.
If you come in and blow into their bedding area and bust them out, he's not going to come back.
They can think. Like, I think sometimes we think about them like just pawns or chess pieces, like moving
all over the place.
Oh, he did this. They do that. Like that is a thinking living creature, like a dog.
Yeah.
Like a dog is domesticated, but it's like it can perceive what it's like. It knows what it smelled. It knows what happened. It's smart enough to say, I'm not gonna do that again.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And also, to like earlier, we were talking about just like the social dynamic. It's like we think about it like, oh, I saw this one, I saw that one, but like it's fun to try to like even just consider or perceive. They're like, imagine what one of them thinks when they see another one. It's not just like, oh, they pass in the night or they never see each other. It's like these are these creatures, like they interact with one another, not just us as like imposing on their habitat. But I don't know, dude. You just gotta go in and figure them out.
Well, going off of that, the first time I think I started getting aggressive, it was the very first time I hunted whitetail out of state. I went to Illinois, Pike County.
Me too. Not
With
Pike County, but Illinois.
With one of my buddies, and it got a couple days in. We were seeing deer movement. It's mid-October. I didn't
sticking with peg.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't select the date range. However, this was his 8th, 9th time traveling out there, and he felt that, hey, I think there's a better chance when they're cutting crops, especially corn. They're still on that pattern. They're visible, etc. The rut's kind of flip of a coin. So we went out there, and after a couple of days, he kept, at one point, my buddy Jared's like, you just got to get down and dirty. You got to get down and dirty.
Me or another dude?
No, my other buddy.
Okay.
And
you're not really his buddy.
Right.
Yeah.
Jim acquaintance.
He abandoned me from the gym, so we're done now.
Yeah.
But he was right, because sometimes
it's like, what are you doing?
I was considering like, hey, well, I don't want to go in here with a westerly wind because I'm fearful that the deer might be coming from another piece of property. And he broke it down, and he's like, but you're not hunting that property.
Yeah.
Now the deer might be coming from there, but at some point you have to get down and dirty and push the envelope a little bit. And I take that mindset within reason. I'm systematic. So Tyler is too. Like, you have to stay true to something, and it's a line that you don't want to cross. But in the big woods, which also helps, and I think may give people more confidence, is that deer's not going to run on a piece of private property that I can't go hunt.
Sure.
Especially where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's all public.
Yeah.
I can go hunt them down if I want. Obviously going to make it a lot harder. But he could have already been bumped twice. And that is an occurrence up in public ground. They do run into human and hunting pressure. So,
dude, some of the best experiences that I've had in the deer woods, and they happen less and less, like the more you set the stage. And it's like, everybody wants to have like a great situation set up, including myself. I want them to walk out in the food plot, and I want to have a pre-hung set and all this. But some of the best moments that I've had, like the most intense, like where I felt like I'm deer hunting, is like where you're invading, like you're pushing the limit of your, like, that's where it really takes it's a skill, but it's just a perception of like, you know, as you're moving through, like you're pushing into like through a staging area, like almost into the fringe of a bedding area. And you're perceiving with topography and reading sign, and you're constantly checking the wind. You're like, how far can I go?
Yeah.
And you may not even know what's in there. You're like, I'm trying to read it and end up in a situation that's the best without blowing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is my opportunity.
Right. And I would say, continuing on, it is, we certainly are more cautious, even myself, throughout October. But my buddies and I, we don't really go up and hunt it that much until the first cold snap. Because, like I said, to get a deer routinely in an area coming out of its summer pattern is pretty difficult. And I attribute to it somewhat, is just my opinion, so I'm not real sure if there's scientific backing to this, but for these bigger deer that obviously we're interested in and targeting, a lot of the areas I see more regular doe herds and where we're hunting is clear-cut edges that meet big timber, and I don't think those big buck, when they're in velvet, the woody stem count's too high.
Yeah, they don't.
I don't think they want to walk around through that. So there's obviously they're somewhere else anyway.
Yeah.
But once they start shedding, they come back because they know those doe are in the area. And
I think that's right. It's also better.
And that's why through, you know, we don't even waste our time per se. We'll go up first cold snap, and then weekend before Halloween, we're definitely starting to hunt.
Makes it tough, man. If you start deploying and really like your true hunting, right, starts just before the season actually starts, right? Because you can't start patterning what's not there.
Right.
And so like that jams in, you know, now you've got a very short window of like, I'm hunting. That's what I always used to tell people. They'd say, so those two bucks, that was 17 and 18. I killed both of those deer on the first sit of the year, October 23rd, October 24th. So they're like, well, man, you didn't hunt the whole year. I was in the woods a lot.
Yeah.
Back then there were no cell cams, so it was like, you know, I was pretty much just using right. So I was in the woods, I was scouting, I was reading sign, I was finding scrapes, I was doing all of that, and then as soon as everything lined up with the weather, I'm in the stand, I kill them.
Yeah.
People don't understand that, like that type of style, and there's a lot of pressure there because it's like, man, I'm 3+ weeks into the season and I haven't even sat yet. Yeah. You know, and it's like, sure, I could have started just hunting October 1st, but like I didn't even know where they were. You know, I just saw that deer. It was the night before was the first picture I got of him, and I didn't even know he was on camera. I checked it on the way into the stand.
Well, dude, what do you think? So Jeremy was at my farm the other day he comes out like once a year in the summer, like came out last year.
Yeah.
It's different.
It's ridiculous. It's you know, it's fantasy world.
You think so?
Dude, we saw, I don't know. What do you think? 30-some bucks driving around?
So you got to consider, like,
but half of which are probably decent rack bucks, 100 inches, where it's like, whoa.
Oh, more than that. I would say half of them were 3 and older, probably.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Yeah,
no, don't water it down.
Come on. Well, he's coming from Big Woods setting.
The first group we saw was like 7, 3, and
2 and 3 year olds.
Yeah, 2 and 3 year olds, right? And then the next group we saw had
it was a good night. We saw a lot of good bucks.
We drove around for an hour.
Yeah, I've got the loop. I've got the loop dialed in.
Yeah,
takes about an hour and a half if you're going to do the whole thing.
But yeah, I mean, it's
not just our property, just the area.
But like so we're like on the drive. I'm talking to those guys on the way down, and they're like, "Okay, well, you think you want to sit like a bean field tonight?" I'm like, "We're not going to see shit." They're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Maybe we'll see a doe or two. Like, I mean, we're not going to see any. No bucks are coming up in those fields right now." And they're like, "Really?" I was like, "You know, at night maybe, but like we won't." And they're like, well, "What about like just driving around?" I'm like, "It's woods."
Yeah.
There's nothing to see.
That is, I think, a huge benefit. Is like I can cut. Sure, there's nights where I'm like, oh, should I go sit on this field? And because that's what you see. You see the guys like sitting on fields and getting close up footage, and that would be the way to do it. But I'm like, dude, the way I'm going to intake the most information from an inventorying standpoint, and also potentially early season pattern standpoint is driving around. I'll choose that every time.
That was it, because when we got down, or even last night when those guys left, if I wrecked my drone, by the way. If I didn't, it was already broken. If I didn't wreck my drone, I was going to sit on the bean fields and watch, because I was jealous of. I never see any of the deer that I'm hunting. Mm-hmm. If I see them, I'm hoping to kill them. Like I rarely see a deer more than once in a season. So driving around and being like, oh, that's this deer, like that's that 160. I'm like, the hell, man. Like I might hunt a deer for 4 years and never see him with my eyes.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. We understand the feeling.
How many sits did you do last year? And how many deer did you see? I did 7 sits before I killed. I saw 4 deer total.
I shot mine.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, it works.
Yep.
Well, that was our ANF experience. In short, was we sat 6-8 times, and I saw no deer.
Yeah.
The entire day I was like, well, that's a wrap.
And that can introduce such a different aspect to it. Like if you're you're grinding hard and you're not seeing anything, like mentally, I start to be like, because I'll be the first person who'll look at me and be like, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah, what am I doing?
And you're not doing anything wrong. That's just the deer density. I mean, and I've gotten burned by having that mindset, and you learn over time. I mean, like it can really make you question everything.
You're really hoping that the first deer you see, I saw a couple of deer before I killed that, but that deer was the first deer I saw the whole season while sitting. He crushed a scrape. I grinded him in right underneath me. Made a shitty shot. Well, I single lunged him, and then we had to find him the next day. But like a lot of times, it's like the deer you see, you're hoping like that's the deer you're wanting to kill.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know how many sits I had. I killed mine. I think it was November. It was Friday. I believe it was November 3rd. So it was early-ish, going back to saying we only go up first cold snap and then Halloween and start hunting.
Yep.
So probably had a couple sits in, but that's when I took days off. And I remember work got in the way. I ended up working from my truck 2 days. And Friday rolled around. I was like kind of down and out, thinking, man, probably going to have to go work
Squandered
in the truck.
Days, yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to think about it, though. Just going to go get in the stand. We'll see what happens. And 7:30. It was probably like 7:15. 2 doe came up out of this creek bottom, entered into a clear cut, and I watched them. And you could tell something was probably bumping them. They weren't in a huge hurry, but they weren't milling around. Yeah. So obviously I stood up, and they worked past me probably 75, 80 yards, and I'm standing there. 10 minutes goes by. Lose hope. It's November 3rd. I'm thinking, dang,
10
that
minutes,
was it.
you're like,
that was it. He should have
That's
been
really
here.
the only deer I was going to see the whole crap.
And they're out of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't get much time in stand, and when I was, I don't think I saw many deer except for that first cold snap. I went up, and I had a really good encounter with probably a 130-inch clean frame 10-point. I believe I told you about it. They were sucking up acorns at that time.
Yeah.
But going back 15 minutes, hear a twig snap, turn my head. Here he comes. And I wasn't 100% sure which buck it was yet, and I picked my binos up, and as soon as how unique his left side is, as soon as I saw it, I knew immediately it was him. So I had my binos back in, get my bow in my hand. He stops right where they stopped, 75, 80 yards away. He's now in a clear cut that's probably 15 years old, I would say. So you can see a decent way, especially when the leaves fall off. And there's not a ton of really small growth because they kill a lot of the little beech.
Off.
Yeah. Or the deer eat it off. So he's standing there. He's upwind from me. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Couldn't have asked for anything better. I pull my grunt tube out. I hit him with one grunt, and that thing whipped his head immediately, looked straight at my tree, peeled his ears back, bristled up, and started marching on a dead line. And he's coming in, and I shoot spot hog with the dual optic slider sight.
We got a bow tech guy over here.
Yep.
Last holdout.
Whoa.
Yeah. So he's working in, and there's a pine tree that fell down probably, I think it was like 30, 32 yards away from me, and it's almost waist high. with some of its branches still sticking up in the way. And I'm like, he's going to hit that and stop and not come around or over it. So I just quickly dialed my sight to about 35 and 45 or something like that. Or no, the first indicator was probably 25 and 35. And I'm like, I'll make it work.
Yeah. Close enough.
Yeah. He approaches it, doesn't
Classic
even.
bow tech.
Yeah. Here we go. He approaches that, does not hesitate, hops
it.
And now I'm
It's
like,
just coming.
he's going to come. And I had a little topography relief to my left, and there was some small beech and little pine trees, just a cluster of maybe like 20, 30. And I think he couldn't see over that roll. And obviously the trees were impeding his vision. So he thought the sound must have came from right there. Came 25 yards. It was a little quartering too. He stopped, wide open, let him have it. I knew since he was quarter two, I was going to be flirting with a scapula, but I was confident I cut it loose. Went in, didn't get a pass through, first time ever. And when he started running and he turned, I could see a foot or more of my arrow sticking out. So instantly I'm like, oh no. Ran, broke my arrow off, got to the edge of this hill, and I swore I heard him crash, but I couldn't see. He kind of held up before he jumped over. And then when he left, he started running down. I thought I heard him crash and was like, I'm not sure. It was either that or he was just busting through brush and everything.
Yep.
So that's when I sat there for a little bit. I started
Dry
texting
heaving.
and I turned. Yeah. I don't want to skip that since I already said it. Yeah, it hit me. I turned around. I dry heaved. I'm like, what just happened? And I felt confident for the first probably 5 minutes.
Then you started thinking about it.
Yep. Everything bad that could have happened started playing through my head, and I'm like, man, did I not get enough penetration?
It's every time you don't see him fall, man.
Yep.
Well, you also went 3 years. You were
That
just
was gonna
passing
be
deer
my-
after deer after deer after deer. You were trying to kill a giant.
I was after that big 8 or goofy was what I was hunting.
Wow.
And I had this deer, but the first time I got him, he was probably like $120. And it's a nice deer, trust me. When you hunt the A&F, you're happy with that. But
With a deer.
when I had those 2 other deer that were substantially bigger, and I felt semi-confident that, I had encounters with them. So I was like, I'm going to try. I've shot enough since I was 12. I killed a deer the whole way, every single year, a buck with my bow. Every year, the whole way up through college.
Really?
Yeah. So,
wow.
And then I finally was like, and I never killed a 120.
That's incredible, actually.
I killed a 9 point. The first buck in the A&F, I think I'd have to look in my pictures, like 16, 17 was a 9 point. I didn't measure them, but maybe 115 inches. And then the second deer was the year after that, was a 120 inch clean 10 point, which that was a story in itself. I had 3 different buck, a really old 8 point that had broke off G2s, a scar across his nose and a gouge across his neck that was wheezing at probably a 90 to 100 inch 6 point that came in. He was tending to doe, and that 6 point came in, bristled up. He's wheezing. As soon as the 6 point saw the size of this 8 point, I was like, no,
He's like,
turn
no,
around.
Thanks.
And then here came that 10 point. It was running in through the flat. Must have either been following their scent or heard a commotion, something. He came in, the 6 point and the 10 point, played the do-si-do for a couple minutes. I'm like, well, beggars can't be choosers. It was the last day of the season, and I shot him. And then I went, that would have been 4 years in a row that I didn't kill something. So my standards were going down. I was becoming more realistic. I'm like, this is very difficult to shoot one up here. And a lot of people, I used to even say, well, I passed them. It's like, well, I passed on opportunity because you never know
it's not
what
a guarantee.
may happen. Yeah. Until it's on the ground and you're putting your tag on it, it's not done. But yeah.
So, I mean, when you, so how long did you wait before you went and looked for him?
I called my dad first, and I called Kevin and Tyler. Kevin's my buddy who his dad has the camp up there.
And that's where you're staying when you're up there?
Yeah. Yep. So my buddy Kevin's like, dude, congrats. He was infatuated with this deer. He really wanted to shoot it, and I was still stuck on Goofy.
Yeah.
But, that's not how it played out. And he was ecstatic. He's like, I'm calling my boss. He calls his boss, and 5 seconds later, he called me back. He's like, he's just said, leave work. He's a big-time hunter,
yeah,
too.
So he gets
He's
it.
like, just leave work, go help him. I told him, what all went down, and he's like, you smoked him, don't worry about it.
Easier said than done.
Yeah. I said, well, I'm at least, because I know he's over the hill, I can at least confidently, I waited probably an hour and a half, and then I was like, I can confidently get down and at least look at the impact site.
Yeah.
And I did. In
Hour and a half.
Oh, yeah.
It's a long wait.
Jared
Yeah,
would
yeah.
have been down in 15 minutes.
Yeah. I was too nervous because it was so big. I'm like, do not do something stupid.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you don't want to start pushing deer in A&F.
No. So once I went to where the impact was, I saw immediate blood. I saw my arrow with my Luminoc blinking, and there was blood up on trees, chest high.
He was spraying it.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah, that makes you feel a lot better.
Yeah. I was like, he's all right. I looked at it and studied the piece of the arrow that did have blood on. I'm like, I'm good. I'm going to go look over the edge, and he was piled up right there. So
it was him crashing.
Yeah. He didn't go 60, 70 yards.
Such a good feeling.
Yeah.
Such a good feeling.
Dude, it is. Like I'm always trying to figure out like how to get that across to somebody. Like the feel.
I mean, the adrenaline dump
The
I got
excitement.
that I dry heaved against a tree is something.
What do you mean? Like you were like
I dry heaved. I felt like I was going to throw up.
I'm not 34 yet. What is dry heaving?
33.
Is that like a PMS thing?
No, dry heave. Like
fake throw up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The adrenaline dump.
You
and
got
the
so
emotions
excited you
I
felt
had.
like you were going to throw up?
Yes.
Wow.
And it never happened before. And like I said, I've shot
That's
a lot
never happened before?
No.
That was a new experience for
Yes. Yes.
you. Wow. And never since, I guess.
Yeah. And that's why now if you were to ask me, do you like archery hunting or turkey hunting more?
Yeah.
It's very difficult because the history I had with that deer, and the way it went down, it responded to the call like that.
Oh.
Everything worked perfectly. It's something you see on TV. And it was in, the national forest on public ground. It was an accomplishment,
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Lone Wolf Custom Gear.
Man, Jared, we are tree stand fanatics, and I think the one thing that we have learned over all these years is to kill big bucks, we got to be mobile. We've been hunting out of lone wolves for many years, the original lone wolf, and then obviously with the custom gear stuff, we're using the 0.5 and the 0.75. Yeah. And the one thing that we talked about is like, what if there were no cables? Here we are.
I really just don't know how you can beat it, frankly. But, a lot of that came, too, from a relationship that we've built with the DePustos. We've had both Cody and Andre on the podcast a few times. The passion for hunting, the outlook on the sport and stuff, I think is eye to eye with how we look at it. Everything that has gone into building this brand and to building these tree stands is something that we want to be a part of.
This is the 40th anniversary of these guys creating tree stands that have been critical to how we hunt whitetail deer today. If you look over the past, you'll see Andre's designs being implemented across so many stands over the years. Such a cool thing, but really has changed the way that we all hunt whitetail deer from above now.
Right now, you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, to get 7% off anything on the entire website. Be the lone wolf. Dude, it's just like, it just seems like the chances of it coming together, like anybody that's hunted knows the feeling of just like, I'm going to keep doing this. Like, I'm going to just keep sitting here and like seeing nothing. And then to have them standing there like in 20 yards and to like actually draw your bow and to shoot it. It's just such a real surreal experience that it's just like, that really happened. It's like for it to come together. It's just like, I mean, we've been trying to, and for the past couple of days, they're trying to explain what that is like. And it's just like, I don't know.
It's really hard. Yeah. I mean, cause there's, I think like you talk about seeing, a handful of deer the entire season. Like there's a mental grind to it that if that perceived success at the end of not killing a big buck or killing a buck doesn't happen, like people look back and say, damn, like dude, that was a tough season. And maybe it was, but there's an experience around that is like, you go the whole season and not kill a buck and be like, it was still a great season, right? Just everything that went into it. And clearly like there's a lot of states, anything through the Appalachians is very much like this. And clearly there's big woods in other states too. But, Pennsylvania for me is like one of the hardest because of no Sunday hunting.
Yep.
Right. So we talk about like not being able really to start hunting and scouting a lot of these deer until they transition in, which is about opening day of archery. And then you've got no Sunday hunting, and then you're done middle of November, shut off, right? Then gun season, then late season, you might as well just. Have you guys ever killed a big buck on late season?
In the after big Christmas, woods? Late season?
Yeah.
No. You can't even find them.
Isn't that crazy?
It's terrible.
They asked me that question. They're like, describe the late season to me. I'm like, depression.
Like we hunted hard.
I haven't either, to be honest.
Yeah, like because most people, you're I think probably an exception. Well, you've passed some, but like most people in ag country, they're like, well, if I've got the food, I've got the deer type of thing.
Yeah.
Dude, when after Christmas, I say gun season, but really it's when after Christmas, because you can't hunt, from gun season to after Christmas here in PA. It's desolate. It is literally like, I mean. Most of the time, maybe I'm bow hunting, maybe I'm taking the flintlock for a walk or something. I'm already starting to scout for next year. At
exactly.
That point.
Yeah.
The season's over. Game over. Shut her down. Put everything away at that point.
Well, look at the numbers that the Game Commission puts out every year.
Yeah.
Would they kill like 1,200 antler deer in the state late season last year?
Yes. It's abysmal on that side. And I mean, they're there, right? I mean, clearly because we're hunting them again this year, but finding them and getting on them and the amount of pressure that they faced, at that point, food sources are so scarce. They're already at the point of like, do I get up and conserve, or do I get up and eat, or do I conserve this stuff? The rut's done at that point. Like all of these things are kind of working against you. And again, it's only, like 19 days or something.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have a ton of time to be out there and like, okay, let me reset. Let me really get season's over. Sorry, you're done.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to because it's the anticipation is gone at that point. Like you've worn yourself out. Like most of the marathon's been run essentially. If you want to look at it that way,
and I don't say it negatively. It's all up to gun season, right? Like it's like every week as we get closer to Halloween and then into the rut, like there's excitement. Things are changing, and gun season's exciting too from like an opening day. But then it's like. Phew, that back end falls off hard.
Yeah. Well, there's a time there in December where it's like, anticipation was built all through September and into the first part of October. And then it's like, it's here. And then it's like, where do I go? And it's just, there's this whole thing. And it's like, and if it doesn't come together by mid-November, you start being like, so shit, like I got to make something happen here. And then Thanksgiving kind of comes and goes and you're like, did I miss it? Is it over? Like you start wondering which bucks, have made it to this point. You've probably like given up a bit on running cameras and stuff. And
it is over for us.
Yeah.
In PA for archery hunting, basically, because then you're going into gun season.
And it's then the day after Christmas. And again, at that part, there's a complete another shift that's already happened. And, plus all the pressure, it's.
Yeah.
You have to almost like, well, if you haven't put the work in over the summer to have food for the late season, for the most part, it probably is over. Yep. They've moved on to some food source or something. But, if you did that initially, that's December is where that stuff pays off. I distinctly remember feeling, and I guess this is more of a private land thing, but it's like when December rolls around, I'm like, glad I did that work during the summer because it's like now I have this food here. You almost still have to like take time to refresh and like just reset. It's good, I think, to take a few days. The gun season is the best time, just like. In Ohio, what we do is like before gun season, it's like I get all my corn piles out. I get all my defensive baiting, and I'm just like maybe
defensive baiting.
Yeah, well, because like for the most part, we're not going to hunt them. I'm just trying to hold deer on the property to the best of my ability. We picked up 10,000 pounds the other day.
I would like to ask. I have some questions.
You want to see what this looks like?
Yes.
Here's what.
Just a little bit.
Here's what.
Just brought a little bit in.
So check this out.
Did you buy all 10,000?
Dad and I split it.
I thought you said are you gonna have to buy more?
We might. So
will that last you all year? I'm hoping.
No. Honestly, pretty conservatively. Pretty conservatively. So like opening weekend, I'll probably run some, and if we have an opportunity on it, somebody will capitalize on that.
How much you put out for the Booner the other day?
300 pounds. 300 pounds. And I took, which is not a lot. I mean, that's 300 pounds. And I put some corn out. And,
just a few, Colonel.
And I put some the Khmer deer that Bomar recommended too.
Didn't show up?
Not yet, but he will. Mm-hmm. He will for sure. Dude, it's funny. I was telling Jacob and the guys from Land Limit that was just on the last podcast that It's just a thing. Like the corn dynamic in Ohio is like people are embarrassed about it a bit. Like they're like, oh well, you know, you don't just come out and be like, I shot him over a giant corn pile, like you know. But it's legal and everybody does it. So I treat it like it's any other tactic, like rattling or like a scrape or something at the taxidermist when you're talking to people. So guys will be there just like BS, and guys will bring in like this deer or whatever. I'm like, oh, nice, shoot him over a corn pile, and they're always like, well, you know, little corn pile. I'm like, it's cool, dude. It's legal. Like it's good. We can talk about it, right? There's nothing wrong, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Whole different discussion when it's like, yeah, I killed him on a scrape. Like, oh, cool. Yeah. Corn pile. Yeah. Nobody wants to say it.
So, but what did you want to get into? You talking about corn piles?
Yeah, your opinion on baiting.
Well, dude, it's like a
use of technology.
Did we just restart the podcast?
You want to go into this?
I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious.
We got to talk about cell cameras too.
I would be very interested with
I did make a decision on that, by the way.
Okay.
On cell cams. I'm done.
Do you want to start with that? You're done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's hear it.
Who's sharing an account?
I deleted it from my phone. You're
done. Completely done.
Yep, cutting off.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep several for security, like at the roads, just because I want that.
Are you going to continue to monitor our shared cameras?
Nope.
Do you want me to tell you what's on them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I mean, if you get a big buck, I expect...
You're done.
Yeah. I'm going to put out all regular cameras this year.
Okay.
And just...
I saw your text request earlier.
If I check them, cool. I want to see what happens.
But you do want me to tell you?
Yeah.
All
like,
right.
if you get a picture of a big buck, you're like, yeah, here you go. Yeah, because, I mean... I don't want to be a Cody Andre dynamic where like we go to Illinois and I'm like, don't tell me, I'm just going to hunt this. Like that's stupid.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to.
Cool. Yeah, good for you. I think that's a good decision.
What
I've been
drove you to the
fighting
decision?
it for like 3 years. I love cell cameras. I think they're an amazing tool. This is only a personal.
Are you going to shut them off at a certain time? Like they're good for now?
Yep, I'm going to shut them off in the season.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now I'm going to start replacing them with real cameras.
Yep.
So I'm running. Like I could check them right now. So kind of a couple main reasons. Number one is from a hunting standpoint, I was talking myself out of hunting a lot based on what I was getting on camera. Like he was there, but it wasn't recent. And it's like, I've got other shit to do. Like I'll just wait.
Yeah.
And then I didn't hunt. Maybe I wouldn't have killed him, but I didn't hunt either.
Right.
So like if I looked at the number of days I could have went hunting, it was a lot. The number of days I've actually hunted, not a lot, because I just was like, well, I'll go tomorrow or I'll go next week. I'll just wait till. And then per our conversation, it's December, and then I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
So I'll end up putting a lot more time in the stand this year.
Can I have your cell cameras?
Sure. You can have some of them.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Yeah. Because I need some of them because I'll put them back out after the season.
No.
Pretty good. Here's the other one, and I don't know. It'll be interesting because I am running them right now. I will shut them off like right before the season. I kind of want that surprise element back.
I can appreciate that.
And I think sometimes you see that in like the big woods and A&F and stuff. And I will hunt some of that, but I also hunt a lot of my private stuff. And so, I kind of just want to like be in the stand and like look over and be like, shit, and maybe I'll know the deer from preseason, and that's cool too. But I won't have looked at him every day up to that. So when you finally see him, it is kind of a, sticker. And then, that might cause me to shoot a 3. I don't know. Like maybe I make a mistake of something I wouldn't want to do. But it takes me back to kind of like what it used to be, where it was like you're sitting there, twig cracks and you look over. Right now, I felt very in a position. I'm like, yeah, that's at week 9, or that's at tall brow 8, like immediately.
Yeah.
I don't like that anymore.
I can appreciate that. And
we'll see. I don't know.
I fought.
Might not kill anything this year, but I got to do it now, right? Like I can't be
on all properties across the board.
Yeah.
What about Iowa?
You'll have the cameras.
Okay. I'll take that responsibility. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I trust you to not be
Well, does it really count though? Like if I'm running them for you.
Yeah, it counts.
Well,
because you don't have access, or you're not utilizing the access.
Clearly, I'm still gonna know what's on those. So yeah, I mean, it's not a complete cold turkey thing. But for me, it won't be like just sitting. And Iowa and Illinois are a little. It's really like my core farms. I don't want to. I want to just like go out and sit and like, okay, win, sign, hunt. If I see them, great. If I don't, okay, cool. I at least went out.
Interesting. Our seasons then will be a pretty cool case study.
Yeah.
To compare. I'm gonna keep running.
I really hope, and again, maybe it won't happen, but I really hope that, you know, maybe it's that I was going to bring that antler of that 2-year-old from Kentucky back, like maybe because he doesn't show up usually until season starts. Like maybe I'm in the stand and I look over and here's this 160 some inch buck in the mountains of Kentucky coming up through, and I'm like, shit. Be a cool feeling. Are
your standards going to change at all with that, or just pretty much same standard? Just I'm not going to run cameras.
Yeah, no, I would assume I'm going to pass.
You're still going to run regular cameras.
Yeah, which will be cool because that's like the Christmas Eve feeling. Yeah, right. Like you pull a card and you're like, I don't know what's on here.
Which is wild because it wasn't that long ago where it's like everybody. That's all you had.
No, some of them I won't because they're going to be pretty buried, and I doubt I'm not going to change my style of hunting necessarily to go. Like I'm not going to be like, well, I'll just go in and check this one real quick. Yeah, it'll just marinate for the season.
That's what I was going to say. Was I fought the use of cell cams until last year. Yeah, my buddy. I mean, a lot of people started using them, and I just was very conflicted. And
they're so effective.
They are. And I just felt, I don't know. I was so indifferent. I was like, I'm not using them. I can't get behind it. And then
I literally decided today on the drive back. You saw my text message. Yeah. I didn't make the decision until then.
Yeah.
I think it's a good decision. I think it's healthy.
I don't know.
So do I. But I went the other way because the busier I became.
That's it.
Mostly with work, I'm taking days off where, like you were forfeiting opportunities to hunt based off of them. I'm taking days off based off weather mostly, and it's like, okay, I'm hoping. And I ran normal trail camps up until that, and I literally would have to strategically go hunt a set stand or an area just to pull the cards. Otherwise, I would never know. So it was like I either waited till it was a miserable storm and I would walk in there in pouring down rain to pull them, or I would say, I'm going to go burn. Basically, I'm not sure. I feel confident because I put cameras and I have some history of that area, but I might burn a sit just to catch.
Camera.
Yeah. Dude, there's something like really beautiful probably too. Just the most basic of information. Like, even so you're going to still run regular cameras. Like Cody DeQuisto sat in that chair the other day and was like telling us stories of he and his dad used to hunt this like lease in Illinois. And it was just like, I mean, there was giant bucks there, but they would be like in this old rickety farmhouse that was on the place that they bought, and they would just be in there like eating like the little packets of oatmeal, listening to like the
NOAA radio, the NOAA weather radio.
Yeah, the radio.
It would just be the NOAA weather radio playing over and over again.
Listen to like the weather for that day. They probably, until they heard that, didn't know what the prevailing wind was or what the temperature would be or anything like that. And they're like, okay. So and then right there on spot, or from there to the spot, they would make a decision, or their minds were, okay, here's what we're gonna do. And like, yeah, I mean, to a degree, the cell cameras, like, they give you so much information about so many different spots, and it's like, in a way, it's intoxicating. I mean, dude, I'm like constantly just drunk on like cell cameras, like information. It's coming in every day. I spend like at least 2-3 hours a day. Like
I think that's part of the reason I'm cutting myself out of it, because I am. I mean,
the addiction.
I
get that.
Yeah, I was talking to Emily about it before we came down. I told her, and she's like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. Come on, I know you. You know you.
She's like, "Come on, like,
you know that I know you."
October 1st, 2 a.m. You're just like beep 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 in the middle of the night, and I was like, "No," I was like, "Here's why," and she's like, "Cool." Like that makes. I don't know if I could go the full route of like complete cutout like Cody. And no offense to Cody, he knows this, but like he's also hunting Iowa. So like if I just go and sit on a big ridge, there's a big buck up there somewhere. Yeah.
Right? Oh wow, I had no idea that 180 was here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're like, I go up there and I'm like, I don't even know if there's a deer up here.
Right.
So it's, and I don't know if I would do it the whole way if I was just hunting like A&F and a lot of public too. Like if I didn't have my properties in Ohio and Kentucky that I was hunting. Like, yeah, I mean, that would be a big stretch off of that. I'm hoping this becomes the start of being able to use annual data and being a little bit more reliant on annual data.
You're not doing that now?
No, because I'm overwhelmed.
Really?
Dude, was it last year, Nick, that I said I was running 55 cameras?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that last
it
year?
was.
I was running 55 cell cameras last year.
Well, what is your process though for taking cell cam data that's coming in and internalizing it so they can be used in the future? Do you screenshot?
Yeah, mainly to know the buck. I don't internalize any of the data.
It's funny how
It's reaction.
systematic a lot. Like I would assume all four of us are very systematic in many ways. Your bow setup, your hunting clothes prep, if it even matters, but many, many things. And then arguably one of the most important things, the pictures that we receive. How many people do you know put them in folders and save them?
When I was pulling them on SD cards.
Me too, way back when.
But now I don't do any of it. So to your point, like, and maybe that's part of the problem is like when that data comes in via real time, either that day or the next day, that's when I'm processing it.
Yep.
After that, it goes into the archive back in my brain, and I don't.
Yeah, you have an archive,
but I'll never look at it again.
You don't go back and look at it.
No. The only time I will is like, is it that buck or what did he look like age-wise? So you're saying like in terms of days he showed up or no, never.
I do that a lot.
I realized that with one of my buddies when he made the switch from regular to cell cams because of it being so
it's
active.
Too much, I think.
Yeah, and he used to be super systematic and he would save it and compare it. And then once he got cell cams, it kind of faded away. For whatever reason, it know.
Well, you can still do it. I mean, the way is you screenshot it. I mean, these phones these days have like indefinite memory. And
I mean, you can see we just went through how many bucks, and I have screenshots, but like I never like certain deer. And again, I think it's the way and where we hunt. Like when I have a buck on camera from last year in whatever, let's say in Kentucky in early September, and that I know that deer lived. He'll be there again this year, and so I don't need to reference it. They don't change their movements and appearances and behaviors that much, at least on the properties I hunt. Like, it's not like he shows up and he's gone. Like if he's there, he's kind of there until he either gets killed or, gets killed somewhere and just never shows back up, disappears forever.
Okay.
So I guess I don't I kind of internalize it a little bit, but I don't. Do you
think? I mean, dude, the more I talk about it, like it sounds weird if I'm going to self-diagnose myself with it, but like I really think that I've got like a borderline photogenic memory for deer stuff. Not in general, like I'm kind of dumb, but with deer stuff, I'm like, I don't forget much. I
mean, I would say from a buck antler side, you do, because I mean, you'll and I consider myself pretty good at it. You'll be like, that's this deer.
Them, yeah.
Like. The next year without like unique traits, and I'm like, really? Like,
you know what though? I can do it with people too. Like Marge and I will be watching movies. I'm like, that's a dude from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I've done that a lot
and she's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I pride myself on that skill actually.
Yeah, that's probably that's probably.
So I've got a facial recognition built-in software,
facial recognition software.
But I do feel a little bit the same way about like location and pattern and stuff. Like I don't know the number. I'm not a good counter. I mean, I wouldn't count.
Well, you're missing a digit.
That's right. I count nines. Count by nines.
One short every time.
I just noticed that. I mean, just like if I take a look at myself, I'm not a big counter. People are like, oh, what did you bench? I'm like, I don't know. What's this many
I asked
plays?
you that the other day. I'm like, well, how many reps do you do in a set? And you're like, I don't know, 4 to 10. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's a big range.
Yeah. And so with deer, I'm like, I don't know the exact date, but at any given time, I could tell you. Just which deer are there, how old they are, what their pattern has been, when they're going to move to where. I mean, I'm talking probably a few dozen different deer I can categorize and tell you.
You just did it right earlier. Now. You're like, I know where this one is, I know where this guy is, I know where this guy is,
and where they have been. Yeah, and what encounters we had with them.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. Maybe it's the hunting style, and that like I hunt. Like I'm usually hunting one buck, even in like on all my properties except for Illinois because it's scheduled trip. But like my core farms, There's one deer on all of those farms that I'm hunting this year. And that's just, so I don't even worry about the other deer really until that is solved. Like whether he dies, I kill him, whatever happens. So yeah, I don't.
It is interesting. I've never really felt that like that. What's the word? Tied to one deer. Even years like where Goose would have been the one. I'd be like, it's a
Yeah, your mom was breaking down that story to me the other day.
clean 170-inch 10-point. Did she?
Well, she told me that she forced your dad to pass him because it was your deer.
Oh, really?
Oh, she didn't tell you?
Well, maybe. Well, we've had a lot of conversations over the years.
My question was like, I was like, well, like as a 3-year-old, and your dad was like, no, like the year we were trying to kill him. I'm like, you passed him at 5? And he's like, yeah. I was like,
no,
why?
No,
and
we didn't.
Your mom was like, yeah, because I told him that it was Jared's deer.
No. Well, maybe that's the case. But there, for sure, he had an encounter, but like didn't get a shot.
Maybe that was.
And I remember us talking about like, I'm like, well, dude, obviously kill him. That's the deer we're hunting. It wasn't my deer by any means.
It was funny.
It's possible. They may have done that. I doubt it, though.
That's true fatherly love.
Well, no,
He's a good dad.
He is a good dad. He would have killed that deer.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have known what deer it was either.
He for sure killed that deer. Yeah.
He killed a 162.5-inch 8-point a couple of years ago, and he thought it was like 100. Another deer that it was 135-inch 8.
He thought it was Lebrowski,
He's
right?
like, it was Lebrowski, the 100-inch old sucker I was talking about.
And then as soon as the picture came through, I was
classic dad thing.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, he's classic dad. You know, we spent time with him.
We came back. We were coming back, and he was in a field, and he's like, got a 150 on camera, and Jared and I are like,
okay.
It
is funny.
It was a great deer.
It's a good deer. Honestly, looking back at him, like mid to high 30s, 3-year-old. I think
stud,
yeah.
Clean
nice,
10.
nice, good looking 10-point.
But like classic dad.
Classic. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, wait till it turns.
Yeah. Yeah. But over time, I mean, you give it enough attention, like you catalog enough information, and if you care about it enough, I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
That's what I think it is. The importance level too.
Yeah, like I couldn't tell you. My wife reminded me of 3 things this morning. I'm like, I can rattle off 1 or 2 of them probably, but I can tell you where that buck is living for sure and how to kill him.
Well, that's what's kind of weird is like, I mean, obviously deer hunting is super important to me, but I don't catalog that stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe I'm just realizing that like maybe that was a fatal flaw for me. I don't know.
Do you feel like it's hindered your success though? Maybe you didn't feel it was necessary.
Not real. Well, I'm also in a different place now because I've got 2 kids that are also hunting.
Okay.
So like my attention a lot of the season is for them. Like I want them on deer.
Yeah.
So that has taken my eye off the ball. And
would you say that's a priority to you being on deer?
Getting them on deer? Mm-hmm. Man, this goes back to
if your wife watches, you better be real careful.
No, she's okay with this. This goes back to like I think I talked to Jacob about this. It's the biggest dilemma where I'm at in hunting right now, and that most people would meet me, and here I have an 8 and a 12-year-old, and they're like, dude, those kids have to be like fanatics, right? Not really, And so I'm in that position where like
people feel that way.
Yeah, like I want them to hunt. They have like it's when I became a dad, like I was like, man, I can't wait to take these kids hunting and like Harlan, my youngest, loves hunt. He's a killer. But like, he'll go out and scout. He likes to be in the woods. He likes to do that. But he's 8, so it's still not. It's like when we were 8, we just were like fumbling around the woods. Carter's 12 and he's killed a couple bucks, but he's not real interested in it. Like he'll go with me mainly to get away from his brother or to rub it into his brother. Like I'm going hunting with dad type of thing. But like at the grand scheme of things, like he's not, he's just not, he's not that into what's happening. He's, he wouldn't really care to go out and read sign and stuff like that. When he kills a buck, he's excited, but he's not like super stoked of like what deer is it and how, So I'm trying not to, I think previously I've worked really hard to like put them on deer to have that success, which is kind of the complete opposite of how we grew up, which was like, I think my dad tried to make me successful, but dude, we failed miserably over and over again, which is what kept me coming back. Whereas,
I don't think either of them had any idea what they were doing, our dads.
No, but they wanted, they were trying to kill deer. Like they wanted you to kill a deer as a kid.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier now, right? Because of cell cams and
for sure.
I mean, Harlan's killed. He's 8. He's killed 3 bucks in a row. 2 with a crossbow and 1 with a gun. Carter's killed 2 bucks. You know, it's so. I mean, before Harlan turns 12, he'll have killed more bucks than I killed before I was 25, probably.
Yeah.
So I've got to be careful there. Like neither of them have killed like a big buck, right? Per se, the biggest they've killed is a 2-year-old. But like, I'm trying to figure out what that would be. I do think that they maybe see me kind of numb to the camera a bit and not going out in the woods until it's like time to kill, and I'm not out there scouting, I'm not out there doing things, and that's kind of put them there where like, well, we can kind of just hang around the house and Dad will tell us like what's out there and then we'll go and hunt.
That's fair.
I don't know.
And if that is true, that's dangerous, I guess.
Well,
or it could be.
If it is true, this year should change it, right? Because I'm like, hey, dude, we got to go pull that camera. Like, I don't know what's on it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I guess like,
but I do, to answer your question, yeah, I absolutely, especially at the beginning.
Priority is to get them on deer.
I'd like them to both at least have a deer under their belt before the end of October, and then Dad kind of can feel at ease a bit. But yeah, my priority is, I don't even think about what I'm going to do. You know, even opening day of Kentucky's less than a month away now, and all I'm just thinking is like, where are they going to sit opening day?
Today's the 8th?
It's September 7th, opening day of Kentucky.
Wow. Oh, dude, I might be in a stand like in 21 days.
Nuts.
I was checking flights on the way to North Dakota on the way in here.
Nuts. So yeah, I do very much prioritize getting them out.
Is it challenging still? Like,
yeah,
to get them on deer? I mean, I understand when the deer comes in, like they're not like cold-blooded killers by any means.
I mean, again, like I'm not in Iowa, right? So like, you know, even though we have got like, I put a lot of work into this Kentucky farm, and it should be really good this year. Like, there's less deer there than there is on the mountain, right? Just because of its mountains, and they've just been getting crushed with EHD. Like, you know, there's a handful of bucks on 250 acres, but like, it's by no means a layup. Mm-hmm. So, and Ohio's a little bit different. I mean, I've got meth heads too, but, you know, I don't know what the season length is for them. I think that, it's still hard, but I am trying to instill a little bit more now that they're getting of age. I don't want to take the fun out of it, but I am trying to get them to think about what kind of buck they're hunting. Mm-hmm. You know, so I called Harlan off of a forkhorn last year on opening evening at like 15 yards because he had killed a 4-point and a 6-point the 2 years prior. And I'm like, hey, listen, man, like it's opening day. Like if you want to kill him, by all means, you know, go for it. The only thing I really call him off now is a button buck. I'm like, yeah, you're not knocking the milk off that lip anymore. Like you're past that age.
That's
right?
fair.
You're past that age. But you know, I'm like, you know, if you want to kill him, you can. And he's like, oh, I don't know, you know, and he's itchy trigger, so I'm not holding back. And then it was like 2 minutes later, this 2-year-old 8 steps out, and he's like, I was like, yeah, that's the one, dude. And he shot it. So like, you know, I'm hoping little baby steps like that help too. But man, I also fear, because I have some, you know, as an 8-year-old, you know, you kill a 150-inch 4-year-old, and like, where do you go from there? Yeah. So there's a fear of me, like, eventually that's going to happen. Maybe it's this year that deer steps out, and it's like, kill him, man. I haven't like purposely tried to not let them kill a big buck either. It just happens that, you know, it's a 1 or 2-year-old that steps out, and that's what they shoot. Yeah. Do you guys have kids?
Negative.
I don't. No.
Married?
I'm not.
I'm married.
Married. Yeah, kids is an interesting, because I'm at that age now where it's like, yeah, I kind of got to sacrifice. Now, like when we go to Iowa and Illinois, they're you know, that's Dad's time to do it. But like, other than that, yeah, I'm pretty much, as long as they have interest, I will dedicate time. If they don't want it, I've pushed the bar in the past where I'm like, I don't care if they're not interested. I'm going to still put the time in because they're going to hunt. But now it's like, hey, if you don't want to go, man, no biggie. Like, you don't have to.
Well, I'm trying to like wrap my mind. I've never really considered around before, but like what the right strategy would be. I don't know if there is a right one or wrong one.
I have no idea, dude.
But I'm just recalling, like, I don't remember my dad ever like really helping me get on deer. Like we hung the very first stand that I ever hunted together, but that was just because like, hey, you're on that side of the property, I'm on this side of the property. I don't know. I guess there was apple trees there. That was like kind of the thought process, but that was basically it. I don't know if my dad ever helped me hang another stand after that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Did he put like drives on for you and stuff?
Probably like, what do you mean?
Like put deer drives on for you?
Like during gun season?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Well, maybe it would have been a loose. We didn't do a whole lot of driving. Like it was like we hunted some gun seasons, but it was just kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think my dad was a major aid in me killing my first several bucks or several deer in general. And then like at some point, probably when I was, I don't know, 14 or 15, then it was like we kind of got to a real cool mutual where it's like, cool, you set up, I'll drive this one. Or like when we were hunting together, I'm like, you know, hey, I'll go to this stand, just you go down there tonight.
We didn't have that. We at a certain point, I figured out, or I thought that I knew better. And then we just butted heads for 10 years, probably, about how to do it.
And your experience was a little different, dude, because your dad was more of a gun guy, right?
Yeah. So archery season was it was a learning experience. We learned together with it, and he did a lot. I think he did everything he could to help me, whether he did help me or not. I mean,
his intention was
always to help me, but we definitely learned and grew up through it together. And I definitely took off with it more than he did. He was just happy to see me doing something that I enjoyed.
What about you?
So my dad grew up in the North Shore of Pittsburgh. So really didn't grow up hunting.
Yeah.
Now I went to Edinburgh University and being around Pittsburgh, he fished all his life. So when he took a position with the state in Harrisburg, that's how my mom and him met in Edinburgh, and then they moved to Newport. But anyway, he decided, he's like, well, I had a little boy, I better get into hunting. We live in Perry County.
Whether you like it or not, you got to hunt,
That's
right?
honestly, you could ask him today, and that's exactly why he picked it up. Now, like I said, my mom's side of the family grew up lived in Huntington, so I had that exposure, but then my dad did what he could, but he just wasn't super knowledgeable in it. He would take me, and I was, I always wanted to go, but I went with, when you were 7 or 8, just chomping at the bit, I would go with my grandfather as much, maybe more than my dad. Unless it was behind the house. But my dad would want his time sometimes. But yeah, I mean, he picked up archery hunting just because he knew I would get into it. And I'll never forget the first time he took me to, it was my first 3D shoot. I had a bow when I was a kid, but my first compound, I was 12, and I'm like, take me. I didn't even know what a 3D shoot was. I guess it was his friends that probably told him, and we went, and I had 6 arrows, and I was out of 6 arrows and probably like 10 targets.
Sure.
And he bought me some more. And then that's how I met the local bow shop pro at the time, and he hooked me up and took me under his wing, and it kind of just flourished from there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see, and obviously different stages and different experience levels and coming in and, different involvements. And like now, obviously we have more information than ever. So, that's kind of where I think I went, I went too far, right? Because I'm so ate up with it. And it was like, okay, I have property. I didn't have property growing up. So I have property. I can plant food plots. I can run cameras. I can set up a box blind. I can do this, whatever, right? As a kid, he'd be like, here's some hand warmers. Like, good luck. Now they're like in a box blind with a Mr. Buddy heater. And it's like, yeah, cool. We're watching food plot. And like, we're seeing deer. Like, this is awesome. And here comes a deer. You're going to kill that deer. Like, you've had success.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time. I don't think that's the right way to come into it. I don't think that's going to make them continue to come back. Some kids will. They're just built that way to like just continue to feed off of it. But I think most people need some success and some struggle, right, before something catches, and then it's like, I'm hooked. I'm in this thing.
Well, think of how much we had to learn when we were kids. Like all 4 of us, or we had to wait till we were 12. But what do we have? We had TNN on Sunday afternoons with Buckmasters and Mossy Oak. And then you had North American Whitetail Magazine. Then everyone was shooting giant deer off the side of a field. Like we didn't have that didn't work.
Exist.
That didn't translate to where we are. And so we had to go figure it out. Or now you can go on YouTube and watch how many different channels and a plethora of information.
And I criticized them in the past, and maybe they're doing it right, but like I see these kids that are 7, 8 years old killing booners, and I'm like, oh my God, like where's this kid go from here? And maybe he's hooked for life, and or it completely ruins him because like that's the pinnacle, dude.
Yeah,
you're there.
Regardless of the size of the deer, I mean, almost seems like there's a case to be made for like should you help them?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, or should you just keep hunting? And I'm the dad, and this is what I do. And if you're gonna go, great. We'll figure out a way to hunt the same property.
Well, but see, from a legality standpoint now, like those rules are tight. Like they can't hunt on their own.
That's true.
Yeah.
Carter can't hunt on his own until he's 16.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Well, you know what the reality is? Like that is the rule. I never hunted with my dad. Not one time.
Yeah, that's crazy because I remember the first time I sat like away from my dad, it was like within eye distance across the field bow hunting.
You felt so privileged too, didn't you? You were like,
it was like, yeah. And I mean, I forget what
I had an encounter too. The game wardens came up and
did they?
Yeah, and they were looking for like vehicles on public land during gun season.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, I was like, they got me. I'm 15. I'm screwed. Like,
yeah.
And I lowered down my license to them, and they're like, all right. And they were just real fixated on like, you're sure this is not your trailer out here? There's no public land.
They were already distracted.
So they,
I had the same. I was 14 or so, and I was walking back because if at some point 13 or whatever I did, I started hunting on my own, and I remember walking back it was after Christmas. I was flintlock hunting, and I don't know, I had some shitty flintlock. I probably never even fired. I probably had like 9 bullets in that thing, and so I'm walking down this road right back to my uncle's house, and like warden pulls up beside me, and I'm like, fuck, I'm 13, and he's like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, oh, we were hunting over here. I'm just walking back to the house. He's like, oh, hunting by yourself? I was like, no, my uncle and my dad are up here. I had to take a poop like in the woods or whatever. I was like, hey,
I shit my pants back here.
Look, I'm missing a glove.
Yeah. He was like, oh, really? Unfortunately, like my dad saw it, and he's like, hey, yeah, we're up here. And I was like, oh, yeah, they're in there. And he let me go. But I mean, I'd been out there for like 5 hours by myself, just stumbling around.
I don't even know what they do. They probably just write your dad a tag.
Probably.
A license.
Yeah. HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Pure Wildlife Blends.
Yeah, buddy. We're doing a lot of food plots this year. It seems like the planning, the preparation, like the coordinating for getting everything, in the ground, it's like it just never ends.
Yeah, and I just got off an 18-hour bender where I'm on multiple farms getting everything ready. But this year, fortunately, we've got Pure Wildlife Blends, which is Jeff Sturgis. Who better to partner with for our food plot program than a guy who's got 30 years of experience, been on thousands of farms. I mean, the guy lives and breathes food plots.
Yeah, and so the blends themselves are all handpicked by Jeff, and it's like, man, we've had a lot of conversations with him over the years, and he's been pretty influential in how we set up farms and stuff. And frankly, the product, it's in a name. It's Pure Wildlife Blend. So a lot of these other seeds that you see that are blue and orange or all these things, it's because they're coated with lime and they're dyed, and it's marketing at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of confidence in the seeds that Jeff has chose, and that's what we're going to be planting this year. And so right now, you can use code HUNTR10 for 10% off anything on the website.
So if you're looking for switch, clover, brassica, or Jeff's favorite, layer in the rye.
Layer in the rye.
Yep. Check out purewildlifeblends.com. Take that into this year. This was kind of the thinking. It was cool to have, Jacob and Matt kind of stoke some of these thoughts, but
how'd your interview go, by the way?
I didn't like some of the questions.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just I thought it was like, I don't know. It's not relatable to me.
Pushing you in a certain way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I pushed back and went my own way.
Cool.
They probably won't use it, but
good.
So I'm kind of hoping like with no cell cams, right? Once the season starts, having regular cams run, it's like, okay, cool. Harlan, all right. Your brother deferred, like you get first crack, whatever, opening day at Kentucky. What do you want to do? You want to go just sit? You want to go check a camera first? Like, and just kind of leave it to him. And he's not going to know, right? He's going to be like, oh, I don't know. Can we go to Big Rock? And I'm like, yeah, cool, dude. Let's go. And it might suck, but I'm just going to throw it out. Now, if I see if I feel like I'm losing them at some point, then maybe I'll throw them in a direction like, dude, let's go over here. Or like, the wind's dead wrong for him. Like, nah, let's go over. I'll guide him a little bit, but I'm just going to kind of see what they do. Right. I couldn't do that when he was 6. Like he had no idea. Right.
Yeah.
he would just be like, "Can we sit on the porch?" Like, no.
Well, it's hard. It's hard. It's almost hard because, like, and
I don't.
Our dads didn't know. So, like, dude, I don't even remember.
That's
like,
what scares me.
I don't even remember considering the wind until I was like,
oh, dude, I was in
20?
college. Yeah, I was in college.
It's a minimum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hunted out of the same 2x4 stand from the time I was 12 to 18.
I thought about
regardless of when.
I thought about.
Yep.
I think I thought about it from a trapping standpoint first because
That's a good point.
I was really invested in trapping, and I remember reading in the books like, you know, hey, set up on the upwind side so the scent will blow across like the crossing that are coming through, and I'm like, I wonder if deer can if that's the same thing, like if that would also work. But we hunt for years.
Oh yeah.
Never once even considered what it would be, or the weather for that matter. We're just like, as long as it's not raining, like
dude, I was convinced for the better part of like from 12 to 30 that I would have the best chance of killing a giant buck in the rain. And I think it's probably because I had just a few encounters with big bucks in rain. And it was like, I just was convinced. My dad was too. Maybe I convinced him. I was like, dude, light rain tonight, that we're going to see a giant. And there's no reason to it. Like, but it was just like, that was what my mind was at, you know? And maybe there was something to it. Who knows, right? But it was like, and it was probably because I can vividly remember like 2 or 3 encounters where I'm like just soaked, and like I'd look up and like here's this giant buck easing across the bean field. I'm like, holy shit. Like,
dude, it's got to be so anecdotal, like with the whoever's influencing you, like, because to the rain point, my uncle literally, this is what he would say. This is why my perception around rain is what it was. He would be like, yeah, he's like, they can definitely smell you better in the rain. He's like, do you ever fart in the shower? That's what he would say. And I'd be like, yeah. And he's like, you know how it smells way worse? I'm like, yeah. He's like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm just saying they can smell you. So he's like, I don't know. I don't like it.
You flip the question. You're like, did deer fart in the rain? And he's like, what?
Yeah. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood?
It is funny, like, when you look back, because, I mean, that's the thing. And I don't know, like, all of that stumbling around, like, all that failing and stuff taught you lessons all along the way. Whereas, again, now it's kind of quick to, like, interject them into a really good scenario when it's like, that's pretty easy for them, right? Like,
yeah.
See, I don't know. I hope, hopefully, people who have kids in this age are listening to this, because I don't know, dude. I'm trying to be the best, like, dad hunter that I can be, but like, I think it's probably because my biggest fear is they lose interest, because that's what I love to do.
I think you should come to terms with that now. You should just be like, hey, it is what it is.
I have a little bit. Yeah, I don't push them anymore. Like, because it's
not going to change it. If they're going to love it, they're going to love it.
Whether you want to go, you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I am at ease with that. And to be honest, they've killed enough bucks where it's like, hey, you don't want to go? Cool. I am stoked to go and sit by myself. Trust me.
But why does it seem like the younger generation doesn't have the same interest as we did?
I mean, dude,
remember when we were little?
Technology distraction.
It has to be.
Yeah, like, I know
do
my kids.
Do you really not think that they do?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't think that. I mean, like, my kids like to be outside, but if I gave them the option to, like, stay in and play their Switch, they would stay in and play their Switch all day long.
I mean, I would have too when I was my kids. When I was a kid, I had like my little GameCube, and I had my Clay Fighters game, and
I had
like
the shittiest, like,
I'd love
black
to do
and white
it.
Game Boy, so like I wasn't. Yeah, no, that thing barely worked.
Atari.
Yeah.
But it's not like this or that. Like, I don't think that. I mean, I guess it competes for your time. Technology does, but it doesn't give you the same thing.
TV was the bigger thing. Like, when I was growing up, it was like, because there was no DVRs and stuff. Like, you wanted to watch this show, it was on at 7 p.m. on Sunday night, and you best be ass in the couch, or you missed it. It's over. Yeah. There is no rerun type of thing. So like when sounds old, like when I was growing up, people would be like, don't sit in front of the TV, get outside and do something. There were game consoles and things like that, but it was really like, just don't sit in front of the TV, go outside and do something. Now it's like computers and I think it kind of, not to tie it back into cell cams, but dude, it's an overload of everything. Like, the internet's at these kids' fingers. Like, they can do whatever they could be.
What though, dude?
Paris at the Olympics right now, watching it live.
Yeah.
What 12 or 15-year-old do you know that's like obsessed with anything, or were we? Like, dude, there was plenty of times. Like, even when I was like 15 to 18 years old, I'd have been like, Yeah, hunting's great. I hunt, but like I did lots of other stuff too. Like I was like
that was my jam.
Yeah,
though.
I wanted to
I
like
played
hang out
sports,
with girls. I wanted to go to Scare House on October. I wanted to like go to I wanted to like socialize. I wanted to like. It wasn't until like I became a man that I right
Yeah.
or like you get into your mid-20s where you're like you got to pick something.
I think that's some of the probably influence too on the parent side. Like I know, like I would go if I wasn't playing, like I would go to a football game on Friday night.
Yeah.
The next morning at 5 o'clock, my dad's like, "We hunting or what?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's go."
No, I had the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You
Same
know,
thing.
so it was like, yeah, I'm up, I'm going.
Well, I guess I say that to be like it's okay. I think to like, dude, I missed lots of hunts because I was at football games.
Sure.
Or I don't do that anymore.
No.
Like I've figured out what my thing is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like from a raising kids standpoint or influencing even just other people that you're hunting with. It's
Yeah,
okay. It's okay to be invested in other things. But I think
Sure.
I don't know if you want to be there, you'll be there.
Yeah.
That's how I feel
Yeah,
about
you're
it.
not gonna. I don't think you're gonna force it on anyone, and it's kind of just built into your system. I mean, it is cool.
I
there
think
are
you should-
certain hook points, though.
I think you should get your kids into trapping.
Yeah.
I think legitimately, like if you're making some decisions here going
Yeah.
into season, like that was what did it for me.
Yeah.
Like trapping, even to this day, like I consider my hunting like mentality, like it's a lot of my basis of knowledge is from around trapping.
Yeah. See, here I think is interesting. I've always been a deer guy. Like that's just what. But I grouse hunted a lot. I squirrel hunted, not a ton, but I'd squirrel. Like whatever was in season, I hunted. Right. You know, same as with fishing. When it was trout season, I fished for trout. When it was bass season, I fished for bass. I think I think it's a good thing. But I now I start to question. It's like all that anticipation for us till we were 12. Like at 12, you're a fairly functioning kid to
Sure.
like, you can go out and grouse hunt. Like here's a shotgun, be safe with it. We're going to go out and grouse hunt. Harlan can't do that at 8. I mean, he's shot guns plenty of times, but like if I'm like, hey dude, here's a gun, let's go out and grouse hunt. Next thing you know, the barrel's at my head, right? Like he's
Love you, Dad.
yeah, he's an 8-year-old kid. Number one, number two is he's 52 pounds soaking wet and 4 foot nothing. So like even though he's the kid's a great shot. He's very astute when he's in the woods. Like he's paying attention. He's excited. As a just maturing human, like you can't take that kid out and give him a shotgun and be like, hey, we're gonna walk through this patch of cedars. Like there's gonna be a bird that flushes, and he's just. It's just he shoots and he's laying on his ass.
Well, dude, can
back
you?
there.
I remember your competence level at 12 years old. Even like that was the legal age, and you waited forever for it to get there. You're like, that was I had no idea what I was doing. Like I could have killed
Dude,
somebody.
I remember the pressure at my hunter safety course. At,
Oh, yeah.
At 11 and a half. Like I remember going there and thinking, holy shit, if I fail this, like everything I've been waiting for is going
Your
down
life
the
is
tubes.
over as you know it.
Yeah. And then you get there
It
and
was
it's
intense.
like it's impossible to fail. Like if you if you misspell your name, like you fail. But other than that, like it's impossible. But and so to that point, like I just talked to
It's
Carter
possible.
the other day. I'm like, hey dude, you have to take a hunter safety course this year. And he's like, well, I looked it up. I can take it online. I'm like, what the fuck? But like that's it. And he's also like, well, Dad, I've been hunting since I was 7. I'm like, yeah, but like you have to take one. And he's like, okay, like I will. Now it's like an inconvenience where for us, it was like, that was the final barrier step to be
The
like,
lead up.
We're in.
Yeah.
We're in the club at that point.
That was the barrier. I remember speaking of turkey hunting earlier. The guy that led ours was like, if you go turkey hunting, you will get shot and you will die.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I think that we give the states a lot of shit, right? Just a lot. But like the move of mentor hunting was more opportunity. That was the move. Like, hey, we got to get these kids started younger. We need to get them involved. When it first happened, I'm like, thank God, this is awesome. Like it'll be fun. Harlan killed his first year at 5. Carter wasn't ready till he was 8. That's just 2 different kids, how they are. But I look back at it and I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Counterproductive.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that anticipation of like I can't hunt with Dad until I'm 12 was what it was needed. Like
Maybe there. I don't know, dude. there's no right course into it. But it's like, I remember when I was a kid being like, I remember at a certain point I got obsessed with like, I'm going to raise chickens. Literally, I would buy books and I would be like, I'm going to like, I was going to like, that's what I wanted to do. I just like kind of obsessed over that. And then at the same time, I was wrestling and I was like in sports at school and I was like, you know, just being a kid. Like I was just like talking about going into middle school and stuff. And I was just like, this is crazy. Like just doing school stuff. And like, I was I knew that it was there, but it's almost like I wasn't ready for it. Probably.
Really?
Probably.
Dude, I feel like I lived in the woods from the time I was, I don't know, 4 or 5. Like I you know, every day in the summer I was catching crayfish and salamanders in the creeks, and I was catching fish in the creeks, and like during hunting season I was, you know, hoping my dad would take me out, or like I said, it was right behind Pitt Trafford High School. You guys know where that is. But like I would sit on the practice field bleachers, and my dad would go down to his stand and come in his stand, and I would just sit there and like watch the field. Like he'd be there for whatever, 3 hours in the evening. I sat there for 3 hours just like waiting for him to come out, like waiting to see his flashlight come out. I'm like, dude, what'd you see? You know? And it's because I couldn't bow hunt.
Yeah.
You know? And so, yeah, it was just, I don't know.
Do you think it was maybe the lack of accessibility to that experience? That
Probably.
That's what I kind of feel like, because wasn't on
What do
TV.
you mean? Lack of accessibility.
It wasn't promoted on TV that much. Social media really did. What would we have?
Yeah, if you missed it Sunday evening, you missed it.
We had to live vicariously through our fathers, and there was no other way. And we would hear about it, and it was like,
yeah, you get a magazine, you're like,
now
does deer exist?
Yeah, now your kids get to see all your pictures. It's everywhere.
Jared, I think your comment about it being like based on the individuals, like for me, was pretty accurate. I was obsessed with it from a young age, and I never stopped. Like I didn't play travel baseball in the summer because I loved to fish. I wanted to fish instead of traveling, right? And then in college, like I would schedule labs and classes so I could have a Thursday off, so I could get an extra morning hunt in other than a Saturday. Like that never left me. Where I never partied, I never went out on the weekends. Like that was what I did. I was obsessed with it. But I think like Colton, I don't know if you were the same or if you were different when you did it.
Oh, Colton partied.
I would say
Colton partied.
I didn't want to say that. I want to give him a chance to say
appreciated
it.
the college life.
over here.
However, I still hunted because it just is ingrained in me, and I can't. I have to. I have to go out like every second I have.
Well, now you do, but when you were a kid, I mean, that's
even in college.
It's interesting
I couldn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
college makes sense.
Yeah,
well,
even
college,
in
college, you're figuring it out though. Like that's,
you're right.
Because I was the same way. I picked the college that I went to because it was closer to my family farm, and I was like, I want to be. Yeah, I didn't realize how big of an impact it would probably have on me in the long term to be able to do that. But before that, and it's not like I didn't hunt. Like we always hunted from the time I was 12, and it was great. But like, there were definitely times where it's like, do you want to go to that bonfire with those kids and those girls or whatever, or are you going hunt? Like hunting wasn't necessary. I wasn't like, I don't know.
When'd you go your first year with a bow?
I want to say, dude, my first buck, I could drive. It took me years because I missed one. Like there's circumstances that come to mind. Like I missed one the first couple days out of that very first stand that Dad and I hung in that apple orchard. It was like first light. I don't know if there was legal hours existed at the time, or I don't even know. I think I had a PSE, whatever. I was sitting in this apple tree. I blew 1 million deer out on the way in, and I'm in there for like 5-10 minutes, and I like look down, and there's like, I'm pretty sure I could see a big buck he's right here. I don't know. He's just like milling around under my stand. And I just remember like coming a full draw and like just bringing it down to him and shooting. And like I just heard him, and he took off, and like I could remember like really struggling to see I could barely see my pin. I couldn't find my anchor point. I'd never aimed like that before. I had this Cobra trigger release, and I'm like, I just shot him. I don't know. I shot my bow, and the thing ran off. So, and I think I definitely didn't have a cell phone.
No.
So I don't remember if I think I walked out. I walked over to where my dad was. Or he might have killed one. Maybe I'm combining stories. I don't know. I can tell you, I could take you to the tree. I know where it's at. And he was hunting across the driveway, basically, of this other place. And so somehow we met up, and it was like we went to track the deer and didn't get it. I must have barely nicked it. In hindsight, I probably just like caught the very top or very bottom of it or something. And it sucked. I mean, that was like that was a big learning experience. But the next couple of years were maybe kind of a blur, but the first buck that I shot with my bow was like 150 inch 2-year-old probably. And I shot it like mid to late November, and I could drive because Zacho was with me, Zach Zacho. And we went to the spot that I'd gotten permission on and walked in there. Awesome spot in hindsight. Like there's some good deer in there. And I hung some scent, some estrus. I remember like dipping it in, and I hung it. And then he was sitting like 30 yards, 45 yards away, just like in a brush. Like he was just there hunting with me, I guess. Like we were just set up. And because I drove us there, I remember. So I must have been 16. So there was like a 4-year period where I didn't kill a buck with my bow. And maybe I killed some does or something. And that buck come charging in, smelled the estrus, and just come afternoon. And I just didn't even have my release on yet. And so I threw everything together. I probably didn't have an arrow knocked. I knocked it. He was like 5 yards. He came right to the base of the tree, you know? And I just drew back, and like, again, who knows? He was walking. I probably didn't stop him, shot him right in the guts. Like just way back, like out through the back leg probably. And got down like pretty immediately. And I was like, we got to chase him. Like you know what I mean? Like we got to get after him, you know? And, I kind of like ran as far as I could see and like just lost sight of him. And I was like, I don't know where he went. I don't know. So I called my neighbor, Bill Carasia, who was kind of an influence he passed away a couple of years ago. He was a big influence on me, I think, for bow hunting. I hunted with a crossbow for last long couple of years of his life, I remember, actually. Way before we started talking about it. But, you know, that's what he was doing. I never thought anything of it. Not that I would have today, but it's funny to remember that. And he came out and helped me. He'd be like, well, we want to give him some time. I'm like, what do you mean? No, we got to get him.
Yeah,
and he's like, no, we're going to wait. And I was like, okay. And we went out and we did recover him together.
Yeah.
And that was the first one I ever shot.
You know, I didn't shoot my
16. I was probably 50. Must have been 16 years old.
I shot my first buck with a bow. Actually, I mean, I've hit some before that. I killed my first buck with a bow when I was a junior in college.
Really?
Yeah, at Penn State. I had broke my arm at the football game, not playing. The railing broke when I was drunk. And broke my arm. And so I was sitting out most of the bow season, and I was working over at the deer pens, and I was in a full arm. I got the upper off, and I was like, fuck yeah, like we're ready. Yeah. And I went out, and I couldn't climb. So I sat on the ground, like behind the deer pens where I worked. And like, I don't know, it was sometime in the afternoon. There comes this like, you know, whatever 1-year-old 6-point, like up and off the ground, like 27 yards. I torched him. And I was like, holy shit, killed my first. And then like in retrospect, I'm like, after we found him the next day, I was like, man, like the number of encounters that I had. I started bow hunting when I was 13.
Crazy.
So it took 8, you know, I was probably 21 or 22.
It
took like 8 or 9 years for me to kill my first buck with a bow. And I was like,
literally
holy shit.
8 or 9. That's the reality. Like to think back on it, it sounds kind of like ridiculous. It's just like I missed so many deer.
Yeah.
And blew so many opportunities.
Same.
It's just like it's kind of wild and you know, just to consider like where we're at now, it's like I feel pretty lethal. I'm like, you know, hey, I'm gonna kill him. There was no chance back then. We're fumbling in the dark. We didn't know what we were doing with our bows. We didn't know what we had no idea.
Yeah.
And so to kill one was really like, I can remember distinctly though how worked up I got.
Yeah, me too.
I can't say for sure if it was the next one that I killed, but I remember the first big buck I killed, which was a 130-inch 3-year-old off of the Scary Oak on our Ohio farm. I've never seen a deer so big.
Yeah.
I don't know how old I was, must have been like, I don't know, 18 or 19 maybe, which is crazy. Like you think you're pretty old, you know, that sounds like you
should be fairly seasoned by that point.
Yeah, but no, I had only started hunting when I was 12.
Yeah.
So like, and my experience learning bow hunting started when I was 12. And so, dude, I crushed him. He came in and I had practiced and I had a Matthews Adrenaline.
Yep.
Matthews Adrenaline. And he came into like.
Last bow they made?
Switchback, maybe.
Dude, I remember those switchback commercials. Those were iconic. I'll never forget them. And that sucker came into like, I don't know, 15 yards, broadside, crushing a scrape. He was a big 3-year-old, and there was, in hindsight, probably a 2-year-old with him, and I just smoked him. Like, just with a rage. It was the 2.3 You know what I mean? The gold, like the biggest
axe through a big stream.
Because that 0.3 of an inch was huge.
Yeah.
They were killing him with 2 inch.
Yeah.
and he just wheeled around and just
I didn't like it.
Oh, I remember he just like laid right over. There's just nothing like that.
You remember your first buck with a bow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pencil, thin, bleach white, guaranteed probably. I shouldn't even say this. Guaranteed after shooting light.
Not legal.
Yeah.
I think the statute of limitations have expired at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I put a tree stand up right where my grandparents the tillable property just started, and there was a row of like six-inch apple trees, and they would come in, hit the corn or beans, and then pick up apples. And I remember deer blowing at me, whatever, but they just they couldn't they couldn't resist. They just had to come.
Yeah.
Was that corn planted or placed?
It was all planted. It was all planted. Yeah.
Still on the ear, standing. Yeah.
Yep. But I remember I was hunting out of a ladder stand my dad put up for me, and it walked in. It's like dark.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to see it, but it was probably 20 yards away. And I know I made a decent shot because I don't remember having to track it very far. But I remember calling, or actually I didn't call, I ran down to my grandparents and told them, and I got the phone, and we had a party line. So it was like hooked to my parents' house. I'm like, Dad, I just killed I thought it was huge because how bleach white it was. It was like glowing in the dark.
Yeah.
Obviously it's not that big, but yeah, that one was definitely special. And then every year after, it was like the same thing. But you know what's wild? I never shot a doe with my bow until college.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah. It just was
Well, that was like a PA thing. Like you don't shoot does.
Oh, dude.
Kind of, yeah.
I don't know. First deer I killed was
That's
a
next year's
buck. I smashed a button buck. Then I killed a doe after that. And yeah. But I was hunting like suburban Pittsburgh, so there were deer everywhere.
Yeah. There was plenty of deer, but and trust me, I watched my dad shoot them when we went on deer drives. That's how I got so fast and efficient with gutting deer. He'd bring me out. I'd have to gut everybody's
Just
deer.
piling them up.
Everyone. I'd got them all. I was like, take me.
All right, Tyler, you're up. What was your first one?
I can remember all of them. You're talking about your memory, Jared. My memory recall is kind of scary, and what I can look at every one of them and think of the scenario where I was sitting, what happened, how it played out. My first one, I hunted property behind my grandmother's house. She had 20 acres, and that was the first year I could drive with the old climber. And there was no rhyme or reason. I found a straight white oak tree that I could get into, and I hunted that thing like, I don't know, a dozen times that year, just the same tree. Because it was easy. You walk down the 4-wheeler path. It was 80 yards off. There it is. Climb up it. And I put doe estrus on my boots, and I walked like this big,
classic move.
Yeah, walked the big circle around to in front of it. And it was the last day of the archery season, and he came in at 35 yards, just a small 7.2-year-old deer, and I shot him, and he fell dead like 5 feet from the base of the tree.
Jeez.
Which was awesome. It was awesome. I wanted to kill my first buck with a bow, and I did. And then I was all of like 120 pounds, soaking wet, so I wasn't moving that deer after I got him. So I went back to my grandmother's, and she saw me come out, and she was like, "Oh, did you kill one?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did." So I had to show my grandmother this was her home place that she was living in now, old school farm, and she wanted to go see it. So I had to walk her back to it. This 7-year-old woman's like, I want to go see it. And I hadn't gutted it at that point. Well, she was ready. She's like, let's get in there. Let's gut it. So she was like hands-on one. So she helped me gut it, which was a really cool memory for me. And then we tried to move it.
Okay, Graham, drag it out.
That's what I wasn't going to move it. The deer was bigger than I was at the time. So yeah, it was cool. I got to go get a couple buddies and they came and helped me drag it out. And she carried my tree stand. She was like, I'm carrying something on the way out. And so she put the tree stand on her back and walked it out with me. So it's a really good memory for
That's
me.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
I feel like those ones are like those kind of hunts stick. I also like when you talk about memory recall, like I have several like just nightmarish ones.
Oh, I have
That's the ones you remember the
just
most,
buried in me.
Yeah.
You talked about
Before we get into the nightmares,
Yeah.
can I just say, like, and I do want to go there.
Yeah.
It definitely gives you some empathy. Maybe it's suburban, right? But it does give you some empathy for like where people are at on their journey. Like we get so fixated on like the deer that we're after, or like we got to manage this property a certain way, and like. Don't get me wrong, like we put a ton of time and money and effort into properties and we want it to pan out a certain way, and I've gotten mad at guys for being like, oh, he's, whatever. I mean, he's hunting a stand on the wrong wind, or he's, neighbors are doing this and that. And it's like, it's a lot bigger than that. I think if you can just like step back and be like, hey, maybe that's like a 19-year-old kid, or like his dad told him to go hunt there, or it's so.
Yeah. I get frustrated too with like when I was hunting that deer in 16, that giant. I didn't tell a lot of people about the deer, but the people I did tell, like, I hope that no one else kills him. It's going to suck if your neighbor kills him. I'm going to go shake that guy's hand and congratulate him, because he's going to be as excited to kill that deer as if I killed it, maybe even more excited. And then I want another story, and then we'll go find another one to hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't own them, right?
Yeah. I surely don't want like that deer to disappear and then me to have no idea what happened, because that shit just
Those are the
eats at
worst.
me
Yeah.
for years. I'm just like, what happened to him?
Yeah.
Like nobody killed him. Everybody's like, no, we didn't kill him. Like, where's he at? What happened?
Well, it's hard to just like, it's like you want to be the one to find a treasure, right? And that sucks. But so it's like you want everybody to, if you could, you're like, it'd be great if everybody could find treasure. So there's like a selfishness to it where you're like, I want to be the one to get them. But I would hope that people get to a point where that you could be happy for other people. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I think it just takes being okay with not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we always obviously point out that like deer and especially mature bucks are a limited resource, right? Because they are. So at least a finite resource. And I think that it comes down to like everybody just trying to figure out where in the journey there are. Like if you've never killed a big buck before, like I'm sure you'll use crossbow, corn pile, whatever you have to do to kill one. Like if you've never done it, like that is the goal. That is the attainable thing that you're reaching for. If you've killed a big buck before, then you're trying to kill a bigger one or another one that's like that in a different challenge, whatever. And like that's kind of where like you asked about my standard. My standard's not going to change. Like I want a challenge of a mature buck. Like that is the standard. But maybe at 40 I'm getting to the point where I'm looking for the nostalgia of like, man, I remember all of those things when I looked at that deer for the first time, like coming in, and I was like, you've never seen this thing before. Wow. It's a majestic. I get somebody asked me. It wasn't Jake. It was somebody else that asked me the other day. They heard something about me ranting about the cameras and things like that, and I can desensitize myself to it, but like my biggest hang up is like, dude, a big buck. These things used to be when you saw one, like even if somebody killed it or in a magazine, you were like, holy shit, like that thing existed. Just pick up your phone. There's 75 of them in my Facebook feed right now.
You're almost desensitized to
it. It's not, nobody can, like they are still cool animals, don't get me wrong, but it is for sure not anywhere near the feeling that we had when we saw one, 20 years ago. It was like, oh my God, like that's a monster. That's amazing.
Well, let me put it this way. Like, dude, I, for a long time was like, like these 2 and 3 year old deer and stuff. I was just like what like I would be like,
Let me take a pee.
yeah, go pee. I was like, well,
just watch your butt on the unicorns and whatnot.
They just didn't mean anything to me. I was just like, they were just like up and comers. That's all they were. I was just like, what are we doing? They gotta get mature. They gotta get mature. Like 4 years old was all that mattered to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as time has gone on, it's just like, they mean a lot more to me in the sense that I'm like, well, it obviously got you excited enough to kill it.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to understand like where you're at, know, and that doesn't mean I'm just like throwing our standards for a property out the door. Like there's still a situation where we're trying to work together to have a better property in an age class and stuff. That's all, I still have my goals intact. I'm not going to shoot 2 or 3 year olds because I have no desire to, but if somebody does, then I want to understand. I want to be on board for that. I want to be. I want to be supportive.
Yeah, maybe it was their
that.
first bow buck, or maybe it's their biggest buck ever, or whatever it is. And that's I think the
dude, a dead deer is significant. A dead buck, especially, is like, dude, you did that. You killed that thing. You had an experience. Like you put in some effort, and you.
Which is why I hate when people start off their harvest posts, with not my biggest, but or. Season was winding down, and it's like, dude, you don't have to justify it to me. I don't care. You killed it. Like, that it was, but if you're telling me that you're not happy with it, now I'm kind of pissed off because I feel like you're disrespecting the deer. You killed the deer. Like, you should be happy.
I mean, it's not even a pissed off. It's just like to
a point.
Well, no, we get it. Like, I've heard so many different, and it's just kind of like I wonder where they're at with that. Like, what's their... what's your motive? But every one of us, including you and me, have made an excuse or preluded like a story with a justification as to why you shot a certain deer.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's just, it is what it is. Like, I mean, that's there's it's worth saying because it's like it helps. Maybe it gives some context to the story, but also it's like, okay, so what does that mean? What's that mean to you?
Yeah. What are you justifying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is probably what I guess gets me more interested is like, okay, maybe it wasn't your biggest, if you killed a 200-inch deer, like most of the deer you kill are not going to be bigger than that point forward. Yeah, so that's fine. I think it's the why do you feel compelled to justify it to me now in a 500-word post?
Well, go ahead.
I have a thought on this, and I might get a little bit off topic here, but I think a lot of people, a lot of hunters.
What topic are we on?
I might get a little bit away from hunting with this a little bit, but I think a lot of people, and I am, and you guys probably are too, to a point, guilty of, you tie your identity as a person, to a hunter.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make you up. That you're a hunter because you decided to hunt. It's like, oh, you're the quarterback because you're playing football. You're not a quarterback if you don't play football. Mm-hmm. I think people lose track of what actually makes them up as a person. Like. Mm-hmm. Being a hunter isn't your identity. Being a compassionate, patient, reasonable, caring individual, that's your identity. You can be your identity away from all of that. Mm-hmm. But I think people tie their identity to hunting so much that and I've felt this, and you guys have too, if you're not successful, you almost feel like you're failing at life as you relate to, as you know it. So those posts that come up that say, oh, you're not the biggest, but you can't eat the antlers. I think those people feel like they had to kill a deer to satisfy their need to exist in life, and they haven't been able to figure out how to reason with not killing a deer and still being fine with themselves. Plus, they're probably looking at other people. I mean, we all compare ourselves, right? We size each other up and look at that. And I think you see some of the negative comments of people that make fun of people who shoot small deer. Is like, well, they're trying to figure out their own insecurities and feed that. Like making fun of someone else for shooting a small deer. Well, that person, it's the one that's just like your common bully. They're insecure.
I think you're 100% right. 100% right. Yeah. Well, and as you progress, you want to think that you as a hunter, I guess in the case I'm going to give here, it's just like you get more secure with you're like, I can kill a deer. Mm-hmm. I want to, and I'm okay to pass that thing. And maybe if people say, oh, you didn't kill a deer, what are you doing out here? It's like, well, I know what I'm after. You're secure in that. It definitely is tied to insecurity. You're 100% right.
Yeah. No, I think so. Yeah. And
that's okay. Yeah. Dude, insecurity comes with an experience. Absolutely. And just,
for sure.
Everybody goes through that.
It wasn't easy going buckless for multiple years. I was gauging my success off of encounters.
Sure.
I was like, hey, I successessly set up on deer.
I
saw
I'm
them.
not kill him, but I see him.
Yeah.
You were gauging,
I mean, honestly.
you were gauging your success off of Cav. That's what the problem was. The buddy he hunts with was killing deer every year. He's out there blowing a grunt call like a trumpet, and they're running to the base of the tree, and you're trying the best you can and not
he's
doing
killed
it.
some A&F giants.
Yeah.
He's had some serious success up there.
Well, and if you look at your history, right, you're coming into this of like, I kill a buck with my bow every year,
Yeah.
right? Whereas, I just said, I didn't kill a buck till I was 22, with a bow.
I just never, I never shot one over 120, and I was like, listen, to me, growing up, those were great buck.
Mm-hmm.
But as I matured, I was, and I hate to categorize them in inches, but
Sure.
I was ready to hunt more mature deer.
Yeah.
And I was starting to figure it out and was like, okay, I think I can do this.
Yep.
This is what I'd like to target. So I'm willing to pass on a lot of these younger 2-year-olds. I'll never kill a great one if I keep killing nice, good buck. So I sucked it up and said,
Yeah.
here we go.
Well, dude, that's awesome. That's like that is the way it should be. Like you should fail and suck at stuff until you're like in your 20s. Like until you're like on becoming a man. Like, dude, killing a big buck is like a big deal. You know what I mean? And
It should be at least.
Yeah.
it is a big deal.
Yeah, like Jeremy, you were saying, you're a little fearful that your kids may shoot a 150. I haven't ever shot a 150. I
Most
shot a
people don't.
146 or 149, whatever you say,
Yeah.
at the age of 32.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Well, and when you get to a point where it's like, speak for myself, I've had a lot of success recently, but it's been, what's it been? 3, 4, 5 years like that I've started figuring
clicking.
it out, started laying them down. But before that, I had 15 years where I sucked. I was terrible. I didn't kill shit.
Yeah.
I had a handful of wins, like kind of throughout that kind of kept me going, and that was like that was the next benchmark. But there was like 4 or 5 years in between each one.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that kind of comes back full circle to the kid thing where it's like, I don't know, man. Like it could be really easy, right? You could easily set them up.
Can you imagine you as an 8-year-old kid shooting a 130-inch 3-year-old?
Oh, my.
No.
Do you know what I
My
mean?
brain would've imploded.
Yeah,
No.
me too.
Like that's the biggest deer alive.
I remember like somebody saying like, buck coming, and it didn't matter. I was like, I'm killing it. There was no even thought process of that. In that, yeah. And so, I'm hoping kind of the saving grace with my own kids is that like they've killed 1 and 2-year-olds, right? So it's like they've had success, but it's been mild success.
A 130-inch 3-year-old is the biggest deer that's ever lived to a 10-year-old.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a giant.
I remember when Harlan.
It was to me when I was 16 years old.
Those 2-year-old 8 points. I mean, that was the goal for a while, right?
that was it,
I mean,
man.
that was,
They were epic.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think that it's and even for a lot of guys listening to this, I think who are like just like the 4 of us, right? We're all ate up with it. We're all doing it. Like there's an internal sense of confliction there, I think, as well. It's like, okay, I don't get, maybe you're working a lot or you got a new baby at home or whatever. And it's like, I'm not going to get to hunt much, but man, if I kill like a 3-year-old, these guys are going to, I don't know, people are going to think different. Like, it's like, that shouldn't be there.
Everyone's
at all.
situation's so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, based off of what you got going on. And
That's it.
I mean, Levi Morgan's farm's like 2 miles from my house in a straight line. What they've killed, 3 or 4 deer over 160.
Yep.
That buck that I showed you, that's the biggest buck I've ever had on camera. Biggest buck. I mean, I'm probably never going to kill a deer bigger than that. And they've killed, I mean, his situation where he can buy how many acres and grow those deer is way different than what you guys are doing and what we're doing. So do what makes you happy and fuck everyone else.
Yeah. I agree.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Sever.
Well, one of the biggest things that we always talk about is what our arrow setups are. And this year we're shooting the Sever broadheads. I think we're both shooting the new 2-inch titanium broadhead. And so, we're huge proponents of expandables. And I know we've had this argument back and forth with people, but
we're right and you're wrong, and you just need to accept it.
We just want to have a giant wound that pumps out blood. That's the bottom line.
We build our arrow setups and shoot bows, to maximize penetration, and we shoot broadheads that are going to give us the best blood trails, the most hemorrhage possible. And so part of those setups is we're also shooting the Easton arrows here coming up pretty soon. So we've shot the Victory in the past, and there's all kind of great arrow shafts on the market, but like we're looking for a whole system from broadhead to arrow components to the arrow shaft itself. And the more we look at some of these Easton shafts and the components that go with them, that setup's going to be really deadly for us.
Yeah, I'm actually using the Easton traditional axis right now in my traditional setups for both my recurve and my longbow. I've got a 100-grain brass insert on those, and then obviously I'm using a fixed blade broadhead on those specific shafts.
Right on.
So, but yeah, our goal is always to be shooting the best broadhead that we think is going to be the most lethal for our setups. We've done plenty of research. We believe in the Sever broadheads, and we hope you would check them out at Sever Broadheads as well.
Well, dude, you see my situation in Ohio. Like we're super blessed. Like and I don't take that for granted. It's like, and even I have the audacity to sit here and complain some days that hey, we don't have these 5-year-olds. And it's like, and you see the amount of acreage and stuff that takes, the amount of work and time, and we've made it better, and I've done all these things, but it's just like, dude, that's not like an everyday thing to be able to come by that.
No. Yeah, no. And even like being able to, like, I know a lot of guys are starting to take trips out of state. If you're an East Coast guy and you go to hunt, Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, Illinois, whatever, like all of a sudden your eyes are open to like, man, I could kill a booner. Yeah. You come back here, that mindset's got to shake out your head pretty quick. Because if you're stuck on that, it's like, we talked the other day with Cody. It's like, for a while there, my goal was always I wanted to kill the biggest, baddest buck in that woods where I'm at, right? If it's a 180-inch 5-year-old, that I don't care about any other deer, that's the deer I want to kill. But if you carry that mindset through, and let's say you're here in PA and you're like, I'm going to kill that deer might be a 125-inch 3-year-old.
Yep. Which is great deer for here.
Exactly. Yeah. And if you're like, well, I'm only killing a 5-year-old this year. There isn't one. You're not. You will not kill anything. There is no 5-year-old where you're hunting. You will have to leave. I'm not saying you can't go find one, but if you're hunting a block and you're like, I'm going to kill a 5-year-old, it's 5-year-old or bust. You might as well stay at home because he's not there. He doesn't exist. If he doesn't exist, you can't kill him. Yeah. It's just like saying, Jared and I are going to Iowa. It's 200 inches or bust. Well, if there's not a 200-incher there, guess what? Bust. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So it's not the good kind either.
Yeah. Not the good. So that'll be if we kill it. Yeah. But like so I'm not saying you shouldn't have goals, but man, if anything has happened with the media and social media and stuff, all of a sudden we kind of put ourselves all on the same playing field, and we are not all on the same playing field.
Well, extends to like, income is what comes to mind too. But like you're saying, we are always like sizing each other up and stacking each other up against, well, that guy has this or that guy has that. Whether it's he makes more money, he has more girlfriends, or
that could be a problem.
Kills bigger bucks or whatever. It's like, it's just human nature to compare yourself to other people. And like, it's pretty liberating to just be cool with what you have, and that doesn't mean you shouldn't work to get more, or to, or whatever. But like there's a, that's a milestone probably, is if you can reach to be like, you know what, here's what I have, here's what's available to me. I'm good with this for now. I'm going to keep working for more. But hey, if I can kill a 3-year-old deer off this property, that'd be huge.
I think the big thing was, go back probably prior to 2005 or whatever, but sometime in there, and Andre was another one. Like, you hear this, hunting was a competition within yourself, right? So if I killed a spike, next year I wanted to kill a 3-point or a 4-point. If I killed a 3-point or 4-point, next year I wanted to kill a 6 or an 8. If I killed an 8, like maybe I wanted to kill a 2-year-old. Like, that competition built within yourself. There wasn't, you sized yourself up, like you wanted to win the buck pool, or you wanted to be the cool kid in the family, whatever it was. But like, your goal from a hunting standpoint was, I always wanted to one up myself from the year prior, right? Yeah. And if I didn't, I felt a little incomplete. Like I failed a little bit, right? But that fueled the fire to then come back strong. I would have to say now, because of how social media and stuff is, that within the self has taken a backseat to amongst the others around you. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's a point of that I think is healthy, where it's like, if the four of us go to A&F and we're like all trying to, like, it's like, hey man, I know you're freaking mentally, we just hunted 7 days in a row, haven't seen shit. You're getting up, we're going out. That's healthy.
It's the only
motivation.
way. It's the only way to survive in those scenarios without my other two buddies.
Yeah,
because you hit that wall, and you're like, man, you got to dig really deep and have a gut check.
But if it was four of us saying like,
somebody's seeing deer,
I'm gonna kill a bigger buck than you. It's just gonna happen. Like that becomes not
nice toxic relationship.
Who even cares at that point? It's like, cool, okay, cool. He's there. Like either whoever's sitting in the stand could kill him.
Dude, everybody cares though on those platforms. That's what I'm saying is, like, it used to be like you just wanted, and you know, your family, maybe you had like small competitions with him, but it wasn't like, man, I don't know, like, you know, Ben Rising killed 3 170s last year. Like, how the hell am I going to ever do that? You're immediately in the wrong spot.
Well, dude, I feel pretty fortunate to have reached a point, like, I would say so young, like at 31 years old. I really genuinely feel at this point, and it's not that I don't want to kill giant buck. I really do. But, you know, I killed a 170 off, you know, in Ohio, and that's my high score in deer today. I don't have a feeling like it's not what's driving me. It's just like, I got to kill a 180.
There was a point to that buck though that you felt that you felt like you needed to kill a giant buck.
Yeah,
and you would do anything to kill a giant buck.
There probably was. Well, there definitely was. I can genuinely say today, like, I probably am getting as much or more satisfaction out of putting other people on them. Don't get me wrong, like, and even in Ohio, like that 180, I'm like, the guys are going to give me a first crack at it, and like, that'd be sweet. It'd be awesome if I could kill that. I'd be super stoked. But like, I mean, dude, like, you know, in Illinois, like, I just feel like I'd be like, dude, I'm going to come film you. I really do.
Sure.
I feel that way. Like, you know.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be fun, and like, I see the opportunity that I have versus, and I'm like, dude, I'm going to put Jeremy on it. That would be friggin' amazing if we could go, you know, and I feel kind of the same way, like in Ohio with our guys. Like, I'm like, dude, I could kill those deer. Like, and they're sometimes in a lot of ways bigger deer than I've killed, or older deer or whatever. And I'm like, there would be amazing deer. It's the same thing. If I can put those guys on them, it's like, it's not like my picture's on Facebook and I got to take a picture of it, but
it's the same. The success was reached.
Yeah.
Goal.
That's one
goal
thing.
10.
That's one reason why turkey hunting is so.
You're right in that aspect. What are you going to do? Say, I killed a 3-year-old bird over a 2-year-old? Nobody gives a shit.
And to take someone out, especially youth hunters or someone that's struggled, and you can aid them in success, the gratification you get from it.
It's purely back to,
the frequency.
Or not. Well,
and the frequency for turkeys, it's, I mean, to be frank, especially in this area, it's much easier to take someone out and call in a longbeard with a full fan than get them on 180 incher. And the excitement is pretty much the same. People are just coming unhinged. You know, when they shoot one, you can feel it vibrate in your chest.
Yeah.
But the gratification is a little, the accomplishment, I guess, the magnitude of accomplishment of shooting 180 inch.
Goes back to the challenge.
Yeah.
It's very attainable to go out and kill, you know, an adult gobbler, you know, during the spring season. It's not very attainable to kill a booner in Pennsylvania during the season.
Right. Comparatively, there's a difference.
You do have to do it for yourself first. I think it's hard to reach that point without having reached some level by yourself. It's the blind leading the blind up until that point. But once you've been like, okay, hey, I killed a really good deer, you know, it's like then all of a sudden you start to realize, like, well, hey, these guys really want to kill a big deer, and here they are, and like I'm after a bunch of them, like you know, it has to do with the, you know, opportunity that's in front of you and stuff, but it's, you know, and I'm not the first person to say that, but the sharing it with other people is definitely like the full circle of hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, not like, you know, not to harp on like the camera thing that I'm trying to do this year, but like in the past month or so, we've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people, and internally I've felt bad for some of them because of like, they're in a situation where I know how much they love whitetail hunting. I know they're ate up with it. But the pressure to kill a giant buck is so high. Like the amount of, camera pressure that they're going to have to like we got to pass it. We can't kill this deer. That's next year's. Like there's so much clouding around it because of an expectation that it's like, I think I'm lucky enough that I saw that before I took that step further, and I'm like, I don't want to be there. Like I don't want that pressure of like, Jeremy's got to kill a 160 every year. Like, he shouldn't be on the podcast doing it. Like, I don't want that pedestal pressure. And I say that because, and maybe it's a cop out. It's like, I don't want to have that data flying in all the time on me where it's like, man, if I don't kill this deer, like I just squandered it. Right. So it's like, those are the things that I start to look at how other people have gone, and some of the most successful whitetail hunters like that are out there right now. And I envy them to a point, but in that situation of where they currently are in their hunting career and what they feel, I don't want to be there.
I was actually going to ask that because I know you and Jared have gotten to sit down and talk to a lot of people, and their experience is obviously wildly different than ours. Mm-hmm. But I was curious on the pressure they feel internally.
Think about all the Iowa guys we talked to.
Yeah, they can't kill a 120-inch 3-year-old.
They live in Iowa. If they're a landowner, they have 3 buck tags, right? Which in most cases they're expected to fill. But even in, let's say, 2 of those, they're not out there killing 120-inch 3-year-olds. They better, if they kill something under like 140, 150, it better be ancient.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, they're there. The deer are there, but it's like that's a kind of a weird expectation. And also, to that point, it's like, dude, they're not going to ever hunt anywhere else. Right? Like, what are you going to do? Come to Pennsylvania and hunt? Like, you're going to be dramatically disappointed with everything you see unless somehow mentally you can say, okay, well, I'm not in Iowa. I'm now, and I don't think that most of them can. If you
it's easy to calibrate the other way,
absolutely.
But I feel like to decalibrate is near impossible.
Like, I've killed the biggest buck I killed a 175 with my bow in Kansas. Absolute monster. It just blazed into my brain. But that buck from PA is my best deer ever. I'll tell everybody 100%, like without a doubt, and it's just, that it's the calibration side of it, and it's zero. It's the only booner I've ever killed, right? At once, but like it's, it was just. I had that year. I had 3 bucks on camera over 165, and 1 over 180, and so it was like they were there.
Isn't it cool how I think the circumstances surrounding it have a lot to do with that? It's not the score. I kind of feel that way about the 160 that I killed in North Dakota last year. Like
it's like I would say that, no disrespect, that's your best deer ever.
That's kind of how I feel about it. It's not the highest scoring, and not to take away from the 170 because it was an awesome situation there too. But like, it was just the memory. It's just like it's so ingrained. It was so epic.
Public land river bottoms of middle of nowhere, North Dakota.
That's impressive.
I showed you,
Where you saw
you
what?
held it right in the gym parking lot.
Oh yeah,
I took my gym.
Saw like 7 or 8 deer like all week or something. Like an
didn't you?
Extremely low number of deer.
How many river miles did you guys run?
A ton
in a boat.
A ton.
At that time you knew like
you know what too, like not to get like no homo, right? But it's like the the relationship that Lucas and I built that week was like I think. That was what did it.
Yeah, like we'll probably sleep together this year.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We're gonna take it up.
We'll bunk up for sure. But like, you just don't get to like. We went from 0 to like I didn't know him before the trip to just like we were best friends. Like at the end of it. Like,
well, you still say, and I don't, feel offended.
You're still my best friend.
I don't feel offended by it. Stop. That moment of recovery that you and Lucas and his dad had may have been like the best thing you've ever experienced from a hunting standpoint.
I think it might have been.
Yeah,
it was
pretty cool because, like you said, like you didn't know
there's
anything
been
about
some close seconds. You and I shooting my buck in North Dakota was it was up there.
Yeah,
but yeah, from
you and I finding that recovering that buck, even that one.
Yeah, both.
That was on video of Jared with a knife because that deer had got up and ran and basically had a heart attack. Like he was bled out so much that I thought I shot him again and killed him, and I literally Achilles hoofed him, and so he just had a heart attack and died. But Jared's, I'm going down. Jared's behind me with a pocket knife, ready to just pounce this freaking mature mountain buck and just giggle.
Listen, I've had some hands-on encounters with recovering deer.
If we were going to tell stories, there's plenty of them. But I actually have a question for all of us. If you could choose between inches and age, what would it be?
It depends. They go like this. Probably.
Sure. There's a correlation. There's a correlation, but I guess
ideally it's a 10-year-old 250 inch deer.
Understood. But I guess to make my question more specific, would you rather shoot an older deer with a smaller antler size?
Question. I'll go first. Can I go?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Of course I'm going to.
Yeah. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. Everybody shut up. I'm going to answer the question here. As long as it's mature, I would say antler class.
Okay.
Yeah. Over 4 or 5 years old, I'm kind of in between right now. I would say, higher scoring.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If I could give a scenario, if it's a 4-year-old 200-inch deer or a 10-year-old 120-inch deer, I'm shooting the 200-inch deer.
Right, because you hear all the conversations, and at some point they all align and they also conflict to an extent. It's what are you really targeting? Are you targeting antler size or
everybody's
and everyone wants a little bit of everything. That's human nature.
Lebrowski's perfect situation. He's 8 or 9.
Yep.
Which is not ancient as far as the deer concerned, but it's old.
Pretty ancient for free range deer.
And at this point, I kind of feel like just let him be.
Just let him be.
He's fine. He's made it this old. Let him go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing because
But if he was high scoring, I'd be all over.
I think anybody that tells you that they're not hunting antler size is a bit lying, right? Because we all daydream about killing the big buck.
I agree.
It's rare situations where it's okay, here's a 3-year-old 160 and here's a 5-year-old 130. What am I going to shoot? I'm at the point I want to shoot a mature deer, but mainly it's not the situation of here's those 2 deer as much as it is the pursuit of this dude.
Yeah.
Because he's tough to kill. And he's eluded death for longer. But Jacob asked me straight up, he's hey, if that buck that you have that shed from, he's if that deer's 3 this year and he's 160 to 170, what are you going to do? And I was I'm probably going to shoot his ass. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons I would is that would be the largest buck that's ever been killed in that county. Mm-hmm. So and could that deer be 200 at 4? Maybe. But he also could die. Mm-hmm. And then nobody enjoys the situation. Mm-hmm. That's where it comes. And I argue a lot with people when they're well, you guys, whatever, you're playing God and you think you can just, protect these deer and just, you're going to push all these deer to 5 years old. And no, they die. They get hit by cars, people shoot them, they die of a disease. It happens. Sure. We want to see them get to 5 so they can express their full potential. They have maximized their full potential. It is a mature beast out there. But if you look at H class, whatever, less than 8% of the bucks in a herd are 5 and older, for a reason. It's just hard to get them there.
Yeah.
So I like going in even this year. I've got probably better deer. I've got a 5-year-old right now that it's that's my target deer. Now, if there's other deer, if I get eyes on them, it's I don't know. I'd be lying if I said, I want to kill a 160-inch deer, and I don't really care. I was surprised Cody's I don't care if that deer's 2 years old and 160, I'll kill him. Mm-hmm. If it hits 160,
that doesn't surprise me.
If it hits 160, that's his benchmark. He's he's dead. Doesn't matter.
Oh, even still, he would say that?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. What's the likelihood of a 162-year-old?
Not great.
Right.
In Iowa, not bad.
But true. Yeah. In that area, I guess it is plausible.
Oh, they happen.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a rare...
That's a stretch.
Rare stretch.
Understood. That's almost
Jared
a cage
and I have
deer.
had many of debates. This dude's got multiple 150 to 160 inch 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
On his property.
The 10 point I shot in the A&F. So my dad's really close college friend used to be a WCO for the Game Commission. He then got into IT, but he was trained to age deer with teeth. And we could talk about that. I know it's not super accurate, but it's a good gauge.
Yeah.
I shot that deer, took the lower jaw, and was so disappointed when he said, I'm highly confident it's a 2-year-old.
Whoa.
2.5-year-old. Yeah. And for the A&F, I knew it was, I could tell by the size of the shoulders and the neck when it walked past. I actually drew on that 8-point that had 2 broken G2s 2 times, but it was over 40 yards. And with them moving and kind of lunging at each other, it was just too much. I was like, I don't feel comfortable taking that shot. And it's almost shitty for me to say. It's like I almost settled and killed the 10-point because it was 20 yards away. But long story short, I was sick to my stomach because that was like the beginning of my quest that I wanted to try to shoot an upper aged deer. And I thought I did it.
You thought you did it.
And then I can show you pictures. My buddy killed a deer the same day. It was a 7-point, maybe 100 and some inches. I took that jaw home, and Ray looked at it and said 5+. No doubt.
Yeah.
He said there's no doubt because dentine versus enamel, tooth wear, the other indicators, like it's not a guarantee, but
likely.
This is likely 5+. And when we hung our deer up from the same rafter, my buck's nose was there was a gap. His whole head was laying on the ground. It was like,
I'll say this about the teeth aging. Like, just looking at the dentine wear and stuff, I'm like, I disregard it completely.
It's pretty good at 1 and 2-year-olds, at least 2. 3s and 4s get messy. 5+ get pretty good.
Yeah.
Beyond 5, you can't.
I just think people's ability to read them is so wacky that I'm just like,
I mean,
I couldn't. If you just pulled out a jawbone and gave it to me right now, I wouldn't have a clue if it was a 1-year-old or a 5-year-old.
I've had to age thousands of them, but I still would be like maybe 50% accurate. I bet.
That's what. So,
but nobody knows, right? Like I could be like, yeah, it's a 4-year-old. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
can't. Like even when we send ours off to like deer age and stuff, like that confidence is like 67%.
I feel pretty confident in my ability to, like, at least herds that I'm familiar with, like on my farm. I'm like, granted, again, prove me wrong, right? I guess, but like, I think I'm pretty good. I'm within a year for sure.
Sure. And you've got history too.
History is the biggest thing.
That's the biggest.
Well, that's what I was going to say about your A&F buck. It's like, okay, let's say in a perfect world, you're like, I'm going to pass him. I mean, what are the odds that deer makes it another year? For
sure. And I hate to use that mentality of
I know.
someone else is going to shoot him,
but
so you might.
The reality of
but
it.
It is. It's 100% true. But up there from 15 to now, I've realized their success rate is a lot higher than what people think.
I think they're probably more vulnerable in that 1, 2, and maybe 3-year-old class.
For sure.
Once they get to 4, I think they've kind of figured out the game.
I don't know where they go in gun season, but they figure something out.
But at 2 and 3, they're just running around with their head cut off, basically.
But we talked about the deer aging, I feel like, a couple times, Jared, that I know there was a study in an article that came out. A couple institutions did it, and I don't remember exactly, but they were touching on the 2 different ways, and then they took jaw bones and they gave it to certified
gave
personnel.
it to the biologist. Yep.
And their percentage, if you ask them specifically what age class of deer was, their success was
under 40%.
Yep. And then what if they bracketed them?
Yeah, it was like at 70.
Yeah, it was like, okay.
Yeah,
1 to 3, 3 to 5.
4. Yeah.
What is the percentage of accuracy on the cementum analysis?
67.
60. Yeah.
Really? Still not that good.
No, 67.
Oh, wow.
And the majority of it is because the cementum annulum is looking at like cementum annuli is looking at the rings, kind of like a tree, right? Those deposits happen in periods of stress. So most places like if you're in Wisconsin or
winter.
Canada, winter stress. You see very definitive lines. But like if that deer is EHD, stress line. Like things can happen that lay stress lines as well that can fool that. So, as you get towards the more moderate climates, most of those stress lines are not nearly as apparent, so it becomes much tougher to see what those are. But they're accurate enough. I mean, like I said, that 2012 I killed that doe in Missouri, and I sent it to deer age. They sent it back 15 and a half.
Oh my gosh.
So I mean, there was enough, and I mean, when you pulled that jawbone, I mean, it was like there were enough. Like she was old, whether she was 15 and a half or not. I mean, but she was ancient.
That day you sent me this morning was pretty old.
Oh, dude, that.
Well,
I was looking at the head.
She was
again,
mature. I'll say that.
Yeah, mega doe.
Yeah, total DILF.
Yeah. Kind of goes back to the same thing. There's other indicators, like you said. You feel like you're good at aging. I'm sure everyone has their own way to do it, but I'm a firm believer a buck doesn't just turn to, in PA, doesn't just turn to and have 5-inch bases, a sway in its belly,
I bet that deer's over
sway
200.
in its back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Four-finger hoof print. If you can see it, it's like it doesn't just happen. There are several indicators, but
you look at them long enough. It's honestly to the point where I was at that point. I was like, well, look at the shoulder blades, look at the belly. I don't break it out that way anymore. I'm like, well, just look at him. Like, look, he's 5 clearly.
Yeah.
Like, and over a certain age class, like there is no tell. I don't try. I don't even pretend like I'm like, oh, he's 7. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
You have to have detailed history.
I will say
point.
the more I look at, the more I can tell. Like, it used to be from 1 to 2. Like, you can tell. And then a lot of guys can be like, well, from 2 to 3, it's like, I'm pretty sure, 2 to 3. 3 to 4, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know. I'm like, yeah, because I've got history at that point. I recognize them as a 3 to 4. I'm like, you can usually tell. From now, finally, and I didn't used to like feel like I got to this point, but now I'm kind of like within the past 2-3 years, I'm like, between a 4 and a 5-year-old, I'm like, yeah, I see the difference. Like I almost don't want to admit it, because I'm like a 4-year-old's a mature deer, and anymore I'm just kind of like, he's just a little wiry. He's just not quite there. So right now where I'm at is like I'm like a 5-year-old is like fully mature in my opinion. And there are guys that are past this, I mean, there's got when they can live older, if I'm in Iowa or Kansas, I'm like, well, they regularly live to 7, 8, not regularly, but like it's possible. It's very possible. Those guys are like, well, okay, now there's a range of maturity between 5 and 8 or 10, where I'm waiting for like a Lakoski type mindset.
Yeah, that's a very
skip type mindset.
The 10% at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah. So, but over time, I think you just kind of you just look at them. They're like people. Like, I can like look at you and be like, what are you, early 30s? I can, Jeremy, what are you, 45?
Actually, they think I'm younger than you sometimes.
I'm just kidding. You look young. Yeah, you don't. I don't think you look 40.
I'm getting gray.
No,
I'd say late 30s. Late 30s.
Come in.
What are you? You're older than Colton, aren't you? Yeah, 34.
I'll be 36 here.
36. Yeah. See. Yeah, so you start to figure out. You're like, oh, they look like this. They have a certain like kind of look to them.
What do you mean?
There's gonna be outliers and
yeah, like Nick looks like he's 12 with a mustache though.
Nah.
How old do you think I am? I would, if I had to guess, I would probably say 25.
Pretty close, 26.
Okay.
I was gonna guess 26.
Yeah. Yep.
But if you walked past me and you weren't sitting here, I would probably shave 3-4 years off.
19.
And be like, he's 20. He's 20. Yeah, he's 20.
That mustache is fake.
Nick, that oversized tee is doing things for you. I think. Yeah, it looks like you can like fix a dirt bike.
Yeah. I felt like he just came out of like a Travis Pastrana like video or something.
Yeah, agreed.
Or like old school Avril Lavigne Skater Boy video or something.
Yeah, like you could put a tire back on my on the rim.
I wouldn't trust me to do that.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like you're drinking Monster Energies though.
Are you sponsored, bro?
I actually quit energy drinks.
Oh,
Did
good
you?
for you.
Wise.
Like 3 years ago.
Vaping still?
No vaping.
Fuck yeah.
Good man.
Health as well.
Coffee?
Health as well.
Just black coffee.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Welcome to your mid-20s.
Welcome to the club, bro.
Yeah.
welcome to manhood.
Yep.
That's why that stash is coming in so well. Uh-huh.
My when we were at the farm the other day, speaking of my dad being like just total dad mode, he's like we were out. I mean, I drink my coffee black. I have probably because he pushed me in that direction. But Jacob was like,
I was there.
he brought a coffee out and he goes, he like the first coffee interaction they had, he's like, here you go. He's like, you'll have it black. That's what he said.
It was like,
Yeah.
he's like, can I have some cream?
Yeah,
Your
they're-
mom was like, yeah, you can have some.
He's like, no.
You'll have it black,
No.
Jacob.
You'll have it black.
Yeah, I gave him black coffee too, and it was like sips.
Yeah.
It was a bit strong.
once you
It's
come to-
weird how at some point you kind of just like
come to appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah. You long that taste. You're
Oh.
like, oh, give me good black
Good
coffee.
black coffee.
If you really
Yeah.
stop to think about it, if you taste coffee, you're like, this doesn't
it's not
taste
good.
It tastes
It
good.
tastes good.
But just if you don't think about it, you're just like, I have to have it.
Yeah.
This is what I need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a good day with no coffee. It is
Uh-uh.
a bad day. You know, that is. So
Yeah. Well, what's the season looking like for you guys? Kind of getting gears in motion, still working towards it, or
Got some cameras out. I don't really care about pictures now. We'll get some, but I want to see that deer in October.
Mm-hmm.
If I get a velvet picture, it's great. I kind of know what's there because I run cameras up through about February, March, and I put in 100 to 120 miles of scouting pre-season, like postseason stuff. So I have an idea what's going on, but I don't target.
That's a lot of miles.
Yeah, it's every weekend for the most part through January through March when we start fishing. I'm not targeting a specific deer, just something that's respectable.
What are you looking for that time of year? Just sign?
Yeah, just post this sign. See what I missed in October, November.
You finding sheds?
Yes and no. I found 3 last year. I did the same mileage the year prior. I didn't find one.
Yeah. Wow.
3 sheds on 120 miles. That's depressing.
That's big woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they weren't even big. The first one I found was a 6-inch spike. I'm like, this is
This is
of
ridiculous.
all that I'm going to find in the middle of the woods. This is the first
I'm
shed that I
keeping it,
find.
but this is ridiculous.
yeah, absolutely.
It's just a really interesting difference in mindset. Is because, like, dude, I don't think I'm embarrassed to say I just don't do any postseason scouting and it's not because I like I'm lazy or worn down or anything. It's more just like I just know I'm gonna see them. Like in time, I'm like I'll get a look at them like over the summer or like at some point. I run enough cameras and stuff. It's like it doesn't seem to do anything for me.
That's where I find all of my spots. And all of the mapping apps that have come out, they're great. They've been wonderful. They're a great useful tool, but they have exposed all of the obvious locations. So you can't, like, if I did it this spring multiple times, I did it last year. I picked points and saddles and benches that you can see on the map on the contours. You go to them, there's a stand, there's multiple cameras. I mean, I hiked 2.5 miles in January this past year before they closed the gates to this one road, and I found a couple climbers, a couple cell cameras, and then I found where people were riding in on ATVs. I mean, the obvious spots you can't count on them, so you have to find the spots that aren't on the map. So one of the best spots that I found last year, you can't see it on the topo. It's a small saddle. It's like 6 feet change in elevation, but it's there, and it meets with the edge of a cut. It goes right through the middle of the saddle, and on that, and then it's a second. Then that saddle goes through a secondary point off of a primary point that goes north-south. Second point that goes east-west, and it's like this. It's like a terrain feature on a terrain feature with an edge on it. And there was a gigantic scrape on it. It was one of the best spots that I found. But looking at a map, you can't see it, so you have to put that time in, boots on the ground, to find those spots. Every spot that I have cameras on now are spots that you can't see them on a map.
Yeah.
You have to be hiking to find them.
Dude, it's crazy how the longer you hunt a certain property or something, it's like things will be right under your nose for like years. There's a stand I talk about all the time, and I'm like, it's one of my best stands. I'm like, for years, I'm like, we kind of hunted around it, and I kind of knew it was there, but just like didn't understand why it was what it could be, you know. And there's things that we've manipulated since that have really emphasized the point of it. But to like continuously, even this year, like there's another one. it's not worth describing where it's at, but I'm just kind of like, duh, like it's right there. Like, of course it is. And I can hunt it on that wind. And it's like, I'm on my 8th year on this property. And it's just, it's cool how like the more you know, the more you understand about how deer will move and stuff. And how you can access certain spots, you know, what will work, what you can get away with.
Yeah. I think that postseason scouting, it depends on like where you're at, like from a what type, like if you're in ag country, you know, you're probably running cameras on whatever food that you got left and scrapes have gone cold, like you're, you know, or you're walking out in the field and you're finding sheds, right? In the big woods, to your point, I think, you know, you kind of got to get ground and see it. I love that, you know, January to March time frame. Just being able to put miles on and be aggressive, like press in the areas that I've been thinking about for 3 months of like, man, is he in there? Like, could he have been in there? Rarity to find sheds. If you do, it's pretty cool. But that intel, I think, really just starts to add up, you know, as you're dropping points on a map or whatever and marking areas for cameras. There's a lot of those that, you know, maybe going back to like our camera data that like in retrospect, I'm like, man, why didn't I ever go back and put a camera there? Why didn't I, like, that was a banging spot. And it's just, you know, you got tied up. There's only so many places you can hunt and monitor and
too
do.
reserved.
Yeah.
And we're fearful to
Exactly.
access. But I agree. I mean, it's not that the three of us, when we go up, we're in pursuit of really wanting to kill a bear, but we will go up in bear season. We'll walk around, see the show, because I mean, bear hunting's such a heritage up there.
Yeah.
But I get to see what I may have missed.
Very fresh sign usually at that point too.
I mentally log it. I will log stuff in my phone as I'm walking around. It's like, okay, I was curious about this. Now it's confirmed. And that's knowing the areas to me is almost more important than knowing the buck, because the area will deliver more often. Maybe the buck does something different because, like we said, they have their own personality.
I couldn't agree more.
But yeah, knowing that your core areas that you know hold deer for X, Y, and Z reasons benefits me more than chasing a deer around the woods.
Yeah.
I think that ties into like the pursuit of a specific animal conversation that we're talking about earlier. It's like I'm almost more excited about killing a deer in a certain area than I am about killing a certain deer in whatever area.
Sure.
Because I'm just kind of like, I've obsessed over, when I obsess over, like, if I'm obsessing about anything, like I'm laying in bed, if I'm in the shower, I'm thinking, I'm serious. You do it in the shower too. It's
You
not
do it too.
It's
doesn't make me weird.
I'm just being honest. It's not about a specific buck. It's ever. Even that 180. I'm like, dude, there's a freaking giant buck out there. I'm obsessing about spots.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that spot, I can just get in there and I can imagine how they would use it. It doesn't, I don't know who's going to use it, but whatever mature buck is in there will. And so I'm just more excited about killing a mature buck that I'm after in a certain scenario and having it play out right. And like I've controlled it to a certain degree. Like I've coordinated, I've planned for it to happen that way. And when it happens, it's just like, I can't believe it. And then whatever deer it is, it is.
Yeah, that's it. I think that, I think part of that is tied into like, they're going to be there. Whereas in a lot of cases, like I got to find them. Like the spot could be great, but if he's not there, I'm not going to kill him. So yeah, I don't know. I think that there are plenty of places like,
well, I have that too.
Like pinch in Illinois. We sit there, we're going to kill a mature buck. He's going to come through there.
Yeah.
I don't know who, but one will come through there. But like I have a spot, I took the guys down into this hub on my Kentucky place. It's banging. Like during the rut, they're coming. They're there. I just don't know who or what or if there will be a buck will come through there, but I don't know if a mature buck will.
One of the three of us, my buddy Matt, he hunts a little differently than Kevin and I do. He's very strict on topography. I like mixing everything together.
Yeah, high, lows,
edges, what can I access? But he hunts this specific area.
What's he hunt? What's his topography style? You don't have to tell me the area, but what's his style?
Steep points.
He likes steep
points, and it is produced. He
sees like bedding knobs.
It's close. I mean, kind of where we're at, we're on the threshold of the National Forest and Collins Pines in our area. So there's a lot of timbering activity, and I didn't want to say everywhere you look there's clear cuts, but there are a lot. There are a lot, and it's, like I said, it's a very diverse generation. Some are last year, some are 20 years ago, whatever.
Right.
But he finds these super pinched off cliffs and points, and he has one that it's funny because we tell him just go down there with a trumpet and start playing it because it's going to be a parade come the rut. And he sees...
What are the deer doing? Are they just coming out to that point and swinging through, or...
Oh, he has them running through the creek like cowboys and Indians. I mean, he'll see 30 plus buck a season. And that's, yes. And in the big woods, Wow. But the problem is it's such a pinch, and they're coming barreling up or down. To get them to stop is near impossible. So he struggles. If they're chasing,
they're not stopping.
He has to hope they're coming out a ridge and wanting to go down. And there's definitely the newest clear cut's probably 500-600 yards away that I can think of for new gen, and then he's probably 400 yards below like an 8 to 12-year-old clear cut. And then there's a couple benches, and he's on the last one down that's maybe 80 feet above a pretty large stream.
Okay, so he's not up on top.
No.
He's down.
He's damn near towards the point. It's so steep you can't do it, but there's literally, I'm telling you, like as a human, if you walk, you would trip and fall down this side.
As a human.
There's only, everyone's lazy, including the deer, and it's like, well, you got 3 foot to go down it, and it's been proven years. Yeah, and he gets very selective though.
Sure.
And he falls into an issue where he sees, like he had those encounters with that big 8, but he's either zipping past or just on a mission, not responsive to calling, which has been very odd because like Tyler mentioned, my other buddy Kevin, he's had so much success with calling to deer with a grunt call. He has killed several mature buck in the A&F, and they march right in to the grunt call. And he's like, do it. And I'm like, it doesn't work for me.
Shirk does the same thing. He's like, it sounds like he's playing a trumpet up there. He's like, I'm like, how often do you grunt? Because I blind grunt a lot. Like,
so do I.
I love blind calling. That's my thing. He's like, every 2 to 3 minutes. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
He's like, every 2 to 3 minutes. And
blowing the reed out of it.
I'm like, what?
Shirking off, as we call it.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, he's shirking off.
There's so few deer up there, they hear a grunt call. Like, oh, there's another deer over there. Let's go see what's going on.
His point is there are so few deer that he's like, they could be cruising through, and he's like, if I wait 15 minutes, they got past me and they never heard it. So that's why I'm calling so frequently. But it's like, we call it, he's up there shirking off all the time.
That's funny.
But it's like that's, I mean, think about like every 2 to 3 minutes. And it's like, I think I grunt a lot. It's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not misguided. Like if you've ever heard a big buck grunt, when they grunt, like they're grunt. I'm like, I'll get on that thing and just rip.
And you guys probably see deer that are vocal, are competing, like out in the Midwest. And, and a lot of my buddies that do go to the Midwest are always and I, like I said, I went to Illinois once, but they're always enticing me. They're like, you got to come. You have to experience what the rut is really like. I'm
watch
like,
them what they do,
But I'm like, you don't understand. I do get that same experience in the A&F. It's not at the volume you guys are experiencing. I understand you go for 5 to 7 days. You see it daily sometimes. But when I see it, it is 2 130s, 140s, and they're coming in it. They're wheezing, and they wheeze for 30 seconds straight, and they're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah,
and it's like,
but it's that one activity, and then
it may be it. That's it. That is your season. It's right there, one time.
You catch them in the bid for sure. I grunted in that floppy. Snort wheezed him actually.
Yeah, when
gave him a big one.
He was game.
You just got to understand. You got to learn how to talk to him.
Yeah,
you know, just they can't handle it. If he's in a big crossing, but you catch him behind where visually he can't see you.
Oh, they can't handle that.
Do you think
they're just like, what the fuck? what?
You're gonna do that to me?
Yeah, you son.
Well, so a quick little story is the last time I had an interaction with Goofy, and I will show you a picture of him, but this isn't last year, it's the year before. I was defeated after this. He works in almost the same location as the buck I shot last year. Not quite the same area, but they're coming out of a really steep creek ravine. I'd love to go down there, but I know if I push down a saddle or two, my thermals will just draw.
You're done.
Yeah, I'm done. So you have to be patient and hope that they come up through. And with the rocks and everything, it's like, oh, I see why they're coming up in two different locations. But anyway, Goofy pops up over the hill. I see him instantly. I know it's him. Grunt at him. He stops and he looks. Nothing. I'm like, He walks another 10 yards, hit him again. He stops. Now he has to like rotate, and he does. And he looks back, and I'm like, okay, this is good. This is what they
got
tend
his
to
attention.
do. Yep. I let him go. He's probably staring my direction. It felt like minutes, but I'm sure it was only seconds. Turns around, continues on the same trajectory he was going. I hit him with the snort wheeze. Now he's over 100 yards away. He does a 180, and he turns, and I'm like, for sure he's coming. Nothing. He turns back around and goes, and I went back to camp, and I was mentally committed that I just threw the kitchen sink at this deer, and I'm not going to see him again because he could visually see through. You know how I said the other deer couldn't see over the roll? Well, he was on the other side.
So he could see it all.
He could see it all. And I'm like, that's it. That's it. This deer's mature. He's had this game played on him. He's already intermittent on showing up, and that was my one chance, and I did too much. I was fearful I did too much, and I didn't see him the rest of the year, but my buddies were like, I don't know, because like you said, you never know.
Dude, listen,
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Quest Hunt Co.
man, it seems like as technology and social media and stuff just gets incorporated into our daily lives in the deer season more and more, it's like we're always looking for ways to just dial it back, spend more quality time with deer hunters, and really make deer hunting and deer camps great again.
Yeah, and I mean, we've all been part of that annual buck pull, whether it's at your camp or the local fire department, and we're trying to bring that feeling back with Quest Hunt Co. to be able to compete against other people in your state, but also be part of a national competition.
You can sign up in as many states as you want to enter deer that at the end are going to get scored, and you have an opportunity to win some big prizes. And there's an in-person banquet in February that Jeremy and I are going to be at where those prizes are going to get held out. I think we're going to do some sort of whatever, live podcast or speaking, we'll figure that out. But just looking forward to spending time with people who sign up for the tournament.
Yeah, so you can go to Quest Hunt Co. and sign up. Use the code HUNTR15 at checkout. They'll save you a little bit of money, and then hopefully we'll be able to see you in Missouri in February of 25 at the annual convention.
To make this season a quest. I rattled in, I killed a big 140-inch 8-point in Kansas a couple of years ago, 4-year-old, probably 4 or 5-year-old. And I had rattled him in, I think it was the day before. Yeah,
it was the day before.
Yeah, mid-morning. I saw him crossing a river, and he was like, whatever he was, 150, 200 yards when I saw him, cracked the horns, and he come running, just trotted all the way into 40 yards, got dead downwind of me, definitely smelled me, didn't have a shot, kind of just trotted off and got out of there. Granted, this is Kansas, so in case, this is Kansas. The next morning, strolled right through, walked the tram road down. I shot him at 15 yards. 15 yards, eye level with me. And I'm like, and that was what, November
15, 16, something.
15, 16?
Was it circumstantial, do you think, or...
I think the visual for the mature deer at least is big.
That's what
I think. To be honest, I think it's why I've killed.
Oh, it's huge.
I've killed most of my deer blind calling them in. Once I see them, I'm shut up. I'm like, it's like calling a turkey, right? Yep. Once I have that turkey like coming in, I shut up. I'm not gonna keep hen yapping at them, right? Like,
I got excited, no doubt. I couldn't control myself. I had.
But you have to make a reaction. If he's
it might be the only time I see him all archery season. So you have to try.
And I do think the snort wheeze, to me, the snort wheeze is that's the move. Like if you grunt at him and he keeps moving, you grunt. If you don't snort wheeze, you missed an opportunity. Now, if you snort wheeze, I've had bucks peel out of there because they probably got their ass beat.
Yeah.
I've had bucks just, ears back on a beeline right to the stand, and I've killed them. But I think the snort wheeze is often the decision maker in most of those situations on a mature buck. Now, if you're trying to kill a 2 or 3 year old, I would not snort wheeze at that deer. Like that's probably not going to work out well for you. But it definitely is the thing that has turned deer when I think they weren't going to turn. I mean, I've snort wheezed a lot of deer in. I've killed a lot of deer with that. In fact, if I have visual on them, I'll either snort wheeze or I'll roar at them. It's just, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like just one, that's it. And like one of those, either he's going to commit or he's already made up his mind and he ain't doing it.
Have you ever heard a big mature buck roar like that?
Yep.
Yeah. It's eye opening because you're like, oh yeah, of course that's what they sound like.
Till you hear it.
And they're just like with all the confidence. There's no discretion about it. They're just.
He's just you can hear him working himself up, like just growl loud, and then it just lets it out, and you're like, the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel it like when you snort wheeze at a big buck like that, like it feels like you're just like,
yes,
to their face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like it feels offensive. You're like, ugh.
I think that's where like, man, to me, this is where like hunting that individual buck really comes down to it. If you've watched that deer or you've seen that deer or that deer, understanding how he'll react to that is if you'll kill him or not.
Yeah.
Like I've had bucks where I just knew by seeing them, his ears are always back. I mean, he's just always looking for a fight. So if I snort wheeze at him, he's coming, he's dead. But there's other deer that I'm like, man, he just, maybe he's older than I think or whatever. Like he just doesn't look like he was a fighter. Right?
That's what I was actually going to say and ask to see what you guys thought was, do you think it's more situational, like time of the year, everything, or is it personality based?
I think personality is huge.
That's what
obviously, I'm not going to snort wheeze them in September.
I think personality dictates what situation you're going to find them
Floppy,
in a lot of cases.
You knew if you snort wheeze or roared at Floppy, he was coming. That son of a bitch was fighting.
Well, so that morning there was probably 160-inch 4-year-old just running does like crazy. I passed him a few times. He was just like all over. They were running, just all over like crazy. And after a while, this bigger mature buck, whether it's accurate or not, we're talking about the cementum analysis. He came back at 6.5, and we figured he was old. Yeah. Just big old busted infected ear, just 135-inch, real heavy 8-point. And he was just doing what old dudes do. You know what I mean? That's the reason I think like old dudes are good deer. You know what I mean? If you've spent time doing it, like you just can relate. They're just kind of like, they're the man and they're just, he's just doing his thing. He's standing, he's looking, he's just kind of checking some scrapes along the thing here. And every once in a while he'd pay that doe some attention, but he knew she probably wasn't
ready
or whatever. So he's just like, he's cool. I'm going to do me and mine will come when it's ready. And, I just caught him doing that. He was like he was being territorial about it. So I grunted him in. I think I snort wheezed at him too. I mean, because he was hitting scrapes and I grunted. And he looked once and then he went back to doing what he was doing. And then I snort wheezed, just gave him a heavy one. And he was like, just like I said, he's like, are you kidding me? And he just couldn't help it, So then he come all the way in across. And this was gun season. It was just madness. There was guns going off everywhere and bucks running everywhere. And came into the last, it was literally just like they do, It's like he came into the last point, he's behind the last stream, like he needs 2 more steps. And they just know. And he's just like, okay. He's like, I came and he's like, it ain't here.
You're going to come out, you're going to fight me or what? I'm here. Here I am.
So.
That's, I agree with you, Jeremy. Personality definitely has to be in my opinion, leading contributor.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it wasn't, all these buck get that big. If they don't have any reservations and just go in to fight everything, at some point you would think they would either sustain an injury or get killed by one of us.
For sure.
Because you touched on it right there where the 3-year-olds sometimes can't control themselves. And I've noticed on trail cameras that first cold snap and then like Halloween, they're the first ones.
Oh yeah, they can't hold back.
They can't control themselves. The likelihood of you having an encounter with your best 3-year-old in the area versus your a more mature deer is definitely high. You're gonna see that 3-year-old more than likely.
Yep.
I don't even necessarily know if it's like a survival thing. If they're like, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I think it's more just that's just how their demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
True.
You know, they're just like, why would I waste energy when I mean, think about how you get like, you know, I mean, when we were in our 20s, we're like, we got to go to the bar. We got to freaking let's go.
But
like,
imagine up here, you know, and I hate to keep referring back because I've hunted in enough places, but lately that Allegheny National Forest is it. But imagine if you only had one bar and 2 women. Would you then fight?
Yeah, there's a brawl.
Would you then say,
there's
you
a
know
brawl
what?
happening.
You know what?
you better marry one.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's a big that environment thing. I think definitely creates a different type of demeanor in the buck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just don't know. Like that buck, that was by far the biggest buck on that property, but that dude just did not look like a fighter to me.
Yeah.
He did his thing. He checked scrapes. When he was coming down, this October 24th, I think I killed him, or 3rd. He came down the hill with a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, like in a single file line. So he wasn't he wasn't pushing him out. He was bedded with them probably.
Yeah.
You know, and it was damn close. I mean, I'm sure the first doe was about to come into Asteris, and he was just, you know, he was cool with hanging out with his bros. He didn't care.
Yeah.
Whereas like, you know, like Floppy, we never saw that deer with another deer. Like he was always by himself.
That's right. We did.
Never.
Even in the summer, he was like Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger. Never by, you know, it's like.
Ornery.
Yeah, clearly,
for sure.
like he just, he was an old, angry old man. He just didn't want you know.
For what it's worth, Labrowski was by himself the other day.
Was he?
All by himself. And on the other side of the road,
Yep.
there was a bachelor group of like 8 or 10 bucks.
And he just doesn't want to be bothered.
I've seen some exceptionally large bachelor groups this year.
I know. We saw a bunch of them. Like I'm like, that's got to be a doe group. I'm like, nope. That's
Like
all
more
bucks.
more together than I've seen. Like in the past even. I don't know what's doing that.
Winky said it was the first week of August. You're gonna see bucks out in the field that you'll never see again.
Well, and even before that, though, there's one where that big ape is at.
Mm-hmm.
There was 13 bucks.
That's crazy.
In that bachelor group.
That might be a habitat thing too. Just
I
like
wonder
where the bedding is.
Yeah.
Is Bill Winky? Did he sleep in a sleeping bag?
He did
in the woods. I've
thought about it.
We talked about.
I've contemplated it many times. Going in a mile and a half plus.
That is
I'm like,
dedication.
I don't feel like walking back.
That's retirement.
It cost me a deer partly because I did it like 5 days in a row. I was like a mile and a half in, mile and a half out. So I was hunting the same stand.
Yeah.
And then on a Friday, I couldn't take the day off from work. I had to work. And then I shot a doe that night to get some meat. And the next morning, I got up and I was like, I don't feel like, and then that time frame, I had seen 2 deer too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't feel like walking in there. And then I checked that camera at the end of the season, and one of the deer that I was hunting. Now, if I was in that stand, who would have known?
But he came through.
He had a hot doe. It was five bucks in her, and he kept, oh, dude, they kept tripping the camera because I had it on video, and he was just back there chasing buck after buck off. I was right behind the camera. My stand was right next to it. So, I mean, you don't know. They might never came in there, but
access is critical, man. Because if not, like, if you're gonna make a step, like, you might as well, or you better kill them. We talk a lot about killing them on the first time you're in there, because once you leave your presence in there, just consistently goes downhill from there.
Unless there's like 4 deer in 30 miles, and then you're.
Yeah, then you're better.
Right.
Yeah, odds of them coming across you are not great. Yeah.
Or if the doe don't seem to be, they hang around the roads.
Yeah,
sometimes
they
they don't flush like mature buck is. And when you get into November,
just be where the does
they're
are.
coming because they have no option.
Yeah,
they have to. They're going to breed.
Only the 2 girls in the bar.
Procreation is hard set in their brain. Yeah,
breed and survive. That's it.
Yep.
I do wish there was a better option for sleeping in the tree, because I think I think I would probably do it.
The tree lounger, dude. You can get it.
The old tree lounger would have been the one. I was thinking one day
What's that?
about. You remember the old tree lounger? It was like a 100-pound climber, basically, and you just like kind of sat down.
Yeah, I mean, could if I could lounge like that, I would say I'd consider it.
Absolutely,
that was it.
It was a hammock, dude.
It was like, well, that's what I was thinking.
It was a big suspended seat, right?
Yeah. I was thinking like the old, like all the like rock climbers and stuff that like sleep on the rocks.
That's
and
what
like
Winky was considering.
Yeah, but like that's pretty like you're up there, and I mean at night like they see you, they still smell you. Like
right.
I don't know. And your thermals are changing completely between the evening and the morning.
I think just like
You need to put yourself in like an ozone closet and then zip it up and then just turn it on.
Some kind of
and maybe
cocoon.
you'll wake up in the morning.
I know he gave it a lot of thought. He ended up getting down.
Well,
and
yeah, we
sleeping on
talked
the
about
ground.
burying a coffin.
He did.
We talked
Or
about
you
putting a
did.
coffin in the ground. Bill was on the
Something.
podcast. We talked
Yeah.
about putting a coffin on the ground and just like sleeping in it and just closing it. So that
You want to get vertical, horizontal, right?
you want to get horizontal.
You want to get. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Are you vertical right now, bro?
This escalated quickly.
You want to like you want to be able to lay down.
Yeah.
Somehow.
The tree lounger can make a comeback.
And there's
Yeah.
definitely the downfall of being there overnight. Like they could detect you there.
No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And again, we talked about wind. Like, dude, I didn't pay attention to thermals until I was like 35.
Yeah.
It was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
There's two ways. One seems more plausible at the feasible. Plausible is plausible a word?
Yeah.
At this point than the other. You have underground tunnels
Like the Viet Cong did.
and you have aerial access.
Well, we've been talking about the drone access.
Drones.
Getting
Yeah.
literally dropped in
Listen,
from a
Via drone.
listen, it sounds crazy, but like
It's feasible.
not that crazy.
Oh, yeah.
What if I could take a drone and fly it up and hang from a cable from my harness and have it fly me in and I'll have it up there like 100 yards, 200 yards. Like it's a plane to them. They don't know. Drop me in and I'm in.
It seems
And come pick me up.
It sounds radical, but
Not really.
It is possible.
It doesn't
I mean,
really sound that radical.
No, because I mean, I guess they have drones that will carry
yeah.
a human body weight.
Absolutely.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Absolutely do.
But with the way the current trends, I doubt.
I told
it'll
Mike
ever-
Yoder, I said, I want to be number first.
I know.
Number first.
Number one.
Number one,
We're gonna
yeah.
put a parachute on you. Sit on. The hardest part will be like it. Maybe not ag, but like A&F is like how you get through the trees,
Above
Yeah.
the trees.
the canopy, like to get down.
Oh, we'll just kind of got to weave down through them. Yeah, just what do you mean? It won't be that hard.
like just he's tangled in the tree. Like, this spot will
Take
do.
me up! Take me up!
Yeah, it's fun. I don't know.
It's kind of
It's
cool.
an interesting idea.
I
I mean,
mean-
you can't say it's far fetched with everything
It's
else.
not
that
far fetched
has
at all.
ev-
You
that's
literally could do it
evolved.
right now.
The
Yes.
one I saw the other day, and I was like, that's smart. And it doesn't work in every case. Is they had the canoe with them, so that it was water access, and their stand was like not far off of the river. They would come back to the canoe, they would go out into the river, and they would anchor and sleep there, and then they would, and that was like
Interesting.
They were pretty deep. Like I don't know what they were, a mile or two back in, and so like they would be out far enough to where it's like not messing with anything, and then if you got like flash flood in the middle of the night, you're probably fucked. But
Who was doing that?
I don't know. I
Pretty
saw,
sure I would just sleep on the bank. Like,
Yeah, I think they didn't want any like option of it because they weren't far from the bank. Like I think the deer were working that bank, so they just wanted to be off of it.
yeah.
I don't know.
I've definitely thought about it. There's been, down at the Ants, there's been nights where I'm like, I could just stay here. It's more work to get back.
Yeah, after like
Yeah.
5 days of like those sits, it's kind of like I should just sleep here anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to some long sits, like some rut sits.
it's coming up fast, man. By the time Nick's, when's this dropping?
I think this will drop in
August
last
30th.
August. I think the 27th.
Okay.
We'll be like about to be in the game,
We've been saying that now for a couple of months.
about to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's coming. It's coming.
How many places do you go to, and what's the consecutive order of them?
No consecutive order.
Okay.
This year,
Well, season date, opening dates,
Yeah,
I'm
so
assuming plays a role.
Jared will hunt North Dakota first because it opens August 30th. I'll hunt Kentucky first. It opens September 7th.
Okay.
So that'll be first, no matter
Yeah.
what. Then Ohio is like the 24th or
Ohio
something.
and Illinois and Iowa all open. I think the same
No, Iowa and Illinois don't open until October 1.
the following week.
Yep.
Same as Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Ohio opens up before, so we technically have a first week of
My dad's
Ohio.
out of town too for
I know. He was
couple of
telling
weeks,
me. He's
so-
like, what do you think? I was like, it'll be fine. And then, everything opens up right after that.
How do you prioritize?
You're asking us answers we don't know the question. Questions we don't know the answer to.
Yeah.
There's tags
fair.
burning holes in pockets.
You just
Yeah.
go. You just go. When you get the right information, you go.
Fair.
Yeah, at some point I have to tiptoe with family. So like, but it's easy because like if we're doing something family oriented, like we're usually at our Kentucky cabin. So yeah, we hunt.
Yeah.
Like we'll hunt the morning or evening or whatever it is.
So have you ever? To me, it's relatable to finances and diversification. Sometimes they say over diversification is bad.
And it is.
And that's where I'm just wondering, like, do you guys feel like you're
you just wanna have
stretched
the
too
gains.
thin where you're
Yes.
not? Okay.
Most seasons, I don't know if there's been a season yet where we're like, man, we're right on pace. Like I would say, because what happens is like, let's say you get first cold front in October. Well, it's good in Kentucky, it's good in Ohio, it's good in Illinois, it's good in Iowa.
Yeah.
Like you can't be in all of those places at once.
Right.
So you have to pick and choose your battles. You know, for us, I think it's, it's weighing the options of like, so Kentucky starts early. That's an easy decision. North Dakota starts early. It's an easy decision. Kentucky's gun season starts the first Saturday in November. So it's also a decision of like, I got a tighter time for like, I need to kill early in Kentucky or I'm starting to wane out of options there. Ohio goes till February. You know, so even though gun season's in there and throws a kink in things, like if you've got food in the late season, you can kill bucks in Ohio with your bow for sure.
Yeah.
Iowa is like we don't know. It's the first time. We have no idea. Illinois,
It's crazy, dude. As wild as it sounds, it's like if I was at this point right now, like, and who knows, we could have some giants show up, and like we have some cool opportunities to flesh out, but like. It could happen to where I'm like, we just like don't make it
to Iowa.
Yeah, like
because of our other places.
We have just some other really good options. So like, there's nothing wrong with having the tags, and I'd hate for that to be the case because, I want to prioritize
Don't
it because
cry
it takes
about
so
it.
long.
But you're willing, I guess. You guys
Brings
are
tear to my eye.
willing to sacrifice an area or state if needed.
Yeah, well,
I guess.
but it also doesn't like. Case in point, Jared's got a 180-inch deer on his Ohio farm. Like, why would you leave that to hunt a 170 in Iowa?
For sure. I understand that.
You wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't think, especially with the amount of investment you have in your home farm.
What's the upgrade?
Yeah, there is none.
Yeah.
The only reason you do it is because you drew a tag that you won't get for 6 more years.
Understood.
And you could hunt Ohio every year.
Yeah.
Like, I think we're very efficient in Illinois right now. Now, that may not be the case this year, but last year it was,
Illinois turnkey.
6 sits and 3 mature bucks.
That farm, dude, we freaking
That's impressive.
whipped it into shape in a year and a half.
Yeah, and it's a lot. We're in a lot better shape than we were last year.
You see how tall that switch is now?
6 feet.
Oh yeah.
Like a 30-acre field of it.
Our farmer, it's got like 50 acres of CRP contract on it, and the farmer mowed it last September.
All of it.
Broke our hearts. It was like ankle high stuff. We pulled up expecting it to be like mega.
Yeah.
Because we'd seen it in July when we put the offer on the farm, and it was like 3-4 foot at that time. We're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great. And we rolled in September, and he mowed it all. We're like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Even into season, it was like 3 foot.
We should have had the best cover in like several thousand acres, and it shrunk it down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Now
He's the guy you have that lives on the property?
Yep.
Yeah.
And now we still killed.
And he owned it at the time,
yeah.
so it was his
and
right.
honestly, it had to be done. I didn't know it at the time. It was in the contract that
Either had to be burned
or mowed. He chose mowed. So it had to be done per the contract. We just had a case with that on disc. But yeah, so, we're in better shape and it's efficient there. I think it comes down to like last year, first year, it's like, man, mature bucks are showing up. We got to take out some of these mature bucks. Like there's just a pile of them in there. This year, does that change? We do have 2 bow tags now in Illinois this year. We did not last year because we bought it after the landowner tag could be applied for.
Okay.
We applied prior to this podcast. We were approved. So now we buy it. So now Jared and I effectively could kill 2 bucks in 2 days. That's the way it goes. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the
height comparison.
Pennsylvania to me is very kid oriented because it's where they have the most time to hunt. So my 28 acres essentially is dedicated to them killing deer. So, if a big buck shows up, though, I will for sure hunt, but they pretty much have first crack all the time on that. So I prioritize mine either to our western states or in Ohio or Kentucky. But then I look forward to like gun seasons and deer camps with them too. So, I think I would say this year we're as thin as we could ever be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also I think like have a better strategy for all of them.
Sure.
Just is what it is. Yeah, we're gonna
the margin for error though, or whatever you want to consider it, is so thin when you're like, okay, I got this, and this, and
it comes with the flexibility and the willingness to go when the time is right. So it's not like, well, hey, we have 1 week in Illinois to get it done, 1 week in Kansas to get it done. It's like when it's right, we'll go for that.
Yeah,
and make the most of the opportunity. And
but that said, it's like, and people still think this when they like, we don't hunt 70 days a year. Like, I bet we hunt under 30 days a year.
I don't know. I've never tried to keep track.
That's actually surprising. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, I mean, I probably do. And with the kids, like if you count like my actual sits, I bet it's under 20 a year.
Wow.
We could try to keep track this year. Yeah, I mean, it's probably. I mean, 30 is a lot of hunts. That's a lot of hunts.
Yeah, but compared to Brackett and these guys are hunting 90.
Right.
Maybe
80 to 90.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are hunting 80 to 90. It's every day.
Yeah.
They don't miss a day. And it's like we probably hunt under 30 because we know we have to make it count, right? So it's not like, hey, opening day in Illinois, let's be there. If the weather's right, we'll be there.
Yeah.
But if the weather's not right, we're not going to take the time to drive out there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of crap weather days, so there's no sense in burning yourself out.
Yep. So I mean that's where like quickly it starts to whittle you down, but you just you have backup days. Like, I mean, I could go out back of my house in PA and there's probably gonna be a 1-year-old buck there that one of my kids will want to shoot. So perfect. Like, let's go. I don't care if it's 90 degrees. I'm like, let's go do it. Especially with the water hole in.
It's a big difference.
I don't remember if it was, honestly, it could have been your podcast, an older one, or someone had something on water holes in
it's probably us.
The case. I guess someone was making the case and they had backing that it was the best attractant over anything else, over mock scrapes, over food plot, correct size and acreage of food plots, etc. They said
it is critical
situational, because obviously if somewhere has tons of access to water, I mean, deer already consume most of their water through their diet anyway, but regardless, situationally, I guess
it seems
was argued that
people have been making more and more sense of it to us, because I mean, this is the first year that we'll have any in play. I was always of the opinion, like, if I had a creek running through, it's like they got water.
Yeah.
And they do. Like, if they're dying of thirst, they're gonna drink from a river. They don't give a shit. But like, we won't know until we see it. But it for sure seems like there's enough smart people out there that are like, hey, they prefer stagnant water sources. If it's dry bedding away from other water sources and you have a water hole there, they will drink the shit out of it.
And if it's convenient. Do they want to walk down to the bottom of the mountain to drink it? Probably not. But if they're running doe up in the flat and you put one
right
there,
they're going to hit it. They're going to drink every... Somebody said the number. I don't remember if it was Brackett or Pat or Sturgis, but it's like several gallons of water a day that they have to drink or consume at least through... So, like, they can go multiple days without eating. They have to drink multiple gallons a day or they'll die.
And heighten it by, just like we talked about exercising. I mean, you have to consume more water and stay hydrated if you're going to run around.
Absolutely.
And in the rut, that's
all they're doing.
That's all they're doing. Yeah. So it's like
throw a 70-degree November day on top of it and they're panting like hell.
And a lot of people, I think it's a kind of a misconception, I feel, when people are like, oh, hunt water, because they sometimes see them going there. It's like, whoa, have you ever thought it's in the rut? You've seen them drink out of streams and stagnant puddles and stuff because they have to now. They're surviving.
Yeah.
They're whatever they can get to while they're chasing doe.
Well, that's what you got to look for in the big woods, man, because it's not like, oh, well, I'm going to just catch them going to this cornfield. But there is no cornfield.
Yeah.
Right. You
I
know,
wonder if that would be legal if I dig a little kiddie pool in the ground.
I bet there's a gray area there, right? But I mean, think about like the old logging areas and stuff where they have all the ruts. Most of that is packed down so tight that will hold, like, you know, you see tadpoles and frogs in it all the time. Like it's an ephemeral pool. Yeah. Like I bet they pound, like on an old logging road, an indentation that holds water. I bet you bucks drinking out of that.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Especially if it's high up near bedding.
Yeah. I agree.
So
if it's reliable, you know, they know it's there. It's just like, you know, the same reason food plots or scrapes and stuff are attractive. Like it's a checkpoint for them, and they have to drink too. So I mean that's you know, that's part of it. Just like in a food plot, they have to eat, but you know, bucks come to it because it's like they're checking. Yeah, they want to see who's up there. You know, I mean, especially getting closer to the rut or later toward, you know, part of October. So man, I've had a lot of success here recently, just combining as many of those as you can. And some guys say, you know, would argue you're better off to break them out and give yourself more potential stand locations and stuff, but whatever, you know, one way or the other. So it's like my, the best case scenario that I have here is like, I've got a small clover food plot that has a water hole in it, that has an apple tree with a bunch of scrapes under it with a mineral save behind it. It's like, there's a million reasons that they're going to come out into this thing, and it's right next to dry bedding. And they're just in that thing all day long. Like they'll go out there and they just like to get in the pool, you know, and like kind of toss around and drink. And, you know, the bucks want to come see what does are in there, and there's apples back there. Just like, yeah, set up.
Meals on wheels.
Yeah.
That's that, man. Well, cool, boys. I think that was a banger. We'll have to have you back post A&F to see how we'll all look pretty rut worn by then. But that's a good time to redump out everything that happened in the season and where things stand. And
been trying to get you on for a while now, a couple of years.
I know.
Finally made it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this was fantastic. It's first podcast I've ever been on.
It's funny
appreciate
that you basically, we did this, it's 4 hours.
Was it really?
We talked for 4 hours. Isn't that funny?
I would have never guessed. Well, that's what I asked Jared originally. I was like, dude, what are we going to talk about for a couple hours? Because he originally said it's like 2-3 hours. I'm thinking, oh my, that's a long time. He said, don't worry about it. I mean, I am a talker, but he's like, don't worry about it. You're passionate just like we are.
Breeze, man.
Yep. And it was. It really was.
It's like 4 hours blows by and you're like, we could reset and do it again.
Easily.
It always takes some time. Like the first half hour when you first meet somebody, you're like, okay, we'll figure it out.
Where are we going to end up here?
What's some shot in the dark stuff, and then you're like, oh, okay.
All of a sudden you find you find that seam and you just go, man.
Here's where we're going.
Well, cool. Well, Colton, Tyler, we appreciate you guys coming in. You know, we'll definitely make sure that we keep the PA ties and updates throughout the season. And for everyone,
I can't believe you didn't bring your rack.
I don't have it yet. It's my first shoulder mount ever.
Whoa!
I've either cut them off or European mounted.
It's a big deal.
It is. I felt like it was unjust.
Yeah.
If I didn't
I think it was. I think it was a little for.
Yeah.
Well, cool, man. Well, we appreciate you guys coming on. We appreciate everyone listening to episode 198, HUNTR Podcast, and we'll catch you all next week.
Later.
Take me